about to be another river of blood running under my feet. Forged in a fire lit long ago. Stand next to me, you'll never stand alone. I'm last to leave, but the first to go. Lord, make me dead before you make me old. I feed on the fear of the devil inside of the enemy faces in my sight. Aim with a hand, shoot with a mind, kill with a heart like Arctic ice. I am a soldier and I'm marching on. I am a soldier and I'm marching on. I am a warrior, this is my song. I am a warrior and this is my song. I bask in the glow of the rising war, lay waste to the ground of an enemy shore. Wade through the blood spilled on the floor, and if another one stands, I'll kill some more. Bullet in the breach and a fire in me, like a cigarette thrown to gasoline. If death don't bring you fear, I swear you'll fear these marching feet. Come to the nightmare, come to me. Deep down in the dark where the devil be. In the mall where the jaws and the razor teeth, where the brimstone burns and the angel weeps. Crawl to the gods ever cross your path, and my silhouette hangs like a body bag. Hope is a moment now long past. The shadow of death is the one I cast. I am a soldier and I'm marching on. I am a warrior and this is my song. My eyes are steel and my gaze is long. I am a warrior and this is my song.
We're not just going to shoot the bastard. We're going to cut out their living guts and use them to grease the treads of our tanks. We're going to murder those lousy bastards by the bushel.
Now I live lean and I mean to inflict the grief, and the least of me is still out of your reach. The killing machine's gonna do the deed until the river runs dry and my last breath leaves. Chin in the air with a head held high, I'll stand in the path of the enemy line. Feel no fear, know my pride. For God and country, I'll end your life. I am a soldier and I'm marching on. I am a warrior and this is my song. My eyes are steel and my gaze is long. I am a warrior and this is my song.
All right, now you sons of bitches. You know how I feel.
All right, we got volume. Cool. Welcome to day 2 of Craps for the Cure 2025. We're here again. It was a great day yesterday, by the way. If you didn't pay attention yesterday, we raised how much? $20,429 the first day. Unbelievable. We already started off today with a couple donations. Joe, you want to, before I even start talking, let's call some people out. Who do we have? Donation.
We have a $50 donation from Gemini Spirit. And Jim DeLuna donated $10.
Thank you, sir. All right. Good start already, right? And Eddie, our veteran, has donated $50 to his own cause. So thank you, sir. All right. And I can call. Can I call?
And we have Two Wheel Paradise, Trey. He's pledging $12 for every Mother Road midnight roll today.
All right, that's perfect. That's perfect. $12 for midnight. All right. Now, can you see the thing on camera, Craig?
No.
Okay, I'll put it.
Just what we saw yesterday.
I'm going to keep this right here just for a minute. So, while we're talking about what's going to happen here today, as you know, there it is right there. We are raising money for Veterans Moving Forward, which is an organization that I've just completely fallen in love with. And we'll talk about why in a minute. But this organization raises and trains service animals, service dogs, to help veterans with PTSD and other issues associated with their service. And the way you can help us out, obviously chat live donations, but we have things like this amazing cutting board that are in the auction. So if you go to the crapsforthecure.com website, you'll find a raffles section at the very top. You can buy a raffle ticket for a cutting board like this, which is custom made, right?
Yes.
$25. If you just want one, drop $300 in the high impact area. We'll just make you one and ship it to you, right? There's a lot of things out there, a lot of ways to help besides just regular cash donations. We've got this. We've got Gargoyles put up a couple of belts that you can raffle off for $50 a pop. You'll meet Gargoyle later today, along with Heavy Halton, who's put up a full seminar, right? Raffle tickets for that are also $50. Lots of ways to help the vets in real time today. So we're going to really be guilt tripping you all day long to get those donations in. Our goal, we're about halfway there. So let's cross that finish line today, huh? Now, why are we here? We're going to play some craps. We're going to talk craps all day long, but we're really here to support the cause. I'd like to invite our veteran, Eddie, come on over here, if you would. Yeah, I don't know if it's fine or not.
He'll get jealous, maybe.
Let's introduce your friend.
How you doing? This is Staff Sergeant Clayton Jones. He's been trained through Veterans Moving Forward, and one of the administrators that I traveled down here with is Lori. And Clayton Jones was donated through the Purple Heart Foundation. And Staff Sergeant Clayton Jones was a Vietnam veteran who was seriously wounded in Vietnam, was awarded the Bronze Star with Valor and various other accommodations, went through life with these injuries and succumbed to his injuries, but he was a big part of the Purple Heart Foundation, which sponsored Clay. And the foundation actually paid from soup to nuts for Clayton Jones. And like we mentioned earlier, it's like over $40,000 per dog from beginning to end. So we need more money, more money, more money. All the money we can spend, more money. Every dollar, every cent helps.
And it helps a lot in real terms, right? Like we were talking last night at the casino, right? We were at the craps table and you were like,
a lot of questions.
Oh my gosh, what's going on? We had this great talk though. And you made a comment to me, which will live with me forever now. Like I've got this unbounded respect for folks in the military. Really, I wanted to be military when I was younger. I couldn't serve. I was not able to serve for lots of reasons. And my whole life, I've just like revered what you all do. And you put it into perfect terms last night.
I don't remember.
Oh, let me remind you, because this is the thing, and I could never put it into the right context. But you said last night to me, like you're a teacher, you're a coder, and people depend on you, and they rely on you to get them through, and blah blah blah. And you said, if something goes down here, I'm the guy you want next to you.
It's true,
right? And I'm like, I'm getting chills. That's it, right? So it's like, right? I mean, seriously, it's the way I framed it in my mind was, if somebody F's around, you're the find out guy.
I might be the bouncer,
right? Is that the way to say it?
I didn't tell him all my secrets. I might be the bouncer now.
Right? And I'm like, you're the find out guy. Everybody needs a find out guy in their life, but the military is our find out guy. Like the world F's around, right? That's how we find out, right? That's how they find out, through the military. And I got to thinking about it, and like the cost of being a find out guy is heavy, right? Some people pay the ultimate cost, right? Some people pay a cost you can't see, right? And we have our commemorative chip this year on the back. It says, if you can maybe show it, Greg, it says, not all wounds are visible, right? You can put it in front of the camera probably, right? Can people see that? Just cover it up. Put the back side up with the soldier on it. That's a perfect shot. Turn it around. Yeah, the soldier side, not all wounds are visible, right? And I think it's important to remember that, right? The thing of it is when the guys come back and they bring that with them, it's hard. And you said yesterday that Clayton has given you, and use Lori's, the foundation's worth, a new leash on life, right, with the dog spring. But you said he lights up your world, and he gives you a reason to get up and go. And I want you to just talk about how much that dog means to you and how it's changed your life as you go through. I know you're going to say that.
I don't want. Well, again, I met Lori and Katie, the training director, in a program or this event to raise money for the program. And when I met them, this gentleman, Tom, says, "Hey, why don't you get a dog?" And I'm like, I don't think I really need one. But my wife said it, why don't you get a service dog? And I was like, I get the kids, blah, blah, blah. And as life was still going on, I had issues. And a lot of guys don't accept it. I accepted it, and I reached out, and I got into the program. And without a doubt, changed my life. There's no doubt in my mind that he could change anybody else. Any of these dogs could change anybody's life. And he really did. He's an emotional dog for me. He's a mobility dog for me. Medically, I got the whole full package. And I appreciate what you guys do here. For whatever the money that comes in is going to help other dogs with training and supplies and all the stuff that you don't see behind the scenes. And this group here is phenomenal behind the scenes. And hopefully we get to their goal. And if you need help, please reach out and get it through John and his group, to Veterans Moving Forward, any local group. There's somebody out there that's willing to help, but you got to reach out, because
that's the biggest thing. And I think you said
that's the hardest part.
You said yesterday, a lot of guys are maybe a little stubborn. They want to refuse the help, or they don't know they need the help. Family members don't want to make them get the help, and it's and it's there. The help is there, and it's like, that's what I want you to just say it again. Like, tell the vets, tell the families, like, if there's a need, get it, because look at what it is.
It's truly amazing. You have another partner in life. I can't express it anymore. I had an issue of pride, and I go to a Wednesday group. We call it school. I'm the youngest Persian Gulf veteran there, Desert Storm, 2.5 tours Iraq. And the veterans from Vietnam, I met World War II vets, Korean vets. I met guys that charged Omaha Beach. And it's amazing what you learn and what you hear about what they went through, and how blessed we are with the weaponry and the training that they just didn't have. It was all guts and blood. And the young soldiers today, male, female, they come back. They don't think it's important, but there's so much behind it. Instead of just maybe going to school, there's so many programs out there. And if you don't look for them, they're really not going to find them. And when I started finding out more and more through my school group on Wednesdays, and now I'm like a spokesperson up in Pennsylvania for Clay and their program, and then other programs, and those that out there, Vietnam vets, there's a program called PACT, PACT, that does umbrella all veterans now for whatever needs that they need. From Agent Orange, you didn't find out for 30, 40 years later. The smoke and the burn pits from Persian Gulf till now, still going. And you don't know that until 10, 15 years later, like 9/11. I'm registered. I was activated, came off reserve duty, was down at 9/11, both civilian and military. And my time is still ticking, so it's just a matter of when. But for a veteran, support a group, get into a group, get a dog, and go for it. That's if there's anything else you want to ask me about it, because my mind is racing out what to say.
that was perfect. The thing is, the help is there. And for those of us who don't know what else to do, we can provide the help. We can fund the dogs. It's easy to write a check. It's easy to use your credit card. Write a check, use your credit card.
There you go.
It's easy to do that for us civilians, right? It's not easy for the vets and the families to get the help we can provide. And it's there's a lot of reasons for that. You're right. And I think
in denial is the big one. And then a lot of veterans come back. They don't get the help, or they don't want the help, and then they wind up going into the drug way, the alcohol way, and sometimes it's already too late. Now you just ruined your life.
On transitioning their veterans back into society.
Yeah, that's a big.
It's not that good. I can tell you that.
I want Lord to say that out loud, because that's a very it's a sad but very important point.
Everybody out there knows that. That's prior military that came home from whatever action they did.
The VA system, which is supposed to take care of our military, does a very, very poor job. They would prefer that Eddie be on 16 different drugs versus having a service dog. Keep him medicated. That'll make him happy. That's what our VA believes in. We have no support from the VA. And transitioning, they're awful at it. They have a transition period, but they're not good at it. Why are there so many homeless veterans? Why are there so many veterans that are hungry? Why are there so many veterans that can't find jobs? And there are the VSOs. Eddie can talk about the VSOs. But if you're not directed and you don't have that direction, how do you know what to do?
Yeah, there was a perfect example. When I came home from Desert Storm, our VSO was a Vietnam vet. So he was old school. This is the new school. And when I started talking to him, we had this group of about 4 or 5 soldiers that came back from Desert Storm, and we were totally the opposite. And he's talking about Vietnam, and we're like, well, we were in the Persian Gulf, and it was 2 different type of conflict. And then everybody dropped out because it wasn't about us; it was about him. And to this day, he's great now because we all go to this school again on Wednesdays, and I've seen what he went through, and I was like, you know what? He helped his peers, and now my VSO was in Afghanistan, and he's helping the new breed, and he has more knowledge. More knowledge brings you more money, more money, more money. And it does help because there are programs out there, and I'm still learning. And again, there is help with the vets, but they only tell you so much. The VSO only knows as much as they send them to school to know. And if you get a good VSO, you'll get all the benefits you need. It takes time. It definitely, some people think you go down, you fill out the paperwork, you're going to get your disability or whatever. It don't work that way. And the downfall that I see personally is that when I first got out of the military, there was more veteran workers behind the scene for the Department of Defense, Department of Veterans Affairs, doctors, nurses. They all faded away. So you got a civilian trying to tell you how to come out of a battlefield and how to cope with society. You can't tell me that. You can't teach that and learn that from a book. It doesn't happen. A plumber can tell a plumber what to do, or a fireman or whatever. But when you're getting shot out and the people that you're dealing with are getting killed and you're raiding a house or something, you just can't come home and say, all right, look, I'm looking for a job with sanitation, or I'm good to go. It doesn't happen.
And one thing we do in a lot of nonprofits that are in our world, we also are a database of who they can go to.
Yeah.
I talked with a veteran probably 2 months ago, and he is younger and got injured. He's 8 years out, still waiting for his full benefits to come to him. And every time he calls the VA, he gets a different story.
And a different person.
And a different person. They tell him you're at stage 6. He'll call, he's back to stage 4. And so we have a partnership with another nonprofit who deals in the whole world of veterans. So they deal with homeless, they deal with benefits, they deal with that. So not only are we serving our veterans within, we have the contacts to actually help them find other services.
And that's what I do offline. I try to get people. I have a social worker assigned to me, and I speak to her, and she calls me up, say that I have a service member, female, male, who, whatever, needs to talk to somebody or might be interested in a dog. Can I give him your number? I'm like, put it out there. I say, anybody? And I've gotten quite a few people that said they were going to get into the program. A lot of people reach out the one time.
Yeah.
They never got back to me, never called her, and they just, everybody wants it.
The process is not easy.
No.
It's not easy, but we have to be sure that the person that wants this dog is legit. And, we require paperwork, and sometimes veterans can't make it through that paperwork. They stop. And we're willing to help and do whatever we can, but they stop. It's too much for them. And so then they're stuck in the pipeline. And we call and like, hey, your application, we need this. And they just stop. They just can't continue on, which is hard for us to see that, we know you need a service dog, but the process. And then we have those they'll start an application and they're like, there's people that need it more than I do.
That's me.
There are people who really need a dog more than I do. No, everybody's equal. If you have issues, there's nobody more important. So you got to get that word out that, you got to take care of you. You can't worry about everything else.
So for us, besides donating money, obviously, right? What's the best way for us to help out non-financially? Is there pass out cards? Do we just say, go to the website? Like, what's the best?
I would direct them to the website. I would direct them, business cards. My email's on there, phone number's on there. Then I direct things around. We have a contact page on our website. Contact us, and say, I'm interested in a service dog, or I'm interested in, getting the word out. That's the key thing. Like, Eddie's a spokesperson for us now. He knows, and we have one in Virginia who got his dog. He's a veteran that tried suicide 3 times before he got his service dog. And now he hasn't thought about it since 2021. So, so we can be that and find that person.
Laurie, where is your organization based? And if anybody lives in the area that you're at, do you accept volunteer time at your facility to help walk the dogs, help feed the dogs, help
Yes.
care for the dogs?
Yes. We have, yes, we do. Our training center is in West Virginia. We have 10 acres in West Virginia. The corporate office is Virginia, because that's where our corporation and everything is, and to change all that's a nightmare. So we have a corporate in Virginia, and we have at the out at the property. And yes, we do take volunteers, and we try to get veterans to be volunteers. They can walk dogs, they can come out. We're looking to hire somebody for just maybe an entry level as a kennel tech. As a job or maintenance or something. So yeah, and that too you can do online. You can go and fill out a volunteer application. You can also call and say, hey, what do you
What is your website?
It's Vets Forward, VETSFWD forward abbreviated.org.
Yeah. And I can tell you this, and now, of course, I can't verify this anymore because I've deleted my Facebook account after last week. But until then, I noticed that because I'm supporting the organization, there's a lot of other orgs doing the same sort of thing. Like, matter of fact, in my little tiny town, Wenatchee, Washington, there's another organization that does the same thing, that raise service dogs for local vets. I have no doubt that if you're donating to the org and you're following our page, you will find Facebook will magically give you all the juice to get you what it thinks you want, which in my case was local dogs. You can actually donate your time. You're probably in your town.
Yeah.
There's probably another, and you might even have a list of all those around the country where if I can't drive to West Virginia, which I can't, to help walk a dog, maybe I can walk a dog in Wenatchee or wherever you happen to live. So I think take a look around, and I found multiples of those. In my
if you
feed.
just type in service dogs, it's going to direct you.
Yeah.
And Facebook kind of knows where you live. And so you can find, things or service dog organizations within this county or things like that. They're out there.
They are out there.
They are out there. We're not the only one in town. We think we're one of the best ones in town.
How do we vet one? Let's pretend that I went, and I haven't done it yet.
Okay.
I haven't reached out to the Wenatchee one yet. But if I do, pardon me, and I reach out, how do I know that they're legitimate? What am I looking for as a... You
go to Candid and look up their nonprofit affiliates. Look at the Candid. CANDID. That's a nonprofit hosting for every organization.
Okay.
And you can go in and look at financials. You can go in and see history about that organization. There's also Charity Navigator, which if you look us up, we're Platinum Seal on Candid, which is the highest. And we have the highest rating on. So that's very important when people are looking for organizations they want to work with and sponsor. You look at their financial information. You look at what they do. How long have they been in existence? And their 990 will tell you, which is our tax report, will tell you a history of what they've kind of done in the previous year. Like we on ours tell how many volunteer hours we had, how many dogs we've placed, how many. So you can see a little history on what we did in the previous year.
Good to know.
What I do with Katie, wherever I take him to a function, like here, there's a sheet that I fill out and say, we worked with 10 volunteers, we did this, and she keeps an hourly count of what him and I do. And also what Lori mentioned before about the VSOs, a Veteran Service Officer. Most of the American Legions, the VFWs have one. Your county should have one. And they can reach out to them and they can say, well, these are all the programs that are local. And like you said, most of them, if they have a service dog training in the area, they'll let them know.
Most towns, even my little town I grew up in, has a Legion, has an American Legion,
for sure.
or has a VFW? Yeah, most little towns have those because that's their civic organization.
Yeah.
So you could go, like Eddie said, you can go to them and say, hey, I'm looking for, an organization, or even a veteran go in and say, where do I find some assistance? Because there's going to be others in there that, so.
So the good and bad news is this, right? There's a big gap with the VA. And as silly as it is, my history with the VA was with education. And my goodness, they don't give two craps about getting a vet through education.
No.
The transitional phase is awful.
Correct.
We had 3 people full time trying to deal with this. It was a nightmare just to get somebody some education to transition. This is even worse. Like the highlight of this is, and you're right. It's like take a bunch of pills and go be quiet. Don't go out in the streets and do anything dumb. Just be quiet over here.
Stay in your basement.
Awful.
Live your life out of your
Awful.
basement. Yeah.
So I want to transition real quick. So Skill and Luck asked a question before the show started about the song we're playing, right? Because there's always been, I don't know if it's a controversy, but the song I chose to play the last couple of years was a song that I wrote. I used to play in a metal band way back. And we wrote this song, and it was about homeless veterans. And I was 23 at the time. And Seattle was, all the homeless in Seattle at that time, most of them were vets. And you could, and it was heartbreaking. And the suicide rate was so much higher then than it probably is now. I'm assuming that it's gone down.
No,
22.
No, 22 a day.
Oh my God.
Imagine that. That's a lot.
Oh my God, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, it has not gone down. It's gone up.
Shit. So that song we used to play because it meant a lot to me, but it was hard on the ears. It was, right. The song we're playing today and yesterday is one that it's Ed's favorite song.
Okay.
It's The Warrior. And Ed plays that song every day on his way to work. Every day. When Chris was deployed, he played it every day while he was on deployment to remind himself why his son is doing what he's doing. And since then, every day on his way to work. That song means so much to Ed. And after last year's event, he emailed me a YouTube video of the song, and we shared a tear, and I'm like, so I got it. I'm like, that's why that song is being played. It's Ed's thing, and it's keeping Pearson, Chris alive, and that's why that song is so meaningful, and it'll always be the one. So yeah, replace the screamer.
I have a question. So, what kind of support do you provide to the service dogs and the vets after they get paired up?
Eddie, you want to go there? I can answer, but
the services that I get, either one of the raiser or the trainer will come to my home and make sure it's up to par, like a home well check, or I'm always welcome down there because I'm a volunteer when I get down there, and I try to work with other dogs, and it's like anything else. The other dogs learn from him, and it's good. I feel I'm giving back to them. I went down there a couple of weeks ago and I fixed a couple of things where they would have to pay out of pocket. So I'm like, listen, next I told Lloyd today, whatever you need, get it before I get there, and then I bring my tools and we'll get stuff done. If you ever have an issue, you just call them up. Katie, especially, she's the trainer, but I could call Lori and she'll get in touch. They get right back to you. If he had an injury, somehow he cut his paw in training, and then when he came home with me, he cut his paw, and I kind of like panicked. I was like, oh shit, here's my partner's down. And my neighbor across the street was in the military. He's a firefighter, full time now, and he had the same issue with his dog. So I helped him wrap up his dog and did first aid for him. I'm like, oh dude, I need you. I'm holding his paw. He's like, and I'm wrapping it up, putting pressure on it. Katie, what am I going to do? He goes, just check it out. And the next day, brought him, and I said, yeah, he just got a slit between his pad. I was like, all right, that's cool. If I would have stitched it up myself, but it would have been a rough one. That's why I told him yesterday. Even in me being a volunteer firefighter, you have your checklist. So anytime I have an issue I'm not sure of, I call them and they get right back to you. Or if you want to know more, if you want to go down and retrain, which I brought them down a couple of weeks ago, and it's like a family. You get there, it's so cool. Everybody's, hey, how you been? Blah, blah, blah.
The veterans have to turn in paperwork. They start out monthly paperwork because we got to keep track, make sure you're giving them in their right food. They're not getting fat. And you're giving them their veterinarian care. What food are you feeding this dog? So they have to submit reports monthly for a certain time period. Then they become quarterly. Then they become an annual report. We have to make sure that they still have public access. We can't have, if he was running around here eating everybody's donuts and everything, we're like, yeah, that's kind of a failure thing. We got to work on that, because that's a service dog is a service dog. It can't be running wild and people go.
Not a family dog.
And you don't want somebody seeing that logo on that dog going, oh, this dog's not very well trained,
right.
So we do retraining. We keep in touch. Like I told you yesterday, we keep in touch and make sure that this dog is healthy and well-being. We've had veterans regress, and we had a dog, and I'll tell the story, then we'll move on. He was placed, it was before my time, but he was placed with a veteran who just come out of rehab. Not ready to have a dog, okay? But it was at different times. It was different, we would have never allowed that. I mean, we're on a different level. But she had him, and nobody of the neighbors hadn't seen the dog in a while. And she actually left him. He was alone for 2 weeks. He was eating out of a bag of food that he tore open and drinking out of the toilet. And so was brought back into the organization. It took a lot of training. By the time we got him back out, he was 6. So he went to a veteran, and then retired with that veteran. And then that veteran got a second dog from us. But we have to make sure the safety of that dog is also happening.
Well, and like you said yesterday, you've retained ownership of the dog, right? So it's not like you're like you transfer,
correct?
Right, you're still managing, and that's why all that has to keep ongoing, right? So you can recall and replace if you
not a contractor.
And if Eddie, let's say Eddie called me and said, "I can't. I'm struggling financially right now. I can't afford this," we would step in. So money that is raised and that's in our, would also go back out to help.
Sure.
If Eddie said, "I can't pay for his vet bill this month. I am struggling."
Telling me that now?
We'll talk about that later.
Like you're saying, what Lori's saying is that when you apply for this, they kind of ask your income. It's not cheap, but it's not over expensive. I don't really smoke or drink. Well, I never smoke, but I like to have occasional drinks, sit with him, have a cigar. But it's another expenditure. And when I try write them off, I'm in that bracket where it doesn't matter. So I didn't think of it about what it's going to cost me. I got a prize, So, but an average dog, big or small, whatever, it's about $2,500 a year out of your pocket, out of your cost. I'd pay 10 times that every year if I had to. That's just the way it is.
But, again, if he called and said, I've had my own medical bills, I'm struggling. We're there for you. We don't, once you get your dog, we don't disappear. Sometimes people are like, can you go away and quit asking us for paperwork? But we don't disappear.
These dogs don't get crated or go into a kennel.
No.
Forbidden, voodoo.
If
I went away.
Travel, we'll
happened to me. I brought him to Yana, the razor, and she loved to bring him back. I went on a cruise, came back. It was like never missed a beat.
I bring my dog to cruises.
Yeah. That's something more I got to worry about when I'm half in the bag walking on the ship. He's going over, I'm going over. But he could swim better than me. He's a water dog. But no, I might think about it. Katie's kind of like, well, you can, but just to get on a plane to go to a restaurant sometimes is a hassle. And you got to try to tell people. I had a TSA guy.
Yeah, he didn't have a good experience coming out here.
The dog calmed me down. I just looked down and listened, dude, you're not supposed to be separated. You're not supposed to do this. And I'm trying to tell this guy his job. Don't tell me my job. And I'm like, they're going to take everything out of my bag, which they did. They had to take my brace off. I'm like, I'm not supposed to take my brace off. Everybody says that. I said, I'm not everybody. So here we go. It's going to start. And I'm like, well, I got plenty of time. And I'm like, well, who's your supervisor? And I was going to just hammer him, and I have a metal card that I carry with me on the back. Is the full ADA rules in law, and on me, it's me and him as a picture. And I was just going to pull out and say, you need to read this. I can get it in 2 different languages if you like. and I just did something like a professional zap, and I'm like, is it worth it? Again, I'll fight the fight. Don't get me wrong, but that wasn't the time and place.
You pick your fights.
Yeah, I bring it to me. I don't care either way. But it's a good question, and again. If you could just donate your time as a volunteer is huge. If I lived closer, I'd be there. That'd be my full-time retirement job. Trust me. And it's something that somehow money helps. A physical body, is great.
Yeah.
Man, I'm talking a lot more than yesterday, brother.
That's right. I'm losing it up.
Let's sum it up. There's 3 good ways to help us: financially, volunteers, and getting the word out.
Get the word out.
Spreading the word about it.
And again,
that's the 3 things we need.
Okay, here's a silly question, Lori. It's from a chat. Okay.
Yeah.
So your organization's really good at training dogs, right?
Yes.
Can you train them to play craps in the bed in the casino?
We're going to go.
Well,
great transition, Joe.
I'm sure Clay could grab the chips off of there.
To retrieve cupcakes.
and up, but he could retrieve them. He's given to their
You're
person.
good at collecting, probably.
Right.
Yeah, not betting. I wouldn't trust him with your dollars to bet. And he might
Throw
find
some money out. He'll pick it up. Throw some money out.
it might be of an interest to him.
Tell you what, that's a great transition point. Why don't we take a quick little break, Craig? We're going to go and take Eddie over to the table. We're going to learn how to play craps. You never played before. You watch teach a little bit of craps.
Oh, hey, before we do this, guys, we have an anonymous donation, $300.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Craig.
That is Thanks for joining us for Craps for the Cure 2025. This year, we're again proud to partner with Veterans Moving Forward, a unique organization that's 100% focused on providing service and support dogs for U.S. veterans that are dealing with physical and mental challenges associated with their time in service. 100% of every dollar donated through Craps for the Cure goes directly to Veterans Moving Forward, and VMF puts 100% of that money directly to work in the purchasing, caring for, and training of these very special dogs that serve our highly respected U.S. veterans. Over the last 2 years, with your help, Craps for the Cure has raised enough money to purchase 2 dogs for Veterans Moving Forward. The first one, Moochie or Mooch, was purchased about 1.5 years ago and named after our good friend and fellow Craps YouTuber Chiro Moochie, who unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. Pearson was purchased this past year and named after Ed Robinson from Roll to Win Craps, from his son, who we also unfortunately lost way too early. This year, we shift our focus into funding the training and raising of these 2 pups as they prepare for their dogs. Is expensive and time-consuming work. They each train about 2 hours a day, 5 days a week with a certified service dog instructor. These lessons, they run about $100 an hour over the course of 2 years. If you want to make a big impact, we're happy to let you know that a few of our sponsors have really stepped up this year. Head to crapsforthecure.com and click the high impact donations link, and you'll come here to this part of our donations website. And for starters, every person that donates $1,000 will get to train for a full day with Dice Coach Bo Parker. Coach Parker is willing to donate his time, 8 hours, to the cause for everyone that steps up with that size of a donation. The folks at Casino Quest have put up a number of high impact items. Full dealer training for $500. All the classes, all the online courses they offer, full dealer training, $500. If you do 1,000, they'll let you have the full dealer training plus come in person for a private audition with David or Alex. If you really want to step up and drop 5,000, that's fantastic. They put up a full experience with training at the facility, a ride to the casino, dinner with those 2, David and Alex, and of course, gambling with them live. These larger priced sort of direct purchase items really go a long way towards chewing up some of those training costs we talked about for Mooch and Pearson. Thanks for your support of Craps for the Cure, Veterans Moving Forward, and of course, our brave servicemen and women. God bless you.
I'm roughing it now.
Let me know we're on. We're on? All right, so we're back. Coffee and craps time. So I've got our veteran Eddie here. We're going to learn craps. You were at the casino with us last night, and we had a packed table, packed house.
No, that it was.
And you're like, what's going on? And it's a very unique game. And the thing about craps is, and I think that freaks people out, is this. Every square on this table is a bet you can make.
Okay.
So it's wickedly complicated, and it's very intimidating at first, right? But the game itself is actually really kind of easy. So I'm going to give you $100. We're going to play this out. I'm going to kind of show you how this works. Take this money, drop it up there in your rack. And I'm going to give you kind of the lay of the land. So the baseline rules of the game. This is called the puck, right? And it's got 2 sides, off and on, which means you're not playing and you're playing. Like the game is on, the game is afoot, as they say, or it's not. The whole point of the game, if you're the shooter with the dice, is you're betting or trying to roll one of these numbers, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, or 10, and then roll it again before you roll a 7. If you roll a 7, you lose. If you roll a number again, you win. That's the basics of the game. And mechanically, you have a choice to make as the shooter, whether you think you can do it or not. So the pass line bet says, if you pass the test, right, I can do it. I think I'm going to roll one of these and then roll it again. If you think you can't do it, you're going to bet the don't and say, I think I'm going to roll a number, but then I'm going to roll a 7 before, and that, right? So you're kind of betting against your, like, I don't think I can do it. There's a weird stigma about that, but that's your two choices. As the shooter, you have to make a choice. You have to decide, right? It's the do or it's the don't. Exactly.
Gotcha.
The rest of us don't have to do that. We can watch. We can let you just play it out yourself, right? A lot of people play it anyway. They'll still choose against you or for you.
Okay.
But as the shooter, that's your whole job. Bet I'm going to do it or I'm not going to do it. And you can make a choice right now. You can put $5 out there. So you have a $5 chip. What do you think you're going to be able to do?
Oh, I'm going to do it.
You're going to, of course, there you go. Think positive, right? So the casino, though, right? They'll never, even though it's off, which feels like the game's not happening, they will never let a bet be on the table that they can't take, right? So while this is off and you're in the process of rolling the dice to get one of these numbers up here, that bet's still at risk.
Okay.
Right? Even though the game is off, it's still on for them because they never turn it off. What this means is while you're trying to get one of these numbers, if you happen to roll a 7 or an 11, they pay you. It's actually good. When the puck is off, the 7's a good thing. You get a little bit of money.
Okay.
If you roll one of the other numbers, this 2, the 3, or the 12, you lose that bet. So there's a chance to lose that money before you even start, which is how the casino makes their hay, right? So I'm going to give you some dice. I'm going to give you 2 dice. Have you throw them against the back wall there. And we'll just kind of play it out just pass line only, just to get a sense of the rhythm of how this game works.
Talked about this. So I'm going with my lucky numbers.
And we got a 4. So what happens is this. I'll move these into the middle here. So the 4 becomes what we call the point. The game is on the 4.
Okay.
Now your job, roll me a 4 before you roll me a 7.
Gotcha.
That's it. So you keep rolling the dice. And as you do that, I'm going to mark things.
I can't add into the
you can do anything else you want at this point, but I want to keep it simple.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to do just one bet for right now. We're not going to take odds or anything else. We're just going to bet to see if you can or can't do that. I want to get a sense of what we call puck rhythm. That's a 10. And I'm going to mark these numbers as we go here just so you can see how many times you rolled the dice. Just to get a visual on this. We'll talk about that later.
So far, my flyers are okay.
6. Oh, he did the snap. Where's Jen? I love it. I love the snap. That's fantastic.
In the schoolyards.
That is right from flicking.
Come on, baby.
Flicking quarters, right? This part we're playing now is very much street craps. This is like what you would play like in the barracks or against the wall, like when I was a kid.
Right. So
street craps is only the number or not. That's it. That's really what you do. And the casino made it more complicated. But yeah, this is
so we just still stay the same.
Nothing happens. You roll a 6, you roll a 10. Nothing's happening yet. 10. All right, it's a second 10. That's amazing, by the way. 2 10s. How much do we love that? We're gonna flip the 10, guys. Those who know.
So what does that mean? Just flip it? You're gonna?
There's a move that we call the flip, where you can turn $35 into 1,000, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm game. So far, I get close to anything.
Give me a 10. That's an 8. You're rolling great. It's an 8. 4, 8. Beginner's luck. We call that the virgin roll right there. The virgins.
Virgin. Yeah.
Always rock it.
Yeah.
Somebody says my first time playing, people will come out of the woodwork
because it's
to play on that table. Hey, we flipped a 10. Oh my goodness. I'll show you how that works.
I haven't seen any money back yet.
I will show you how that flip works just for funsies later on.
I'm having fun here.
That's awesome.
All right.
Oh my gosh, look at that. 4 10s. Woo, baby.
You should have rubbed off on me last night, guys.
Gracious, we should have.
Can I quit while I'm ahead?
You ain't won nothing. Yeah, you're not here on the fast line.
That's wrong.
You're looking for that 4.
Oh, okay.
What you're feeling right now is what we call FOMO.
But now, let me ask you, if I get 2 twos,
yeah,
I'll lose.
No,
nothing.
The only thing that happens to you right now is you lose on a 7. You win on any kind of 4.
Okay.
Any kind of 4.
All right, 4.
Yep. Come on. There's a 5. Oh, my goodness. Mark the 5. Look at
It's one
that.
of the random rollers that just
I'm
goes on.
telling you.
We have a comment.
Yes.
Says this will be the best roll he'll ever have in his entire
This is it. You're calling it right now.
Let's roll. That's
money.
my volunteer fire company's motto. Let's roll.
Hey, we got the pass line. It's a 4.
All right, so let's move.
So I'm gonna put 2 4 or 1 4 there. So what's gonna happen is this.
Yes, that's why I told you yesterday.
So you,
Once I get the
so you get paid on the 4,
okay,
right? The puck goes off now. So the game is off. Anybody who's betting up in here, their bets are safe.
Okay.
When the puck is off, your bets are pretty much gonna be safe. Now you take that money,
okay.
you can save it for later.
Oh, I put it somewhere.
Put it back in your rack. Now you got to make another choice. You're still rolling. As long as you keep making those numbers, you get to keep rolling.
Okay,
Right,
so if
so-
I go to pass or don't pass, I'm not playing.
Yeah, well, you're the shooter still because you made your number.
We gotta,
Go back to the pass. There you go.
so I can put more.
You can put more. Oh, see, look at him. Look at he's putting more. He already figured it out. We're gonna press our bet. I love it. All right, so now we're looking for a number.
Okay.
If we get a 7 here, it's a good thing because the puck is off. Puck is off 7. We like the 7.
I'm on 7.
Let's go, baby. It's an 11, which is just as good.
Okay.
7 or 11 is a winner down here when the puck is off. So you get paid $10.
Let it ride.
He's gonna let it ride. You got to put it on top.
Up here?
Put it up on top. You stack the bet on top of the other.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, this is my man right here.
Parlay.
Yep,
It's not my money.
it's not your money.
All right. Here it goes.
It's a 5. Okay, now
Now I gotta hit a 5.
I got a 5 again. So the
All right.
puck is going to move to here, and that tells you what your target is. So this bet here is a bet on the number 5.
So now, if other people are playing, I noticed yesterday that they were putting numbers in the corners and
they can put money wherever they
also
want.
they're adding their own gamble either on the die or the number.
And you could too. You could take money and say, "Look, I would like to also bet on this other."
Also, if that number comes out, I win there too.
You can win there too. So, for example,
figure the math out
Yeah.
yesterday.
give me $15. Give me 3 of those. I'll show you. Well, let's pick one number.
Okay, let's
You
go
put
with
it down and say, "Place the 8 for me."
Oh, okay.
So you do it. Place the 8.
Place the 8.
We go to the 8. It's $12 bet the way that works. Don't worry about why, but it's $12. I'm going to give you $3 in change.
Okay.
You can put that in your rack. And that's great for giving the
tip.
The Jameson lady gets her tips from that, right?
Okay.
Now, if you roll a 5, you win here.
For
If you roll an 8, you get paid here. You get to pick more numbers to play as you're going.
Got it.
The longer the roll goes, the more money you have a chance to make.
Jen, where's Jen? Writing this down in her book. What my chances are?
It does. I'm telling you.
I learned a lot last night.
A highly trained professional right here. I think by he don't miss.
In the audience, in the chat, the general consensus is you're creating a monster.
I have created a monster.
And he
100%.
already knows our habits with Jen and everybody else's betting habits.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. That's awesome.
And I'm on video too. So last night, don't tell my wife any of this.
Some people not. It's the 11. Yeah, nothing happens on this
Okay.
one. Nothing happens there. So it's 11.
There's nothing.
How about some chat donations while we're rolling here, huh?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Come on.
We're gonna get 2 points.
Bet for me.
Bet for him. That's right.
Don't ever bet against me.
Somebody's is on the 12s, right? Already. There's a 7. Oh no, 617. That's the ouch.
Ow.
So what happens is, I take your money, and,
Okay.
and everybody's sad, right? When that happens.
It's all right.
But that's the game.
Right,
Now
right,
you're
right.
off.
You win some, you lose some.
And what would happen now is the next person gets the dice. You kind of blew it.
Right.
Right.
My opportunity. And
Yeah, you had your chance and you made some money, right? Next person gets the dice. You don't have to bet on here. You can wait. You can choose to do what you just did and say, I think that guy can do it,
Okay.
right? That's the game. And as it goes around the table, now let's look at what happened here. You rolled a 4, you rolled a 5, 6, an 8, and 4 10s during the roll. Okay. If you were the type of person that wanted to bet up in here, right? Every one of the times you rolled these numbers, you would have got paid a little bit,
Okay.
right? So the game can be as simple as I just want to do that street crap style, or I think I can
And then I could put a different amount on each.
totally, right?
Okay.
And like this 10 with 4 10s, that's $1,000 roll for some people. Yeah. If you got I'll show you how to do it, right? The 10, the nice thing about the 10, so these all pay differently. Like that one just paid whatever you put on it, right? The 10 pays 2 to 1, right? So that first 10, let's say you had, well, I'll show you the actual flip. Let's say you put $35 on it.
Okay.
$35, 2 to 1. It pays how much? Quick math, $70.
Right.
Right? 35 times 2 is 70. It pays $70. what you're going to do is take 25 of that and say, make the whole thing look like $100. Just let it ride, right?
Okay.
Take a nickel back for your
Nickel.
don't ever say Nickelback out loud.
What's it?
Nickelback is the CSS of bands. I think 3 people get the joke, but that's pretty funny. Right?
No, if you take 45 cents from 50 cents, what do you get?
50 cents.
Nickelback.
Nickelback. Yeah, right. All right, so that was your first 10, right? The first 10, it goes to $100. The second 10 that you rolled, 100 pays 200.
Got it.
Right? Now, what you probably should do is take that for later. Take it to your rack and save onto it, right?
Okay.
That third 10 that you rolled also pays $200. Now what you're going to do is put that on top and take part of this, right? We'll take that $100 and the greens are worth 25. So we'll take 2 of those and make it look like 350. Okay. That fourth 10 that you did roll, 350 times 2, $700. There's $500, $600, $700, 7, 8, 9, $1,050 for those 4 10s. So if somebody was crazy enough, right, to let that thing ride, right?
Yeah.
Look at that. That first roll you had was literally the roll that's a miracle. And people, we have shown this strategy, right, on all of our chat. All the guys here have shown this strategy once. People in chat will say, "You all are morons. It'll never happen." It never happens. I've never seen it once. Guess what? Just happened in fight. You live in the world. What did David say? We live in the chaos. We're looking for chaos rolls. That was a chaos roll. That was absolutely perfect.
I got it.
Right?
That's cool.
That's the game. Let's do it one more time. One more round. All right. So you can pick a side. Actually, let's play the don't pass. Let's pretend that I'm rolling and I suck.
Okay.
Okay. So you say, John, you can't do it. I've watched you roll. You're
So
terrible.
I can bet what I want on the don't pass.
On the don't pass. As much as you hate me. There it is. Okay. Now this is reverse. So when the puck is off, again, the casino, they want their juice, right? Now, when over here you won when? When the puck was off, let's try to remember this. When you're on the pass line, what made you win? When the puck was off. You remember?
Right. So now if the puck is on,
Well,
not on yet.
not on yet. So the puck is still off. When you're on the pass line, a 7 or 11 was a winner. But over here, it reverses. It's a loser. So now we roll a come out 7. We lose our money before the puck even goes on, which kind of sucks. I'll roll the dice. Snap it up, right? And there's a 4. Cool. We got a 4.
So now you put
I go to the 4. Yep. And now your bet says you can't do it. Now you're hoping for a 7.
How many times?
I can roll for 2 hours as long as I don't roll a 4 before a 7.
Okay.
All you care about now is let Johnny fail. Let's get a 7 before the 4 and we'll get our same money.
Okay.
Now you rolled a 4 and you made it, which is awesome, right? I will probably not. Now, if you want to go ahead and do some of this, we can do some of that. It's up to you. But let's take the dice. Yeah, let's see what we get. We got a 6. And again, I'll mark it up.
Okay.
So just to count how many times we could have won, which is always fun to do. I'm going to show you why in a minute. Why the 7? Here's another miracle, right? Why the 7 is such a strong number in this game, and we always say we're fighting against the 7. You're not fighting the dealers. You're not fighting the players. You're fighting against these dice here, and I'll show you why the 7 really sucks in a minute. There it is. 5, 2, 7. I rolled one number, a couple times, big deal, but you get paid the $7 or the $10. Puck goes off. Next person gets the dice because I failed.
Okay.
Right. Why is the 7 the number that the casino banked on? Right. Let's take a look at the 4. If I roll 2 dice, right?
The chances are 6 and a 1, a 4 and a 3, a 5
sure.
and a 2.
One of them's going to land first, though, right?
Yeah.
This one stopped on a 6. This one here is still bouncing around.
Okay.
There's 100% chance I can get a 7. Right. This die always is going to have the 1. It's always going to, right? Whatever. If this is the 3, I'm always going to have the 4. I can always make a 7 here. But if I rolled a 6, there's no way to roll a 4. Right? There's no way that this can be a 4 because I've already rolled more than the 4, right?
Gotcha.
The 7 is the only number that no matter what one of these dice has on it, the other one always has the partner to make it a 7. You're always halfway home to getting your ass handed to you. Always. And the casino knows that. So all the money that you saw last night.
Yeah, it was all up high.
How much money was up here? Last night there was 11 people at the table. There was probably $500-600 for all of us up here. That's all it takes. It needs to roll over and become a 2, and they scoop it all in, right? It's such an easy game for the casino, right? And that's why the don't pass bet, a lot of people just stick with that because they know it's powerful. It's a powerful number. But yeah, the core of the game, pick a side, play the side, right? And that's really the whole thing.
Right.
That's the whole game. And then all of this is just optional. If you think,
add-on thing is, I got you.
yeah, if you think a guy can do it, if a virgin walks up to the table and they can, it's going to happen like you just did the first time. You bet some numbers up here. And what we talk about on these shows, and you heard yesterday, is strategy. Like, what's the best way to play the numbers? What's the safest way to play the numbers without a whole lot of risk? We worry about that stuff. Right. And the more you study the game, these numbers become really important. This stuff in here, it's fun, but it's like, it's giving money away. But really, the game is played up in here. And David was talking yesterday about, it's all about the numbers.
Right.
That's what he means. It's about the numbers during the roll. So when the puck is on, we love to see a lot of numbers up here before the 7. We don't even care if you make the point. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, if you roll a 4 for your point, you can roll numbers all day long. We don't care. Just collect. Make our paycheck, right? That's craps. They make it really complicated looking.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's an easy game.
Yeah.
It really is kind of easy. Just roll the dice and get paid when you're on the bet that rolled. That's kind of it.
So if I rolled, everybody who bet that I rolled is going to get paid.
Totally. Let's do it again. We'll do one more. Okay, you can roll the dice this time. There's your $20 from your win on the don't.
All right.
And you can have the dice. We'll do one more session.
Hey, John, we have another donation.
Let's go.
Overthinking craps.
All right.
$50.
Hey, Nemo, right? There we go. Nemo, by the way, had a great night last night. We played with him last night at the table, and he was hopping the crap out of the bunny and doing his thing, right?
4 minutes to 11.
Perfect. Okay. Just enough time.
Besides doing the pass, I got to stack them, right?
Yep.
I can play a number.
You can play a number. But I'll show you something else for the pass line too. So let's get roll. Let's get our point first.
That must be some of his profits he won from last night.
That's right. So this bet here needs to be $6. It's a weird thing, but you give me a white chip that makes it 6. And these bets will be off when the puck is off. So that's not gonna. If you get a 7 here, we won't take your money.
Right.
These bets typically mean you're safe here, and they're at risk when it's on.
Gotcha.
That's the one we're looking at right now. So you have $15 in the pass line. We're gonna go big or go home here. This is gonna be it. It's an 8. That's a great number. Eights are kind of easy to roll, right? So now what happens is, here's what's happening. This is a weird case. The puck is on the 8, and your pass line bet technically is that.
Gotcha.
It's the 8. So you don't need this bet here. The dealer will ask you, where do you want that to go?
I can take
it back,
move it.
or you can go to the one next to it, which a lot of folks do. Now, the 8's an easy number to roll. You have this bet here. You can put more money on that. So because it's easy to roll, maybe take like $25. Take 5 of those and put them behind it.
Okay.
That's called taking odds. And if you're really confident, you want to play the math of the game, this bet plus that bet now is on the 8. You got like 15 plus 20. You got $40 on that 8. Okay. You can go as high back here as 5 times the size of that bet if you wanted to. Some guys do. They'll put 25 and 100 and a quarter back there, right? They're really going after it. If you roll an 8, we're going to be in River City right here.
Okay.
Let's do it. It's a 5.
Keep it rolling, right?
It's right here. Yep. Keep rolling. Nothing happens for you.
So now you put a number that I rolled a 5?
Yeah, then they don't really do it. I just like you to see.
Okay,
like
I
what,
got you.
To play the what if game. How would I have done if? Yeah. That's a 9. The 5-4. Big Daddy Mac. Hard 9. Nine again. Well, you
It's going to go the opposite side.
you with the repeaters, I'm telling you.
Yeah, what 5s are on there?
7.
Lose it all, right?
That's it. The casino's like, thank you, sir. May I have another? They take all your money, and that's the end. That's what happens, right?
It's fun.
But it's fun, right?
It is.
Now, one thing you did, I have to correct you on. You cannot use 2 hands on the dice.
I was going to ask you that. It's got to be down here.
Yeah. And you'll notice that you can't see it. On your side, there's a mirror back there. You see the mirror?
Yeah.
The person sitting here is kind of watching the game. They're looking at if you come up here and switch the dice out for fake dice, so you got to keep.
It's always got to be on the table.
They got to be on the table in view the whole time, and that's a casino.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of people last night. They did the old flip here.
Yep.
And put it on. However.
Exactly. So that's craps. It looks crazy.
That's the number 1.
But it's actually not that tough. It's actually pretty easy. If you think about, like I said, your plan of attack on this thing, you kind of ease into how the game works with this puck, and then you can decide where you want to go from there. So Cool.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, brother.
You got it, man.
I'm a
All right.
winner. Didn't
Yeah.
even know. I'm gonna cash in now.
All right. We call that coloring up. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back with the crew. We're going to go back with the Cruising and Craps crew. It'll be Jen. It'll be Ryan from Mark the Point. It'll be Brian from Holy Roller. They're going to talk about cruising and craps. A little bit of a debate. While they're doing that, Craig's going to show you how to donate. Get yourselves to the website, crapsforthecure.com. Get that money in, man. We need it. All right. Thanks for joining us for Craps for the Cure 2025. This year, we're again proud to partner with Veterans Moving Forward, a unique organization that's 100% focused on providing service and support dogs for U.S. veterans that are dealing with physical and mental challenges associated with their time in service. 100% of every dollar donated through Craps for the Cure goes directly to Veterans Moving Forward, and VMF puts 100% of that money directly to work in the purchasing, caring for, and training of these very special dogs that serve our highly respected U.S. veterans. Over the last 2 years, with your help, Craps for the Cure has raised enough money to purchase 2 dogs for Veterans Moving Forward. The first one, Moochie or Mooch, was purchased about 1.5 years ago and named after our good friend and fellow Craps YouTuber Chiro Moochie, who unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. Pearson was purchased this past year and named after Ed Robinson from Roll to Win Craps from his son, who we also unfortunately lost way too early. This year, we shift our focus into funding the training and raising of these 2 pups as they prepare for their dogs is expensive and time-consuming work. They each train about 2 hours a day, 5 days a week with a certified service dog instructor. These lessons, they run about $100 an hour over the course of 2 years. If you want to make a big impact, we're happy to let you know that a few of our sponsors have really stepped up this year. Head to crapsforthecure.com and click the high impact donations link, and you'll come here to this part of our donations website. And for starters, every person that donates $1,000 will get to train for a full day with Dice Coach Bo Parker. Coach Parker is willing to donate his time, 8 hours, to the cause for everyone that steps up with that size of a donation. The folks at Casino Quest have put up a number of high impact items. Full dealer training for $500. All the classes, all the online courses they offer, full dealer training, $500. If you do 1,000, they'll let you have the full dealer training plus come in person for a private audition with David or Alex. If you really want to step up and drop 5,000, that's fantastic. They put up a full experience with training at the facility, a ride to the casino, dinner with those 2, David and Alex, and of course, gambling with them live. These larger priced sort of direct purchase items really go a long way towards chewing up some of those training costs we talked about for Mooch and Pearson. Thanks for your support of Craps for the Cure, Veterans Moving Forward, and of course, our brave servicemen and women. God bless you. All right, we are back. Craps for the Cure 2025. Next segment here is going to be the great cruise debate. Got Ryan from Mark the Point. I got Brian the Holy Roller. I got the Justice Jen over here. There's been a little bit of we've gone back and forth in chats online. If you watch our channels, with the best way to earn the free cruise and enjoy the cruise. And I would tell you this: I'm the new cruiser. I've been twice now. My wife's been once, and she's like, "I want to live on a cruise ship."
Yep.
It is fantastic. What a great way to spend your life, right? The best thing about it, though, is there are ways that you can play and keep earning the next cruise. And you can just kind of, once you pay for one, you never pay for it again, really. And I love how you frame it. At the land-based casinos, and last night's a good example, you bet thousands to win dollars, right? On the cruise ship, you bet dollars to win thousands. In comps, right? In comps. So I want you all to take it up and take as long as you need here. And to kind of talk about the cruising life, the cruising way of gambling. I think Jen's going to have some pointed thoughts on the target. So I'll scoot out of the way and let y'all have the mic. Sound good?
Let's do it.
Bye.
All right.
All right.
Well, thanks, John. I really appreciate it and everything and everybody watching. And it's been amazing. I got here a little bit late, but yesterday, over $20,000 is awesome that we're raising for veterans. And let's do some more today, okay?
Yeah.
But let's talk cruising. Go ahead.
Let's do this. Okay. So we're gonna take it from the top because in case someone like Randall who's never cruised before doesn't know anything about how do you get a free cruise. So Brian, oh my God, my voice. How does someone who hasn't cruised before get a free cruise?
Yeah, that's a great question. A lot of people, like even John said, you have to buy or pay for the first cruise. Oftentimes that's the truth, but there are ways that you can actually get a free cruise offer, even if you've never cruised before. And so I'll just talk a little bit about that, and we'll talk a little bit about if you've never been cruising, we'll go into that too. If you do have a casino that has a partnership with a cruise line, your comps, if you talk to the casino host, they can get you in contact with someone from a cruise line that can probably transfer your comp, whatever they're comping you, to a free cruise. And you could go on your first free cruise based on that partnership with the casino. So I know that MGM and Hard Rock partner with Royal Caribbean. And what about you?
Caesars partners with Norwegian.
Yeah. Caesars partners with Norwegian.
Station Casinos partners with Princess.
Okay.
And Sahara will give you some carnivals, correct?
Yeah. Oh, Carnival with Sahara.
Yes. That's right.
Ah.
How do you not know this?
I play at Sahara. Maybe I can get on a Carnival trip.
We've been trying to do this for months, right?
Yes, that could be great. That could be great.
We're trying to convert him from Royal, but okay. So those are the things. Just look for free offers or talk to a host. If you're not at the level where you can have a host, still look for free offers. It does come.
Yeah, and it's based on your level of play, how long your average bet, just being there. And I think that's one of the points that I think is different when you're on a cruise or when you're playing for comps. Yeah. We talk a lot about getting out of the hand and getting out of there, right? Make your profit and leave, But when you're on a cruise, you're there to play, and you can play and leave. But the more time at the table is almost the enemy when you're playing craps, right? But if you're playing for comps, time is your friend. So how can you play in such a way where you're not just bleeding all your money throughout the...
We're not there yet.
That's what we're going to talk about.
We're not there yet, Sam. Yeah. So really the question was, how can you get a free cruise? There are really two ways, right, Randall? One is maybe get the cheapest inside cabin, the cheapest on sale Black Friday cruise that you can, pay for your first one, or look for offers from your land-based casino.
Essentially, it's kind of, if you do have a casino host, they can look at your ADT for all
daily theoretical.
For all your different casinos that you're playing at the land base, and they can look at that and capture that to find out what's the best cruise that you can get on as well.
Maybe you are comped.
Yeah, I have a link with you are comped / Holy Roller. So yeah, it's the U
letter,
the letter U R, and then the word comped.com / Holy Roller without the ER, just the Holy Roll with the R, like pirates. R, we're on the ship. R, yeah. But and I always say not a sponsor, but I am affiliate. I reached out to them and said, hey, I have some people that want to get on free cruises with their comp from their casino. So I do have a link. I wasn't going to promote that, but
for you. So that was the third way. The fourth way is to go through an independent host like Premier Casino Hosting, who isn't sponsoring this, but John is one of the employees there. So hook up with John Cocos, and he might be able to look at your play and get you a free casino play the first time.
Yeah, I think that would be probably better if you contact with John, give him your comp that you may have at a regular casino. He can use that probably to get you on a cruise.
And real quick, before I know we're throwing out this word free cruise a lot, right? Let's define what the free cruise is.
That's
real
perfect.
Quick.
That was question.
Because when we say free cruise, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get $1,000 cruise. I don't owe $1. That's not necessarily the case.
Yeah,
there are fees. Fair. Yeah, there's fees that you do have to pay, regardless of port fees and stuff like that. So
yeah, I think it's cruise fare. When we say free cruise, we mean the cruise fare. You're not paying cruise fare. Yeah. You're paying taxes and port fees. Mm-hmm. So taxes and port fees are based on what kind of comp you're getting, because the taxes on an interior versus the taxes on a balcony are a little bit different. Mm-hmm. And the port fees that are charged by to go to each port. So your destinations matter. But on average, you're looking at about $150 a person
I would say.
Port fees and taxes.
Port fees and taxes,
That's the Caribbean. But if you're gonna go to Alaska, it's a lot more like
250.
300.
Yeah, 250 to 300.
Yeah.
So if you really want to say $300 a person, I haven't paid more than that. Have you paid more than that? I mean, maybe if you're in
the
like
Mediterranean, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe if you're in like a balcony or a junior suite or something.
Oh, yeah.
Because remember, the taxes go up the higher the room.
Yeah.
So I would say between $100. I've paid $97 before.
Yeah.
I'd say between $100 to $300 per person is where you could be on this cruise. And this is, the thing that's very interesting about the taxes and port fees is I pay $120 for a 4-night. I pay $120 for a 7-night.
Yeah.
I pay $120 for an 11-night. I'm like, what's going on? Because remember, those sea days, there's no taxes for the port fees or no charge for the port fees. So even though it's a longer cruise, you're kind of paying the same price.
And make sure you stay on a little bit more, because we're going to talk about free play. So for us, I feel like free play kind of mitigates some of those taxes, because you're able to use that free play, convert it into cash, which then can turn your cruise into a free cruise as well.
Yeah, there is a way to get a free. Yeah, if you're getting value when you get there, you could, in your mind, say this is free because I paid $200 of taxes and port fees, but I'm getting $1,000 when I get there.
Yep.
A free play. So sometimes that feels like it's free.
But before we move on to the next question, let's make sure we know, while we're here, this is a Veterans Moving Forward, Crafts for the Cure. Make sure y'all are donating if you can, and go to our website, craftsforthecure.com, where you can get these nice gifts. You can go for raffles. Our raffles are really down right now. We'd like to kind of bump them up a little bit. So just please make sure, support the call, support what we're doing here. It's a great thing, and we're having a little fun while we're here too.
So what you're saying is it's great odds on the raffles right now.
Oh, dude, it's like a 1 out of 3. You get a 30% chance of win. That's better than any past out there.
There might be a couple where I'm like 1 out of 2. I'm like, yes.
So please go ahead and get this stuff, guys. All right, go ahead. What you got, Jen?
Okay, so when you get on the cruise, what is included in the free cruise? What do you get?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
you want to start or you want me to start?
Yeah.
No, I want you to start because I want to up you. Go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more than one up you. So go ahead.
Well, let's talk about, I think, the difference when you are playing at a land-based casino. And John kind of talked about when we started. I always say you have to spend thousands to win hundreds of dollars worth of comps. Okay. And I feel like on a cruise, you could spend hundreds to win thousands of dollars worth of comps. Because when you get a land-based offer, sometimes you can get, 3 nights free, maybe have to pay resort fees still. Maybe they might waive the resort fees, right? But then you do have to pay for your food. And then they have the $95 baked potato that they want you to buy. No, I'm just, but there are certain things that on a land-based, you're only getting the room. But when you're on a cruise, you're getting that cabin, you're getting the food, you're getting the shows, right?
Service, you ain't got to clean nothing.
You got very, very awesome service. There's the entertainment. You're getting the travel, the ports. You're going to different places in the world. And so, if I was selling cruising, this is what most people say when they sell cruising. They're like, imagine getting to your room, unpacking once, and then traveling the world, and then packing up one more time and going home, because people that do travel a lot of times, that, every hotel, every Airbnb, wherever they go, they're unpacking. Then they have to buy their groceries. Then they have, there's so much into it. When you get on a cruise, you don't have to think about any of that stuff.
Grab a plate.
Just
load up your food.
Yeah.
Now drinks. Are you getting free drinks?
I'm getting free drinks.
When are you getting?
Where?
When and where?
It depends on which cruise line you're on. Okay. So I'm going to talk mainly about Royal Caribbean right now, and I know you have different experiences. I've been on a celebrity cruise as well, so it's a little bit different. But most time when you're in a land-based casino and you're playing, and some aren't even doing it anymore, but usually you're playing at the table, somebody comes by, cocktails, drinks, you're able to order and you don't have to pay, right? Some places on land, but definitely on the cruise, if you're on a Royal Caribbean ship and you're playing, and they're like, you want a drink? Oh, yeah, give me a drink. They're like, what's your room number? The reason why they want your room number is because they're going to charge you for that drink. Right. So that on Royal Caribbean, you don't get free drinks in the casino until you get
to a certain level of points, and we'll talk about that in the future, but you'll get a little bit of points, then you could get free drinks in the casino, but only in the casino.
Yep.
If the casino's closed, you can't go to any bar on the ship, but you get free drinks in the casino. Now on Celebrity, if you're playing in the casino, doesn't matter, you get free drinks, just like an old school, land base.
So
one up me. What do you get?
We get free drinks anytime, anywhere on the ship.
On where? Which ship?
On the
Carnival.
Carnival.
Any
Okay.
Carnival, we get any drinks anytime. It doesn't matter if the casino's open, closed, if you're
Any
at
bar.
any bar you
Whatever
want to walk up to.
Yeah.
And there's really, I haven't found that there's a limit now. I'm a little bit different. I don't drink alcohol, but we still love we love the Virgin daiquiris and the Miami Vices. We have the kids; they get them as well. And it's one of those, you just walk up there about every 5 to 10 minutes. They can scan your card and go get another one. So it's anytime you want to, you can get them.
Now, this is a huge value. Now, you might say, if you don't drink, I'm getting a Coke Zero every day. It's like
Coke's anything.
yeah.
$3.
Or in Virgin margaritas, whatever. You can get all that stuff, or the real ones, right? But these packages that the cruise line will, add on their specialty dining. You can get the free food, but you should get the special, the special.
Yeah.
They want to add on to your bill, right? So when it comes to value, if you get free drinks when you're on a cruise, the huge value, because it's like $80 a day, at least.
Per person.
Yep.
And one person can't buy it in the room. If you have two people in the room, they both have to buy it. So you're talking about
$1,500 usually.
$1,500, and that's why people, when they go on the cruise, they call them the booze cruise, because they want to get their value. And they want to get their value. They're like, I paid $1,500. I'm drinking $1,500 worth of drinks today.
Yeah.
Get my value.
Yes, that's definitely one perk on Carnival is you do get drinks everywhere. Right?
It's a huge perk.
Yeah,
absolutely. Now just be cautious when we talk about the drinks. There are classes of the Carnival that you would want to stay on and stay off. The lower ships, you're going to have a lot
classes of ships.
Let's just say,
I think of it like models of car. I think about a size of ship, but like models of car.
We're going to go with size.
Okay.
If you do go on a Carnival cruise and your first experience is a smaller boat, you're going to get if you get a smaller boat,
ship.
He calls the smaller ones boats.
Get to the boat. That's the ship.
But you're going to get a different class of
experience. Just a different experience
versus a large. Yeah.
Stop using the word class, but yeah. You mean a group of people
versus if a larger ship, right? So the smaller ships will be much more party, much more. I'm trying to say
Booze cruise, you're right.
It's like a party.
In trouble.
It's like a party bus on water.
There you go. But the larger ships are much. It's like a classier. I hate to say classier, but it's much more uppity. You don't have as many. You don't have. Yeah, I've been using that lately, I guess.
Well, they do the same thing with gambling as well. So, like for example, some of the ships are like 3 or 4 nights. If you're on a 3 or 4 night cruise, and if it's a smaller ship versus bigger, it doesn't matter. There are people that are coming to party for the weekend, or there are people that are coming to gamble for the weekend. When you're on a week long, there are people that are there for vacation. It's more. That's the difference. Really, is the purpose why people are there.
100%.
Yeah. That's what I would say.
Look at me agreeing with Brian.
Oh, we got one.
Question for the chat, everybody, is where do they depart from?
Which cities, right? Yeah.
What cities, what ports,
Sure.
where are your main?
Where do you take
for us, I live in Savannah, Georgia, so it's easy for us to go to Port Canaveral, which is a 4-hour drive, right, in Florida. So we stayed a night before,
right outside of Orlando.
Yeah, right outside of Orlando. So we'll stay the night overnight, get on the cruise, and then come back and just drive back the next day.
That's another great question. If you're going on a cruise, do you want to arrive in that city that day, or do you want to get there a day at a time, or a week at a time, or what?
Well, I'm very fortunate that I'm actually in Colorado, and I go out of Denver. Well, if anybody's traveling across the country, they're probably going to stop in Denver or Dallas or whatever. The point why I'm saying that is because when I'm in Denver, I can get a direct flight to anywhere. So do I go the same day? Yes, but this is it. It's not suggested, but I take the first flight of the day is usually not delayed, right?
Yep.
and direct. There's no connection. So I'm there in 3 hours. So that's maybe I'm not, she's saying don't do it. I'm not even going to say it because it might happen the next time I try to do it.
Yeah, we all should just go tonight.
But if you go the night before, you're getting the hotel. And so that's where the costs kind of come in. You might have to pay cruise fare, but you have to pay, the flights to get there or the travel to get there, the hotel the night before, so.
Yeah, so you're really only saving the cruise fare. Unless you're driving to the port and you can guarantee you're going to get there, it would be a huge mistake to miss the embarkation. If the ship leaves, now you're not going on the cruise. You'd have to go to the next port.
Yeah. Well, and I have a different mindset about that, mainly because I cruise all the time. And a lot of times, if I'm going to lose $100 if I miss the cruise, no big deal. But people that are paying, I'm there for $100. Other people are there for $6,000. Why they wouldn't want to miss it? They're paying a lot more. So for me, I'm like, well, it hasn't happened, but I've said in my mind, if it happens, I'm out $200, and now I have to cook my own food for the week.
Amber's mad. She was going to be a free woman, and now you're back.
Okay. So
I'm out of space.
I'm gonna ring us back in here. All right, you ready? So you never really said what your perks were. You haven't really talked about what your comps were. Okay, let's go back to that.
Because he wants to one up me.
Yeah,
that's why.
All you talk about is drinks. I've got one on you. What's that?
You can only drink in the casino.
Okay, what else is your perks? What do you get?
Well, but there are casino status, and there's also status within the cruise line. Okay. So with Royal Caribbean, it's called Crown and Anchor Society. And so every night that you're on a cruise, you get a point towards your status. Yeah. Well, because I cruise a lot, I'm at what's called Diamond Plus.
He's fancy.
Okay.
Very fancy.
Diamond Plus.
He's very fancy.
I have an attack. No.
Even I'm not Diamond.
But no, so Diamond Plus, you get 5 free drinks a day, my wife and I, anywhere and everywhere. So I can get drinks everywhere. But anybody that comes on for the first time, I mean, you're talking after 80 nights of cruising. Now, 80 nights of cruising, is 80 points. But if you're in a junior suite, you get double points. So it's not necessarily 80 nights of cruising. So I do get that. I get my laundry done. But this is all because of how many cruises I've been on, right? But as far as casino, which I focus on the casino comps, I'm getting free play and I'm getting free drinks. And I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Do you get free dinners?
I could, but it's a little bit different on Royal Caribbean. No, it's different on Royal Caribbean than it is. Let's let him talk about everything that he gets. And then I'll one up him after that. Oh. No, just maybe. No, because
it's here's kind of the layout. So we can go on and start playing at the table. Let's just say I'm there for 2 or 3 hours. I'm usually playing. Again, maybe I play a little bit aggressive. I'm usually have about between 200 and 250 on the layout. So
and what's your buy-in?
I always buy in a little bit heavier because I want that bigger. It's usually 2,000 to 3,000 every single time.
Okay.
I want to do that because, and I think we talked about this the last time in case you haven't heard. You want a bigger buy-in on a cruise because you want the attention of the pit boss. Anything over 2,000 to 3,000, you're getting the attention of the pit boss, of everybody in the area. They have to verify you. They put your face, your name, that's Mr. Petty. So they're going to treat you as a $3,000 player versus somebody who's a $500 player, $400 player. Mm-hmm. They're not going to maybe pay as much attention because you have a lot more to lose, a lot more to risk, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to pay more attention to what you're playing and how you're betting.
But not only buy in higher, but you have to actually play. I mean, you can't go give me 5,000.
No, you don't.
Give me 64.
No, yeah, you want to kind of leverage up to what you're playing to. But again, I'm usually $250 on the layout for the most part. And after the first night, my wife, because she plays beside me as well, she's already asking for a massage. The next day,
the casino host is coming up to you.
We go up to the casino host.
This is on Carnival?
This is on Carnival.
Okay.
We go up to the casino host. Hey, what can you help us out? Sometimes they give you a massage for a theoretical. Okay, I see you're already playing at this. I can expect that for the next 2 or 3 nights. I'll give it to you. What time would you like to schedule that? Also, 100% comp by the casino. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say the next night we're still playing all day, all night, whatever we're doing. Now we're putting in some hours. It's not like we're just showing up playing one first day and
when you say hours, like
2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, you're playing at least 2 to 3 hours a night.
Okay, so a session is, and I always recommend if you're gonna play the long session. It's better to play 1 2-hour session than 2 1-hour sessions.
Agreed.
Yeah. It's longer the session, the better.
So here's a question from the chat, and I'm gonna put a little extra oomph into it. Okay, you guys are talking about different cruise lines, right? Okay, at what point value do you earn enough comps for you and a spouse or a significant other or a friend to go on a cruise together for port fees and taxes?
They were supposed to address
Yeah,
this.
that's
What's
great.
free?
Yeah.
But these two tangents.
At what point?
Well, because
how many points do you need to
Yeah,
accumulate? to
it's
get
a little
this?
bit more defined, I think, with Royal than it is with Carnival. So maybe you can explain a little bit better.
The way it works is
probably
anybody and everybody that you ask will say it's a combination of the time at the table versus your average bet. Okay, how long are you playing and how much are you playing? That creates comp value,
which is your EV loss essentially.
Yeah, and what would be called your average daily theoretical. There's some other stuff that goes into it, but some cruise lines and some casinos, it's a mystery. You don't know, like how much do I need to play? What do I need to do to get points or comp points towards a free cruise? Now I know, I don't know if Carnival does it. Does Carnival do it?
No, I've never been able to find a verified site that tells you how many points you can get, and I've asked, and they're not able to provide it to me.
Yeah.
On Carnival?
Yeah.
So I know on Royal Caribbean and on Celebrity and what was the other one? Princess? Are those the only three? They actually have a casino host that has a chart that says if you get 500 points, you get a cruise for one. If you get, and I'll do Royal Caribbean like actual, okay? If you get 1,200 points, you're going to have a cruise for one. And if you get 1,500 points, there's a cruise for one. And there's some cruises you can choose from because there's a list of cruises that you can choose from. And some of them, there's two. When you get to 2,000, a lot of them are two. And then when you get to 3,000, all of them are two. Cruises for two. So you just have to pay the taxes and port fees for two people. And so how long will that take?
And that's an interior room. When
That's an interior room.
Points,
Yeah. So if I played an average bet of $100, for example, and I played for 4 hours, that's 400 points. Around 400 points. It should be. So I know if I play for 4 nights, I'll probably get 1,500 points or 1,600 points. So if I'm on a 4-night cruise and that's my level of play, I know I'm going to play that much, and I'm very confident because I've done it many times. So when I think of when I'm going on a cruise, I have a lot of times we talk about have a win goal. Like how much money do you want to win? I have a point goal. How much points do I want to win or earn, right? And that's what I do. I say I want this many points. I average, the way I play, I average about 1,000 points per night. I'm only using about $1,000 to do that, but I play a little bit different than I would play in a land-based casino. I play different on a cruise. So I know on a 7-night cruise, I could probably get 7,000 points or a $6,500 on Royal Caribbean, 6,500 points, which is a junior suite with $750 worth of free play on my next cruise.
Yeah. Again, it's not as defined on Carnival as what it is on Royal. If somebody has that link, please put it in the comments, put something, because we don't know of it. But I just want to kind of let's backtrack just a little bit here, right? So you said you get the free cruise, you said you get the free play, and you don't get drinks everywhere. So that's we're kind of 3 for 3. We get the free cruise, we get the free play, and we get the drinks everywhere. We've already gotten the massage, and then let's just say Monday night we could walk up to the casino and say, you know what steak options what kind of dinner options do we have? We have seafood options, we have steakhouses. Where can you take me tomorrow night for myself and my wife to be able to eat?
Yeah.
100% comp by the casino.
Yeah.
That's just night 2.
And it's
we're only at night 2. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of real quick just break down my last cruise. This was my last cruise in July. And we got tons more to talk about. I'm not sure if this hour is going to be enough. We have a lot
more focused. Let's be more focused.
We have a lot more. So this is the last thing I'm probably going to say about it. So my last cruise, my wife went on 2 massages. We had 2 steak dinners. We had a $500 free play, And at the end of the cruise, I got $100 of cherry on top, which is the candy shop for my kids. Anything I wanted for $100. That to me is much more value for my play. Even though I may lose money, that's much more value for my play while losing.
Well,
if I win, it's a perk.
And do you feel like the way you play, if you played the same way on a land-based casino, that you would get any kind of comp like that?
No.
Yeah. And you're talking, those massages are probably $100 a person. The dining, $100 a person. You know, and then of course you got the $100 for spinning. Yeah. So you're getting what you explained was probably about $800 worth of comps, right?
Yeah.
Just for playing the way you
just for playing. And again, you don't have to go out there for $1,000. Have $1,000 on the felt. $250 is probably more than enough. $200 at almost any point in time. And they don't rate you down every time you regress. By the way, a lot of times they can take your average bet. He's typically a 160 and he presses up a little bit. So you don't have to just play at that level the entire time. When Casino Boss walks away, regress. They're not logging in every single time.
Well, and I think that's why things are different on a cruise, because we mentioned about the buy-in. Mm-hmm. Normally, if you go on a trip and you bring $2,000 and you're there for 10 days, you're like, okay, I need to break this up.
Yeah.
For me, I would buy in with my whole bankroll the first night, and I'd have a stop loss, so that I could buy in the next night with the rest of it. But if I win money, I'm still buying in with the whole bankroll that I have, and I put the winning money aside. I'm using all the money that I'm buying in with each night.
Yeah.
And if I get down to the last night and I only have the last night's money that I in my mind had it all sorted out, I'm only buying in for that amount. But I think the mistake a lot of people would make is they would bring their money, they would separate it in how many sessions, and they'd only bring $200 at the table, and that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah.
We got a question.
I have two questions. One's from the chat. One's my own personal question. Okay. One from the chat is: can you explain how the room card plays a part of your ship experience? And then the second question is: how can you spend your free play and your comps and any kind of value that the ship gives you the when you're on your cruise?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and answer the first one, which is your room card. That room card is everything, right? You put your drinks on it. You scan your I didn't mention to tell you your, what are they called? Dadgum excursions. We got excursion for free as well. We got to swim with dolphins. So
another $300.
That's another perk that we get for our 4, by the way. But everything goes on your $800. And people don't realize how fast the drinks, everything adds up. You could have a $2,000 bill easily by the end of it. So the card is everything, and it's the most critical part when you wake up on that Saturday morning or whatever day it is. What was the question about the casino?
The room card, you can't go into a shop, you can't go anywhere and pay cash for anything on a cruise. If you give cash, and we bring a lot of cash for tips because you want to tip everybody.
Please tip.
Yeah, please tip everybody. But if you want to buy something at the shop, it gets charged to your room. Your room is settled with the credit card you have attached to the room, or you can pay off your room with cash. I mean, it depends on how you do it. I like to use the credit card so I can get the credit card rewards, so I can fly for free. It's a whole, life hacks to the max, we call it.
I think we're going to talk about free play. Do we talk about it now, or are you going to wait?
No, let's answer the question.
Because how do we use? So I will say, you get the stuff up front, and I figured out a way with that. We actually on Royal, you can get comps, like it's called non-casino, but it's usually it's at the end. When you go to the casino host at the very end, but if you don't ask, you don't get it.
Right.
You go to the casino host and you say, hey, I want to see based on my play if I qualify for any comps. Well, if you went to an excursion or if you went to the massage, they will take it off, but it's not a guarantee for you.
Right.
Sounds like it's a guarantee. Like you don't do it. Yeah. That's very nice. I like that.
So, just to recap, on Royal, it's a good experience. It's actually good gambling. But the comps are not as generous as Carnival. It's not even close. It's like, Jen versus Joe arm wrestling. It's not close. Not close.
Jen's gonna win.
Of course I'm gonna win. Look at me.
But with that, I think with Royal, at least what you're going for,
you
don't have any.
That's not true.
You don't know.
It doesn't matter because they're just extra generous. It doesn't matter if you don't know because you're gonna get everything he said. I get everything he says.
Okay. So, but let's hear.
You don't need to play at 250 level. I don't play 250.
What do you play? That's the thing. Because I don't think they're going up to everybody around the table and doing that.
Ryan's different because he asked, and I'm shy to ask. I never ask. They have to chase me down, and it's embarrassing. I'm like playing. They're like, Jennifer Chung, can you please come to the host office? I'm like, what did I do? What did I do?
You got called to the principal.
They call me there, and they're like, can we offer you stuff? I'm like, oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah, and he's like, hey, what can you offer me?
Yeah, what you got? Tell me.
Carnival is the most generous to give you stuff and free play. The rooms are great. Just don't do the short cruises if you don't want, drunk people everywhere slobbering.
Or the fight experience.
And the kids just go on a 7-day. It'll be better. For ports, you can go to, port means the city of departure or the city where you land. I go out of San Francisco, which is nice. There's only a certain amount of ships that can fit under the Golden Gate Bridge. So that Princess and Carnival go there.
Royal
you can go to LA. That's a huge port.
Royal Caribbean goes out of LA, yeah.
Yeah, only like a couple of ships out of LA, but most of the Royal Caribbean is the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Mostly the Caribbean. And I can only do so many Nassau, Bahamas trips before I'm just like, I'm over it. Going to Alaska is beautiful. Now, those are like $5,000 cruises. So those are really worthwhile. Like, go big, go for an Alaska cruise.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and it comes to the point of, are you going? Because with Royal, a lot of times the ship is the destination. Yeah, so you say I can only go so many times to the Bahamas or whatever, but sometimes when everybody's off the ship because they're first time in the Bahamas, we just stay on the ship because the ship is the destination. It's wonderful. The bigger the ship, the better the destination because it doesn't matter where you go. But a lot of the bigger ships can't go to some places.
Right.
So if you're going to go on a smaller ship, it's all about the destination instead of the ship. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
The bigger ships, it's like, I don't care where we're going. And sometimes people say, oh, you're going on a cruise. Where are you going? I go, I don't know. I'm going. It doesn't matter because it's about the cruise ship that I'm on. And that's what I like about Royal. I think they have better. I've been on a Princess. I've been on Celebrity. I think Royal ships, at least the Oasis class and the Icon class, which are the bigger ships, I think those are probably superior than to other ships in other fleets or other cruise lines. Yeah.
What so let's kind of
not a sponsor, by the way.
None of us are sponsored. So one of the questions was about free play. How do you use your free play? What's the best way that you found to use your free play?
Oh, we're gonna love this. I like to use my free play over and over and over. And most people only want to convert their free play into real money as quick as possible. And they usually do their free play on one bet. Now, it's different because if you go to a casino on land in a lot of places, they'll either give you a paper. You could put it on the pass line or the field, and they're only going to pay you even money. And then if you win, they take it and they replace it with on Royal Caribbean, which is really nice at the time, like right now. If I have 500 in free play and I put 500 on a 10 or a 4, I can play it anywhere and they'll pay it the way it pays. And they don't replace it. I still have it. So I like to reuse my free play, and I know that's a little bit different.
Do you ever put free play in your pocket?
No, I don't put free play in my pocket. I put real money in my pocket. But the thing, we've talked about this, and I know they want to convert free play to real money. I want to use free play to protect my real money.
Let me tell you why. Okay, so you can't protect it. Okay, let's just. I'm a live scenario here. You're at the craps table. You have a $25 free play, and you win. What do you do with the winning, and what do you do with the free play?
Yeah, most people would leave the free play out there.
Okay.
I take the free play back.
So now you're risking win the money.
He's risking real money now
because
so he can protect his fake monopoly money.
Well, because you guys are going to only convert that $25 one time. I'm going to convert that $25 10 times off the same.
No, you can convert the real money into real money.
But it's not guaranteed.
So what?
You'll see what I mean. Let me show you at the table exactly what I mean.
We just said
I know.
If he wins his $25 zero value free play on, let's say,
a $25
on the pass line, he gets a green chip from the casino.
Yeah.
He will take up his free play, secure it to his heart,
Yes.
and risk the real $25 of cash so he can reuse his free play instead of keep
risking the free play.
What's the point of the free play if not to convert it to real money?
Because when my free play is on the table, I'm getting 0 comps. When I convert the free play into real money, I'm getting comp.
That's not true. That's not true.
Guaranteed it's
not true.
Well, not only that, you just kind of contradicted yourself.
No. When I put the free play out, you don't get any comps for free play on a fake $25.
Right. Okay, stop.
If I put the real $25 there, I'm getting comp value.
Okay, stop. Well, what you just said, then that's more of a reason to convert everything you have as fast as you can to real play.
I know. However, when you convert it,
that's the way to do it.
Yeah, but most people only convert it once. They convert it once. I convert it over and over, and
why
that,
I understand you don't like money. It's okay.
Yeah,
But, what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying. If you just had $25 free play out there, it's a 0 bet. I understand that.
Yeah.
But then let's say you have 110 in the box, and you've got a 25 free play, and you win on the pass line just to come out 7.
Okay.
You could turn that. They're gonna now count it all. You don't need cash is superior. But I understand because when it turns into cash, now he's actually values it. He doesn't feel like he can just throw it away. Free play, you feel like you have options, and the wife won't be like,
yeah, because this is
it. Like a big sigh.
This is it. Well, this is it because it's a mindset thing. So, for example, if I come with $1,000 and I win $1,000, some people would say I'm up $1,000.
Normal math.
Normal math. I would say I have $1,000 to play for free. Even though it's real money, I'm taking my original bankroll, putting it into my pocket, and I'm playing with real money, but it's up. It's free money. If I lose it, it doesn't matter.
It does matter. $1,000 is going to matter.
Yeah. I know.
You've tricked yourself into saying, I can let this go.
Yeah.
It's not my money. It's your money.
No,
it's
I understand
casino winnings.
Yeah.
Therefore, you can take more risks.
A lot of us say I'm playing on their money. That's what some people would say. I'm playing for. I think of it as I'm playing for free. So whether I'm up in my bankroll or I'm up with free play, I view it all as free play.
But you'll treasure your $500 free play more than winning the $500.
Well,
you'll re-risk all the free play.
I use my $500 of free play to protect my real $500.
But once you've converted,
and then when I'm out of the hand, I do it again. And then when I'm out of the hand, I do it again, and I do it again. And so I use that 500 all cruise long instead of the first night, first session converted fast.
Whether it's 500 cash or 500
so let me explain how I use it. It's much different than you do.
Yeah. I'm different. I'm okay being different.
It sometimes could depend on if the casino lets you or not. You could play a do don't. So that way you're guaranteed to win something. You could hedge on the come out of the 12 if you want to. But no matter what, you're going to get paid real cash for half of those chips.
Yeah.
No matter what, you're converting that money to winning money, right?
Yeah.
Or you could do a roulette system. You could do red and black, exact same thing. 250 on red, 250 black. If you want to hedge those double zeros, you're guaranteeing yourself that 500 or
converting the free play into real money.
100%.
Yeah, one time. And I think that's the difference between
you want to get it to
and other games
as quickly as possible.
But it's money. It's not money. It's you go out to the store. What are you going to do with your stupid free play?
I think the difference between us though is I don't really play that big. A lot of times people miss
1,000 points per day. Oh, you gotta go to his channel see what he's talking about.
I don't like
wedgie.
I do hedge systems, so I'm not risking a lot. I'm using a lot, but I'm not risking a lot. And so for people that buy in for that amount and play as aggressive as you, they're probably going to be approached like you. But when I'm doing 66 inside, I'm doing more of the smaller stuff. They don't say, "Hey, can I give you some free stuff?" Because I'm not that whale of a player, I guess, or whatever they call it, high roller. Because so how can somebody with the smaller amount of money still win a free cruise? I think that's where my channel is a little bit different in that sense. I'm not talking about spending thousands of dollars. I've won a free cruise with $300 before. I brought $300 and got a $2,000 cruise.
Yeah.
But here's what I'm saying. At some point, you're just winning a free cruise just to cruise, right? Like, it's not even interesting. You're going to get a free cruise offer afterward, thousands of them.
We get pamphlets this much in the mail.
I literally get
Royal and Carnival and everywhere you could think of.
He only gets that because he's Carnival. I'm doing all the cruise lines. It's literally this tall.
And they give you free play.
And I think people that have played with both of you know, of course you guys will get those offers. I still don't get those offers, but I still cruise every month.
But you can get those offers in Carnival too.
Yeah, I just don't have a large little bankroll to do it, so that's why I use my free play over and over.
You just said you buy it for $2,000.
Yeah, but that's for the whole cruise, you know. So
and you just make it last. Okay, sorry. Question.
It must be a better statement to say that you've detached yourself from your free play, much in the same way that a lot of people will detach themselves from the winnings what they're up from the casino, and then use that to play once they're out of the hand.
That's a good way to think about it. It's all just colors and chips.
Yeah.
Chips versus checks.
Some actually are checks, meaning they have cash value.
Some have cash value and some don't.
You can give me, would you rather have a $25 free play chip or a $25 chip? You tell me. Who here would rather have a $25 zero value free play chip versus a $25?
What if they close down the casino for 3 days straight?
Maybe X in the back. He's like, no.
We're talking about when I still have time to play at the table, or when I should be walking away?
Either way, everybody will take the $25 chip.
The difference is, when you're playing on a cruise, it's all about time at the table and average bet. So I do not want my free play on the table when I can have real money on the table, but I don't have real money until I convert the free play. But if I can convert the free play and still use the free play, then I can convert it over and over and over. And that's the difference between us.
Then why wouldn't you just leave the free play and pick up the winnings? Leave the free play, pick up.
Thank you.
Leave the free play, pick up.
He's saying it won't count in his average.
So as long as the free play is there, and I'm talking about, I use the free play for 2 rolls. And then I get it out of there and I replace it with real money. So I'm getting real comp value out of it. And then so all of us want to get out of the hand, right? We want 2 rolls to get out of the hand. If you have free play and you can get out of the hand and play for free, right? And regress, I'm regressing my real money and my free play to start over. And I'm still having money out there to play for free.
So I'm on using the do we don't, and I saw a comment that said they do let you do a do we don't a lot of times. Even if you let your wife or whoever's with you, a buddy, play the don't while you're playing the pass line, if they be at separate ends of the tables, and red and black, you could do both red and black at the same time.
They're on to you though. If you do exactly the opposite, they know exactly
but
what
if you're doing it for literally for those 2 rolls to turn it into cash. I think Ian had a question. Go ahead, Ian.
So you guys talk about Carnival, you talk about Royal. There's so many other cruise lines, right? Not once have you guys ever spoke about Norwegian.
I can.
So also MPS in Europe, and that was the worst casino.
MSC is the worst cruise line 100%. Ever.
What's called Mediterranean shipping company.
But that's what I'm saying.
Ian is saying we're not talking about the other cruise lines. It's because these 2 don't do them. So I'll do Princess Cruise, which has the best food. Princess Celebrity, not even close. It's like fancy, lovely.
Smaller ships as well.
Well, and Norwegian is probably my favorite for the best mix, right? Best gaming, best free play, best food, best shows. NCL it's the best.
So what do you do when they don't have a craft cup? I've been on cruises.
So Holland America, for example, they don't do crafts very well. Oftentimes the casinos don't. So don't avoid Holland America. MSC, terrible customer service because they're a European brand, and their approach to customer service is to tell you to go F off, right? So I would avoid those 2 cruise lines. Cunard, it's a British line. They're not going to have craps. The Europeans don't know how to play. They can do roulette, and that's it.
Princess?
But I will say that craps, this is craps for the cure, and this is all about craps. I would stay away from any other. I exclusively play craps. And if the craps table's not open, then I'm probably walking around with Amber as she plays slots. But
That's where you get points, by the way. People don't really talk about that. You can get some.
It's the most expensive way.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Actually, so the difference between craps and let me just say this because I think it's important.
Yeah.
The difference between craps and every other game in the casino, whether you're playing for comps or not, the difference between craps is your money stays there until somebody rolls a 7. You bet $100 out there and you get multiple outcomes of the dice until you lose. Every other game in the casino, you bet once, you get one result. One hand of blackjack, one spin at the roulette, one press of the button. And with slots, I know with Royal Caribbean and with a lot of them, it's $5 for 1 point. And we talk about 1,200, 1,500 points. 1,500 points is $7,500 through the machine. And that's not a free cruise if you're going to pay that much. But because the slots pay back, you're probably going to get 1 for 1. So you're going to pay $1 per point. Mm-hmm. So if you want $1,500 and you're going to play slots, $1,500 is going to get you 1,500 points on average.
For most cases, a free cruise.
Yeah, so that's still a good discount. But at craps, I've calculated my price per point. Even when losing, I'm only paying about 30 cents per point at a top end, even when losing. So 30 cents per point. So you could do the math. Just think about 1,500 points, 30 cents, or $1,500 is 1,500 points. So that's a big discount. Even on the cruise, full price, it's still a discount to play in the casino.
But we have all done that thing where we paid way more than the cruise was worth. Yeah.
And that's why I always say don't bring more than what the cruise costs. Because if you lose everything and you still get the free cruise, you just prepaid for your next cruise.
Let's be honest, craps is the most expensive game out there for the most part.
You guys know we have 8 minutes left, okay?
Boom!
I didn't know if there is a craps table because I was told there was a casino, right?
Just tell me. I can tell you.
But I assume that
you have to call.
Table. So you call.
You call.
You can research it. It's easy.
There's 2.
But they don't have dealers. Even if they have a table, they won't have dealers. So you just tell me which one you want to go and I'll tell you don't.
Yeah, I know with Royal Caribbean, Rap City, there's a smaller ship called Rap City. It does not have a craps table. And I'm not sure that the Spectrum has a craps table because it goes out of like Singapore and Hong Kong. I don't think that I've never been on that one, but sometimes they transfer ships around.
Yeah.
And so there's only 2 ships that I know of that don't have a craps table with Royal Caribbean, but most of them do.
Quick fire here, guys. 3 questions. Question number 1. What about tips? Do the cruise lines charge tips? And is there a way to get that removed so we can actually pay cash?
Don't freaking do that. Listen, I'm a big so the cruise ship will do a prepaid gratuity, which is like $16 a day, for example, per purpose. Some people think, oh, I'm going to take that off at the end of the cruise. First of all, you're doing it at the end of the cruise because you're being sneaky. But you're not going to be able to pay everybody who serviced you. It goes to the laundry person, the person who did the chef work and the cooks. You're not tipping those guys. So don't take that tip off. You should be paying extra tip if you want on top. Do not remove from people who are making $1 a day. And you'll never see them. They're washing your curtains. They're washing your bed sheets. Don't be like that. They've just cleaned your toilet, the public toilet. Are you tipping someone at the public toilet? You're not. Don't lie to us. You're not.
Okay, so I actually do walk around with cash to tip the people that I see, but there are a lot of people that we don't see.
You won't see them. You cannot be tipping them. You're not being truthful.
I will say that I do actually turn off my gratuities and I leave Amber's on. So I bring the same amount of money in cash. Amber is paying, Amber's tips are paying for all those other people. And then my tips, instead of paying gratuities, I have it in cash and I give it to the people I see. So I'm kind of doing the best of both worlds, just because I don't want to pay extra.
Fire number 2. Okay. What about for the empty nesters? Are there cruises that there's no kids running around?
Virgin does it's never any kids ever. It's always 18 and up. Carnival has rolled out a cruise for adults only. So
Royal Caribbean is definitely family friendly. But even though there might be children on a celebrity ship, there's very few. They don't really have a lot of things for for kids, so kids won't be running around
Especially during school season.
Yeah, if you go on during a school season, and I would say Celebrity, and like I said, not a sponsor, but I've been on Celebrity, I've been on Princess, and I've been on Royal Caribbean. I think if I had to choose which one, I would choose Celebrity if I didn't want to have any kids around.
Okay, quick fire. Number 3, Ryan, go first.
I would say in your larger ships, like Utopias, your Icons, your Mardi Gras,
water slides.
The ships are so large, you don't even notice that the kids are there. You're not, and they have their own.
There's kids areas, yeah.
They're confined, so that's probably not really something.
Fire number 3. You guys talk about comps, and Brian kind of covered this a little bit. Well, how much time are you guys spending at the table to get these comps?
Minimum, you need 2 hours a day.
At least.
Minimum. I can get it all comp the first day. I just go heavy, and I tell my wife, "You're not going to see me tonight."
But not everybody has Gen payroll.
No, you don't need the payroll. Like, I think Jeremy plays like 44 inside with a $50 DC, and that's mostly only $6 at risk, right? I mean, you don't need a big payroll, guys. You need time.
Yeah,
time at the table.
Yeah, I think that's too. Like, if you're gonna and because you hedge, if you only have a this is kind of like responsible gaming. If you hedge, this is like responsible gaming, but if I only have $1,000 that I'm willing to lose, I actually bring 2,000. But my stop loss, because I'm hedging, so I'm only risking 1,000 the whole time, but I'm using 2,000, and that's what gets me more comps. So yeah, I get a free cruise after the first night too, and I do about 4 hours. I usually do about 4 hours, so I do a little bit longer.
2 quick questions. So you're saying prepay the gratuity and also tip. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Correct?
So, right.
Okay. Do you end up with free play by the end of the cruise?
Yeah, I have free play.
Do you carry it over? No, I'm saying you're playing your free play to go long. At the end of the cruise, do you usually have free play left and carry it over to the next cruise?
So that's a great question. When you have free play, if you are going back to back, you can take the free play chips at the table and keep them at the same thing. But a lot of the free play is designated for that ship. So it can't go.
In your case,
it's use it or lose it.
You're spending your free play and taking the 25 and keeping the free play out there. And I'm talking your last day.
The last day it's use it or lose it. In fact, this last cruise I was on, I went to the casino host. I didn't have any charges on my room. I had $300 that they were going to take off of my room. So like, did you go to the spa? Did you go? I didn't go anywhere. And they go, oh, we'll give you $300 of free play. The tables were already closed. And they said, we're going to close in about a half hour. We'll give you $300 free play. I guess you could play some slots. I literally went over to a slot machine and went like that, trying to win, and I didn't.
That's a good point. There is one thing that again I have been on Royals. I don't want to think I'm just Carnival only. The Utopia, which is when I go on, you actually gain point value or free play value as you bet.
That's right.
So there's at the end of the cruise, but let's just say 2 or 3 hours before you're ready to kind of be done playing, you can go up to the front and say, or the casinos or us or whatever to say, how much free play do I have that I've consumed while playing my bets, and that's another way.
The points convert to.
There's 2 things about that. Number one, it's use it or lose it. If you don't use it, you lose it. Yeah. Number 2, they don't tell you that you have it, so you have to go say, hey, how much free play do I have available? Maybe if it's like 10 o'clock at night and they close at midnight, use your last 2 hours with all free play. Yeah. That's what I would suggest.
Do you find your points online with their app, or how do you know exactly?
So Ian's asking about how do you know about your points on Carnival? It's awesome. It's on the app and you can see it in real time. They've changed it where your points turn into dollars and you can use it anywhere. So on the last cruise, I got $111 of cruise. My wife didn't even know she got like $28. She never spent it.
Use it or lose it.
But on Royal, you have to ask. Your points convert to cash.
On Royal, if you take your card and you check any slot machine, it'll tell you how many points you have. Now, the thing that's interesting is if you use your points, every 250 points turns into $5 on Royal Caribbean. So if I had 250 points and then I got $5 worth of free play, the points go to 0, although they're still in the system with the casino host. So there's really no way to track it in that sense. But what I do is on the last night, if I have 4,000 points, I get the 4,000, it goes to 0.
Yeah.
And then as I'm playing and I have 1,000, I know in my mind I have 4,000 plus 1,000. You have to do the math yourself. Or you can go talk to the casino host.
And on Norwegian, actually, they'll give you cash. So cash. So like on Norwegian, for example, I played and they're like, well, you have $160. I'm like, I ran to the gift shop and I bought stuff.
If we have any other time today, I would love to show you guys how I use free play at the table.
Wedgie.
Because I think I convert free play a lot better than these people.
John, if you want to come close this out?
Yeah.
We'll have time to do that. The table comes sure. So yeah, let me squeeze in here. Wow, look at now they're getting cozy.
See, we can. This is the love seat. The love.
Anybody in chat tell me who the lawyer is here? I just
Not me.
No, you all did a great job. Thanks for that. And I think there's time to go to the table for sure later on the day. You can demonstrate some of the things. I think we'll bring you all back because it was great. We're going to be moving on here. We're going to go. We have our next guest, Garrison, coming up in about 5 minutes or so. We'll take a little break here. But reminders to everybody. First of all, Joe, did any hot donations come in the meantime?
The chat exploded though.
Good. The chat was good.
The chat exploded with some donations.
How about $1? Come
$1
on.
per comment in the chat. Right?
You keep the free play.
All right, so here's what's going to happen. We have Garrison coming up in the chat. Like we do this, and I forgot to remind you about this, but put a G : in front of your questions if you want Garrison to address a question. We'll go for about 40 minutes or so, depending on number of questions. We can answer questions later. So if you have that later today, we have Nick Fava from Ellis Island, right? Any questions you want to ask of a casino executive, he will pretty much answer everything. So if you have questions for him, queue those up. Later today, Craps Chat. Do the normal queue thing for that now. So we have questions queued up for the Craps Chat crew later on today. In the meantime, get yourselves over to crapsforthecure.com. Get those donations in. Get on the raffle tickets. Get on donations. A couple of announcements here.
21,000 if you want to look.
Okay,
21.5.
And the high impact items as well. We have the amazing, and that's
Rick will make you a custom one.
Here's the deal, guys. This cutting board, you can get a raffle ticket for $25 to get one. That thing is, and what we say yesterday, that thing's what? It's a foot long or whatever. Joking last year.
It's a real.
It's 18
by 24.
16 by 24 and an inch thick, right?
Inch and a half.
Right? That thing's that's mine. My wife bought that already. You want one? You can get a raffle ticket for $25 to have a chance at one, or you can drop $300, get one. Rick will make
Custom
it and ship
made.
it to you.
Yep.
Look just like that. That thing is amazing, right?
I'm ordering.
So get on it. We're here for the vets. We're here for the pups. We're here to move it forward, right? That's why we're here. This is great, but it's really all about the veterans. So
Bob donated $5. Thank you.
That will produce. Guilt trip worse. All right, we got $5. Quick little break. We're going to transition to
We're
the table.
worth $5.
We'll see you back here in about 3 or 5 minutes, right?
All right.
Thanks for joining us for Craps for the Cure 2025. This year, we're again proud to partner with Veterans Moving Forward, a unique organization that's 100% focused on providing service and support dogs for U.S. veterans that are dealing with physical and mental challenges associated with their time in service. 100% of every dollar donated through Craps for the Cure goes directly to Veterans Moving Forward, and VMF puts 100% of that money directly to work in the purchasing, caring for, and training of these very special dogs that serve our highly respected U.S. veterans. Over the last 2 years, with your help, Craps for the Cure has raised enough money to purchase 2 dogs for Veterans Moving Forward. The first one, Moochie or Mooch, was purchased about 1.5 years ago and named after our good friend and fellow Craps YouTuber Chiro Moochie, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. Pearson was purchased this past year and named after Ed Robinson from Roll to Win Craps, from his son, who we also unfortunately lost way too early. This year, we shift our focus into funding the training and raising of these 2 pups as they prepare for their life of service. One of the more fun ways to help the cause this year is through our raffles. We're putting up a few very interesting items this year. To get there, go to crapsforthecure.com and click the raffles link in the website there, and that'll take you over to the main site. Once you get here, navigate down to giveaways. You'll see the list of items up for raffle. And, for example, this year, our good friend Gargo has put up 3 of his classic Vegas Juice Craps felts for the winner to choose between. We've got one from the Aladdin, we've got this super old one from the Frontier, which of course no longer exists, and this Crapless felt from the Mirage, again, which no longer exists. The winner will get to choose their favorite of the 3 felts to go home with. Additionally, we got items here from Heavy Haltham, offering up a full 2-day Access Power Craps seminar at your choice of Vegas or Biloxi. And additionally, we have custom-made cutting boards made just for this event by Rich, as well as Garrison's Platinum Craps Super System. Matt from Dice Data has also been kind enough to put up a full advanced Craps system review. All of these can be had with a single raffle ticket. Of course, nothing's stopping you from buying more than one, right? One of the best and most tactical ways you can help the cause this year is to purchase items of need for the service dogs. By following the Dog Training Fund link at crapsforthecure.com, you'll see a full list of training aids, medicines, doctor's visits, and other supplies that the dogs need over the next 2 years. From a $15 box of poop bags to funding their vet visits and vitamins, pick the item that fits your budget and know that what you buy literally gets bought and earmarked directly for Mooch and Pearson for use over the next 2 years of their training. Thanks for your support of Craps for the Cure, Veterans Moving Forward, and of course, our brave servicemen and women. God bless you.
I even have a little
Ready to go? Here we go. All right, we are back, folks. Hey, guys. Silence on the set. Guys, we're back. Craps for the Cure 2025. Our next guest is Garrison. And first of all, happy to have you here again.
Thank you.
Garrison's been a great supporter of this cause, by the way. So we from the beginning, he's come every year. We put up John Patrick books that he's had. We put up the super system that we've had every year. You've donated something amazing. You've given up your time, and you've gotten the Casino Player magazine to actually kind of come on board and shout from the rooftops what we're doing, right? The amount of support you've given this cause is amazing. And I think part of that stems from your relationship with John Patrick, who, as we know, is a veteran. And, there's this great connection with this veteran community and you and John. And I can't thank you enough, again, for giving of your time and being here. So it's a pleasure to have you here. We're going to talk about your items here in a minute. And I want to make sure when you're here listening to this, 2 things. One, you have a question for Garrison, put a G : in front of it. That way we can find it in the chat and we can address questions as we go. Also, if you go to the donation website, on the raffles page, you'll find the raffle item. That's the super system. So while he's talking, you want to throw $25 at the raffle item. The more of those we do, right, the more money goes to training. Joe has an announcement.
Donation from Alan Tyndall, $100.
All right, Alan. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Fantastic.
And I haven't even said a word.
And we have another, by the way. I want to make sure I call this out before we start. We had a donation earlier from, what was the chat person's name, Dan? Gemini Spirit dropped $50, right? Well, we have found out since Gemini Spirit is actually Dan's stepdaughter, and she snuck that in. So Dan is going to come over here and drop me a matching $50. So Dan, thank you. Tiffany, thank you. We really appreciate that. Yeah, awesome. Great work. All right. Now, I'll turn the mic over to you, Garrison. Let's have it.
Well, John, first of all, thanks for inviting me back to the Craps for the Cure. You know, I love the whole format. You're right. We did get Casino Player involved last year, and they're still working with myself. I talked to John Patrick just about a week ago. He's, sharp as a tack. He was on one of our shows that we did, and we're going to go over some of that information tonight. But he's 93, so he's slowing down physically, but his mind is still there. And he was a veteran in the Korean War, so he's a big supporter of Craps for the Cure. So I want to thank John. In fact, the show we did was called Winning Systems, systems that win 100% of the time and some systems that don't. So I just thought I'd kind of go over that. It's on YouTube if anybody wants to watch the whole show, but I just kind of brought down a cut down version. Obviously, everybody watches shows on YouTube and everyone has their other shows. There's all kinds of systems that they go over. Every system will win on occasion. Every system, even the craziest system in the world. But that same system is going to lose on occasion. All right. There's 4 types of tables, and most players, I would say the majority of players, and I think you'll agree with this, basically play on the do side. Okay. Because that's the way they were taught. But you've got the do table, betting on the shooter will win. That's 40 to 50%. You've got the don't table, which the house loves because they're on the don't all day long. Okay, you've got what they call the choppy table, which is kind of hard to grade because it's win a hand, lose a hand. I mean, you got to be a psychic to figure out that table. And then there's a table that I came up with, and I put it in the Platinum Craps book. I call it the torpedo table. We've all been to them. That's where no matter where you put your bet, it comes up opposite. You're betting with the shooter sevens out. You're betting on the don't, the shooter throws 4 sevens in a row. So, when you see that type of table, you just got to take a break. Like I said, every system will win on occasion. Every system will fail on occasion. If anybody has read any of John's books, and they're probably the holy grail in the business, we're going to give away the basic book. And I know John has this book.
Yes.
This is the holy grail.
That is it.
The 650-page advanced book, and we do have a few copies left on the website platinumcraps.com. They are autographed, but John's not autographing books anymore because he's retired. The other thing is the big 4: bankroll, knowledge, money management, and discipline. You've got to have it. You got to have the bankroll. You have to have knowledge. Don't go up to the table and not know what you're doing. You have to have money management. It's so important. And the 4th one, and I think it's probably the most important out of the big 4, is discipline. Looking for a day's pay. All right, speak up. Looking for a day's pay. Don't try to be a pig. Look for a day's pay. The little 3 theory. Have a theory on how you're going to play. Chart the table. Logic. Everything you do has a logical explanation of why you're making this bet. Just don't start throwing chips out nilly-willy on all these crazy bets. And the 3rd one is trends, and that gets into timing. And boy, I am a big believer of timing. Sometimes it's better to be at a table that's positive and have good timing. In fact, I think good timing is just as important as knowledge. Because timing can really make or break you. And again, if one system worked for every table, guess what? We'd all be playing it. Be real simple. We'd all play that same system game after game after game, but it doesn't. Okay. So the systems I found, and this was in the show, we went over some systems. I'm going to go over one for you a little bit later. I can't go over all of them, but we kind of narrowed it down to one thing. The system that works 100% of the time for every shooter on all 4 tables? It's the system of common sense. Have some common sense. All right? Chart the table. See if it's a do table. See if it's a don't table. If it's choppy, take a break. If it's a torpedo table, don't walk, run to the exit, because you're never going to beat a torpedo table. I used to play at torpedo tables and think, well, it's going to change, and I'll just sit here and wait for it to change. Well, guess what? It didn't change. And when you run out of money, the game is over. All right? So you've just got to use some common sense. In fact, I wrote this article. I took the class here at Casino Quest. It was really educational.
Right?
Yeah, I took the dealer class. And as I was taking the dealer class, I'm making mental notes. Okay. And I came up with a concept. that I thought would help the new players. So I wrote an article. I sent it to the editors of Casino Player. It has to go through some steps because they just don't publish anything you write. And I wrote an article called Craps for the Cure, Mastering Place Bets Like a Pro. It's in the Super System, and I brought a copy down for somebody. Anyways, basically what I did was I broke it down from place bets starting as low as 22 inside for the $5 player. I did inside, outside, and across the board. There's a big chart. And I always give a copy of this article to anybody that buys a book or gets the super system. I took it all the way to 220, inside, outside, across the board. Not only did I tell you how much you're supposed to bet, but I tell you how much you're going to win. So you know exactly how much you bet and how much you win. All right. So I set up a thing here on the table real quick. You want to move that a little bit?
Yeah.
All right. And I just got a basic, 66 inside. Okay. Standard bet for a lot of tables, 66. That's $15 $5, $15 $9, $18 $6, $18 $8. And as John knows, and any of my students know, I always teach with a calculator. Okay. That way, if somebody wants to argue and they don't like me, I say, let's go to the calculator because the money, the odds, the numbers don't lie. So if you're betting 66 inside, all these bets pay $21. Okay, 5, 9, 6, 8. Let's say you get 3 hits. You win 21, 21, 21. Well, how much is 3 times 21? 63. You've got 66 bet. If the shooter doesn't make the 4th hit, or he hits a couple field numbers, or the dice go off the table, and the dice then 7 out, you've actually won 3 bets, but your bankroll's down $3. You won 63 and you lost 66. You went through all that effort to win 3 bets to make $63, and you lost money. So I tell my students, what's wrong with this? Especially the new students that are on short bankroll, what they call short money. Take 3 hits or 2 hits and tell the dealers, take my place bets off. If you get 3 hits, and I've worked it out, it's a 95% return on investment. 95%, you almost doubled your money. You do that over 10 shooters, that's 950% return on investment. What's wrong with walking out with that kind of return on investment? If you only do it twice, let's say you take 2 hits, okay? It's 66%. You're going to win, let's see, 21. You're going to win 42 divided by 66. You've got a 63.6% investment just on 2 hits. And you haven't lost a nickel because you told the dealer, take me off. All right? Remember, there's 3 types of players, bulls, bears, and pigs. Bulls are real aggressive. When the table gets hot, they just press. Bears are a little conservative. They want some money in their chip rack. That's why there's 2 chip racks. The first rack is the money you're playing with. It shouldn't be more than 15 to 20% of your bankroll. The back rack is your guarantee. I'm a bear. I always start out because I want some money in my chip rack. I want to play with the house money. I don't like to play with my own money. And the third type of player are pigs. And I'm telling you right now, pigs always get slaughtered. And I see there's more pigs in the casino than there are in the slaughterhouses in Kansas City and Chicago. They just pig out. And what happens, that 7 comes, they lose everything. And it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Now, what does that mean? It's not a question if the 7's going to come. It's a question of when the 7's going to come. As John Patrick said, the 7's been coming since Christ was an altar boy. And it's still going to be coming. So you got to start thinking logically. Use some common sense. If I only take 2 hits and I have a 63% return on investment, and I do that for 10 shooters, I had a 636% ROI, return on investment. I'm thrilled. I'll walk out of the casino with a 600% return on investment any day of the year. Okay. If it's a don't table, I'll bet on the don't side. Okay. So the reason I wrote the article in Casino Player after I took the classes, I wanted to show the customers how much you bet on the inside, how much you bet on the outside, how much you bet across. And then I get into a little bit of what we're discussing here. I do it more into the shows. Okay. And remember, don't hate the player. Don't hate the host. Don't hate the teacher. Hate the game and your lack of knowledge. Take some time out. Get the super system or, a book that you really believe in. Like John over here says he has a friend that wants a copy of this book. They're really hard to get, guys. They're out of print. They don't make them anymore. And I have a few that are still autographed by John Patrick, but John's not signing books anymore. So yeah, we do have a couple. And, so again, a lot of this is common sense, but people just don't have common sense. They go for the big hit. Oh, today's my day. I'm going to press everything. I'm going to max out. 1-7 kills you. Now, before anybody asks, and I know someone's going to ask, well, what do you do at Crapless Craps? How do you like Crapless Craps? You always hear about these big wins at Crapless Craps because winners tell everybody, losers only talk to themselves. I think Crapless Craps is the quicksand of the casino. It's a huge moneymaker for the casino because you're betting on heads until tails comes up. All right. Heads, tails. What happens? They swipe everything out. There's no hedge betting, which I love to do. There's no don't come bet. Why do you think, I don't know if they can see this on the camera, but here's the don't come box. And I love this part of the table. Why do you think the don't come box is so small, but the come section takes up half the table? Well, even David said the dealers in the house doesn't like playing on the don't come because now the advantages are in your favor. I've shown my students how by using the don't come box and hedge betting, you can get the odds as high as 7-2, which is 3.5-1 in your favor. You can't find another game in any casino where the odds are 3.5-1 in your favor. Okay. And then people say, well, Garrison, don't you get upset if somebody bets a bet on the don't pass line? I don't know. I could care less. I'm zoned in. I know my 6 sets. There's 6 sets in dice setting. I'm zoned in. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. If he wins on the don't come, God bless him. I've knocked out a lot of don't come bettors. They've won some money on me. But here's what I've never heard, and I mentioned this in class. I've never heard a player put a pass line bet down and look at the dealer or look at the boxman and say, you're on the don't side. You're ruining the energy of my game. And the dealers are on the don't all day long. But you never hear the players yelling at the dealers. Okay, but some little guy's in the corner betting a nickel on the don't pass line. He's going to jump up and down on him and scream at him, oh, you're ruining the energy of my team. It's all just BS and ridiculous. So if you want to yell at somebody, yell at the dealer. Hey, you're on the don't side. You're ruining the energy of my game. They'll laugh in your face. Listen, buddy, pick up the dice and throw them. If you win, we'll pay you. If you lose, we're going to take your money. Okay. All right. So, any question or comment so far?
There is a question, and this is probably something you may or may not be able to answer. This is for Garrison. Our community does a program called Craps Chat, and tonight will be our first episode of season number 4 or 5.
Okay.
And one of the original hosts of the program was wondering if there's any way we could ever get John Patrick on Craps Chat.
Probably not.
I figured that because of his health, I would assume.
Yeah. Well, John's like Howard Hughes. He's hard to get a hold of. Now, I'd be happy to come on. I've known John for 40 years. John, his mobility is not that good. He has somebody that works with him. And, he's kind enough to come on our show. I do a phone-in show with him. He doesn't even want to be on camera. I have a phone. I'll call him. I tell him before the show, and like I said, I talked to him before I came here. He said, give John his best and everything. And I'm not trying to be, picky about this, but John just doesn't do that many shows.
I have a quick dig on John from a chat person. This is coming from Gargoyle.
Okay.
Why would you put a $50 bill on the table?
Oh my God. Yeah. Now that's funny. That is actually really funny.
Okay. Garrison, this question's to you, and this is from another chat member. So what are the 6 sets, and could you explain them? 6 dice sets.
I'm not going to go over them all, but I'll tell you what, because it would take us a whole hour. But they're all listed in the Platinum Craps book. And I'm not trying to sell a book. I just don't have time to go over it all. There's 4 sets that work for the do shooter. There's 2 sets that work for the don't shooter. What I will do is I'll say, I don't care what's on top. I don't care. Okay? Think of the dice as a clock. The numbers on the top are 12. The numbers on the bottom are the 6. The numbers that are inside are the 9 and the 3 touching each other. That's the glue that holds the set together. It's all about the inside access numbers. Now, not only do I put all the sets in there and I break it all down and I do colored photographs, okay? So it's all broken down. John knows I teach the KISS method, which means keep it simple, stupid. It's not that difficult. Okay, all these guys say there's 3, 4, or 506 sets. No, there's 6. You only have 6 numbers on each die. You can only put 1 of 6 from die A with 1 of 6 of die B. That's it. And you don't have to be Nikola Tesla to figure this out. You just have to have common sense. So I broke it all down. I show you the inside access numbers, but then I did something else because I didn't want you to rip the book apart. And this is in the super system. You get 5 of them. Yeah. I did a dice setting strategy card. And I know guys that put it right in their rack. Okay. It has all the sets. It gives you the inside access numbers. It tells you how many ways you can make each number. Now there's 3 ways to make the 6. There's 3 ways to make the 8. There's 2 ways to make the 4, 5, 9, and 10. And there's 2 ways to make the 7. So the odds are 3-2 or even money. 3-2 in your favor for the 6 and 8 with the right set, by the way. Okay. You flip it over. It's got the sets for the don't side. I love shooting from the don't. I do it all the time. We won't get into it. But there's sets that you want to set for the 4, 5, 9, and 10. Those are your best numbers for the don't. Then there's 2 sets for the 7. You've got 4 ways to roll the 7 or win in your case. Only 1 way for the 4, 6, 8, and 10, and 0 ways for the 5 and 9. So the odds are 4-1 or 4-0 in your. How can you beat those odds? You can't. But nobody wants to shoot from the don't. So, but the numbers are there. Okay. And remember, the calculator will prove it. Speaking of systems, I want to go over a system that's been really talked a lot about, been written about. It's called the 5-count system. Has anybody heard the 5-count system here? Okay. All right, Dr. Dye.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it was written about years ago by another author. There's a group that teaches it and everything. So I bought their book, and it comes with a DVD-ROM. And I mentioned this in one of the shows. And what they did was they had a computer analysis run 500 million games, which is 500 million. It would take you 20 lifetimes to play 500 million games. But what they did was they said that after this analysis, 57% of the games, the shooter 7'd out within 5 rolls. I said, okay. I have a friend who's a scientist. He said, they're never going to take the first example. They're going to do this system 10, 15, 20 times, and you average it out. But they did it once. So I'm going to go with their numbers. So they said 57% of the shooters are going to 7 out. They want you to bet on the pass line and then count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if it gets past the 5 roll, then you can get into the game. So I reverse engineered it. I said, well, let's use some real math. If 5.7 out of 10 shooters are going to 7 out, that's 57%. You can round it up to 6. I said, let's start on the don't pass line. If the shooter 7's out within 5 rolls, guess what? You win. It's real simple. If it gets past the 5 rolls, you have the option, because it's not a contract bet on the don't. You can either place the point, or if it's a 4 and a 10 and you don't like it, place the 6 and 8 and go with the numbers that are rolling. Now you're going with the flow of the table. You're going with the energy of the table. I use this system all the time. I call it the 5-count don't system, especially on random rollers. Okay. I'll start now I may take a couple inside bets, 6 and 8, but I still start on the don't. If the shooter 7's out, I win. If he gets into a roll, I switch gears, go with the flow of the energy. And then I start betting with the shooter. So I betted this on myself a couple times. I started on a don't because I was cold. I hadn't warmed up. I wasn't feeling good. I just didn't feel the energy of the table. I'm all about yin and yang and timing. So I started on the don't side. Okay. And I actually won a couple of those bets because I had short rolls. But then I got into a zone and, things worked out. So again, common sense. And I think the 5-count don't system can really help a lot of players eliminate the rookies, get rid of the random rollers, and you can still win money. Okay, so I don't know if that makes sense to anybody,
Is
but
it your, so is it your contention then that if it goes more than 5 rolls or at 5 rolls, it's going to be in your mind, it's going to keep going?
yeah,
because are you going to lean more into he's bucking the odds? Let me lean in harder on the don't after roll 5. I've seen people do that too. They wait till the 5th roll and then they start laying off.
well, if I
as they
see
go,
if I see he's starting to roll some numbers after the 5 count system, he gets bet on roll 6 and 7, then I may take the bet down. But here's what I'll do, and I shouldn't even tell you this, but it's in my advanced class. If the don't pass line bet and the number is either 4 or 10, I'm never taking it down. Why? The odds are 2-1 in my favor. What do? I throw a couple dollars on the don't, or the hard 4 or the hard 10. Now I've got 6 ways to roll with a 7, 1 way to roll the hard way. My odds are 7-2 on the 4 and a 10. That's 3.5-1. That's where I came up with that. And my odds are 7-4 on the 6 and 8. You've got the house against the wall. Okay. Now you've become the booker, they become the bookie. They don't like this system, but they can't argue with it because they do this all the time. All right. So if my don't pass line bet is 4 or 10, I take a hard way bet. If he beats me, I tip my hat to him. Then I may get on the pass line. But I've done this, and it's remember, you got to roll a number twice to win. Once to establish the number. You don't make a nickel. And then once to either win or lose. So I come through the don't come box all the time, even on me, because I know that the average game 6 to 8 rolls, and if I get up to 20, 25 rolls, I'm still taking some don't come bets. I'm setting the dice for 7 on the come out roll. If I roll a 7, pay me. All my don't come bets, I get all that money, and we just keep going. Okay. I love the don't come box. But that's another whole class.
Don't come box hates John. I can tell you that. I get killed in the don't come.
Really?
Whatever reason, the energy, I don't know what it is, but that bet to me never gets set. I have the worst luck in there. I just avoid it at all costs. It's because of my experience with it, so it just.
Well,
it
can be a mathematical win for you.
Yeah.
Also, going back to that, I told you about the $63 and your return on investments, 95%. If you take 3 hits, you can take it all the way up to 220, guys. The numbers don't change because at 220, you're getting 70. You're getting $70 per hit. 3 times 70 is 210, but you got 220 on the table. If you call off your 220, you still got 95% return on investment, and you haven't lost a nickel by calling your bets off. If you take 2 hits, you're still at 65%.
So one thing I've taught on that point, actually, we talk about, and you guys have heard us say this, getting out of the hand. Right? This, we all, do your whatever move you're going to do that lets you play for free. Right? We call it getting out of the hand. When you pull that move off, it's this. I put 66 out there. I've won $66 or close to $66.
63.
And I'm going to decide to keep playing with it. Right? At that point in time, you've won 100%. You've doubled your money on the shooter that you were just playing on. And what you're saying is put the brakes on it.
Just put the brakes on it.
If you were to double your money on every single shooter,
you'd be a
millionaire.
You'd be a hero.
But the idea is when you pull that off, you have doubled your money.
You've got 95% return on investment on 3 hits.
Essentially doubled.
Yeah, and you still haven't lost a nickel because you told the dealer, let's say this is an off chip, off on my bets, and you just sit there and wait for the next game. You're grinding out a 95% profit on every shooter. Man, guys, you're in the cat seat. 2 hits.
I love grind. The thing is, that we fight on is I love grinding like that. I also love to lean in and hit the gas sometimes too. So I fight myself with that energy. And Jen's laughing at me because she knows, I love to grind, but man, give me a chance to go to the floor.
This is another chat question for Garrison. Would Garrison hop an easy 6 or 8 along with a hard way to help reduce losing the don't pass?
Sometimes I do. It depends. Now, I have a system, and it's in the book where I hop the 6 and 8 on the come out. I'm setting the dice for 6s and 8s. Okay. Sometimes I have my place bets working on the come out. The dice don't know it's a come out roll. To them, it's just another roll. That's just a math superstition. Don't have all your bets working on the come out roll. So sometimes if I'm setting the dice and I'm in the groove, and I know I'm not rolling sevens, I'll set the dice for here's the 6 and 8 set, okay? And you got the hard 6 and the hard 8. So yeah, I'll hop it. If I lose the hop, I can still hit the easy 6 and I'm still winning. I love to roll 6s and 8s as my point. Even if I'm playing the ATS and I need a 3 or 11 or a 4 or a 6 or a 4 or a 10, I'm still going to try for a 6 and 8 as my point. Then I can relax. Now I can change my set. There's one set that gives you all the horn numbers and only 2 ways for the 7. I won't get into it tonight, but it's all in the book. So John asked me to bring down the, because I know we're probably short on time, but John asked me to bring down the super system. So what I did was I brought down one of John's, the 350-page basic and intermediate. Okay. All right. That's the Bible. I brought in the Platinum Craps book for the gentleman that asked about the dice sets. It's all in here with the dice setting card. Take time out to read the foreword. John wrote the foreword. I appreciated that. I brought down a copy of the Casino Player. I'm going to throw that in with the Craps for the Code article. You get 5 dice setting strategy cards because I know you're going to lose one or give one to a friend. We give you a flash drive that has all 5 classes: beginning, intermediate, advanced, super professional, and my dice setting class. So that's 5 hours. It takes you from somebody that's never walked up to a table up to the pros. My little niece is, I think she's 12 now. She's going to be a monster, and she's really got a good throw. Okay. For the people that ask about, and I know I got to talk to John later about a friend that wants this book. There are a few of the 650-page books. We've got a few that are autographed and some that aren't. I'm telling you guys, when this is out, they're gone because John can't get me anymore. You have to go on platinumcraps.com and order it, or you can email me at garrisoncraps, garrisoncraps@gmail.com. Okay, or call the office.
Use the term John. Please distinguish who you're talking
Not
about.
me, not this John.
Oh, John Patrick. Yeah, when I say John, I mean John Patrick. John Patrick's book. John Patrick wrote the foreword. John Patrick's super book. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have 2 Johns here, and we have a John outside. Yep. So we've got, John Patrick.
Ron John. Yeah, exactly.
But, John's been a mentor. I love working with him. He's been on one of our YouTube shows. Mm-hmm. We promoted last year. We had him in we had Casino Quest in Casino Player. Mm-hmm. I still talk to Lisa. She's been real busy. So I hope this helped a little bit. Yeah. On some, I only hit on 1 or 2 systems. But listen, bottom line, let's reverse. Don't be afraid to call your bets off after 2 or 3 hits. You're not weak. Mm-hmm. You're strong. And if somebody says, "Oh, you're a pussy for not standing in the game," hey, I'm here to win money. If I can win 66 to 95% on each shooter, and I can do that over 5 to 10 shooters, I'm thrilled. Sorry, Gwen. Okay, I'm going to get killed for that one. Okay, my haters are out there going, "Oh, Garrison."
But you're 100% right.
Well, thank you.
It's so powerful.
And John always says, take 2 hits and say to the dealer, "Take me down." He doesn't even want you leaving the bets up. He wants you to take everything down and start over. Okay, so what I did here was just kind of an offshoot of what John taught me, and I took it to the next level. Okay, and I worked it out mathematically what your return on investment is. Okay, by the way, the Golden Touch people that did the 5-count system, we invited them to come on the show with John Patrick and myself. They turned us down. Yeah. They turned us down. I said, "Come on, we'll talk about anything you want. Come bets, return on investment, bring your calculator." Okay. So they turned us down. But the invitation's still open. If anybody took their class or wants to come on the show, right. We're all friends here. And remember, don't hate the player, don't hate the host, don't hate the teacher, hate the game and your lack of knowledge. The information's out there. Just take time to read it, study it, play it at home, and work it out.
We have another donation here. Get it from Anonymous.
Anonymous,
$100.
Thank you, Anonymous.
That's awesome. That is awesome. The thing about Golden Touch, and I think, and this is where I think a lot of people could be lumped into this conversation, the same conversation, but they've got something to sell. Yeah, they're selling books, they're selling a system, they're selling classes that are $1,500 to $2,000 for 45 people, right? So you challenging what they say they'll never accept an invitation that challenges what they say because that would go against people signing up for what they're going to say, right? So it's not surprising they wouldn't come on. Not a surprise at all. I am a huge disbeliever in their 5 counts. And I've one of the, well, not one of the few, I guess I'll say it all day long. It's probably one of the dumbest things that I've ever heard of.
That's why I came up with the 5 count don't system.
I mean, the dice don't know, right? You have the same amount of chance to get a 7 on roll 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, and you light them up, and sure, they say 57% of the time, whatever. It doesn't matter. If you're not playing, all you're doing is you're saying, and here's what and I have a math person in the room with me, right? If I turn my bets off for 5 rolls and turn it on for the 6th roll, and I do that over and over again, I'm still seeing 6 rolls in a row. They're just spread out a little bit, right? It doesn't change the 6 or 7 or 8 rolls that I'm seeing. I'm just on a different rhythm than the table is. That is it makes no difference, that 5 count. And I think people get sucked into it, and you end up not playing half the time, or playing, and then you go, oh, well,
play scared.
Well, it's scared at first, and then it's like, well, guess what? Now I get to and do this, and it's a lollipop that you're never going to catch, kind of a thing, right? So, to me, and you know me, I'm a grinder. I like this idea of a couple hits, stop, couple hits and stop. If you're going to bankroll build, if you want to lean into a hand, those wins become what you play with. Joe,
the last donation, the $100 anonymous, was actually from Uncle Mel from Crapless.
Uncle Mel, all right.
We also have another donation for $25 from Glenn, Texas.
All right. You know what, Uncle Mel, if you go to top down, Craig, I want to get your opinion on this actually, because I don't know if you've ever seen this strategy. This is one of my favorite all-time strategies. I'm not going to show the 135. I'm going to show Staying Alive. Yeah. Right, Staying Alive. This is one of and I have a way that I play that's kind of an offshoot of this, but I think you might like this one. Let's get everything set back up. Sorry for
While he's setting it up, I just want to tell people every roll of dice has 6 ways for the 7. Random. That's 16.6%. So no matter what set you use or how you roll the dice, that 7's always hiding. And it's not a question if, it's a question of when. So the random shooter has a 16.6% chance of rolling a 7.
All right. Now,
it's always there. All right, here's the
way that I actually play this, right? But Uncle Mel does it a little bit differently. It's a 110 inside and the 4 and 10. And the 4 and 10 are there for hockey pucks. But here's
our donation, $20 anonymous.
All right. Now, here is Uncle Mel's Staying Alive system. I think let's take the 4 and 10 off. I don't want to confuse the issue. We have 110 at risk. Okay. So normally you'd say how many hits to get out of this thing? 3 hits, right? 3 hits, right? Let's do it in 2. Or let's get to the same point in 2 hits. And what he does is this: pick a number. The 5 pays $35.
Right.
You take the 5 down, looks like 10.
Oh, he's regressing after the first.
Pick another one. No, that's right. He does 2. He actually does bring 2 down, right? He brings 2 of them down and goes here. Yeah, I do 1 at a time. So he's got $50, $65 back in his rack from 110. He's halfway out of the hand, more than halfway out. What's the percentage here? 65 by 110 is 59%. The next hit, if it's an inside number, $35. They both come back and become $12 bets. Now, let's get the $12 set up. $2 change. And we are in 2 hits. There's your 110 with some juice, and you're playing in 2 hits versus the 3 hits and being almost out of the hand. Now you got to incur the risk for a little longer, and there's the risk of hitting the tiny one, right? That to me is a genius little system.
Well, it's an offshoot of what we talked earlier, but what he's saying is don't press, regress, take your profits, and then play with some. You're still in the game. You still got action, but you're not putting everything out on the table. You know, you're not cutting yourself and cutting your wrist. And I believe in that all the time until I get at least a 20 to 25% vig in my rack on the house's money. Then I may get a little aggressive. I don't like to play with my own money. I want to play with the house's money. Okay. And here's the thing: if you lose the first 3 hits, now you're in the hole because you got to dig yourself out. So when I'm at a table, if I win the first 3 hits, I got a good feeling. I know that timing's there. If I lose the first 3 hits, I'm getting a little nervous because now I got to get 3 hits just to break even, and we start even. But I do like the system because he's regressing right off the top.
Yeah. So your first hit, you're almost 60% out of the hand, which is great. If you get planked, and what are you going to do, right? But you didn't lose it all.
No.
Where the 66 for 3 hits, you're always at risk right? This is kind of cool. And I think Uncle Mel is one of the genius craps players on the planet, by the way. And this is the system. I saw that. I'm like, that is fantastic. I play it one at a time instead of two at a time. So mine goes a little longer. But I love this. You're playing with
It's a regression method.
and you've got that, right? If you're going to regress, and we talked to you guys about not regressing or starting low. If you're going to regress, this is a way that gets you sensibly out of the hand and still playing at a decent level. So that's Uncle Mel. I see you. That's amazing. I love that system.
Okay, the last $20 was from Chris McCartney.
Chris?
We have another anonymous donation for $50.
Ooh, okay.
We have a question for Garrison. So what's your recovery if you get, and this is the term they used, whacked 3 times in a row? So if you lose your bet, you're 0.70 3 times in a row, say, what's your recovery system, or how do you recover your bet?
If I see the tables that dark, I'm going to switch to the dark side for 2 or 3 shooters. If I get into a torpedo table, I'm not walking, I'm running to the exit.
So you're not going to try. You're not going to try to fight the system. So I'm
going to stop.
Would be
Our torpedo is
and then 2.
our torpedo tables. No matter where you make your bet, it comes up high.
So if you decide to choose and now it goes back where it was,
if you're on the opposite side of the
I'm just, I'm not in the yin and I'm not in chi. My energy is way off. Okay, and I'm all about energy. And I wrote a whole chapter in the book about it called "The Energy of the Table, the Energy of the Universe." And it works. And the casinos know this. Red's one of the worst colors for a craps table because it gives off negative energy. Every cruise has red tables.
We have another $50 donation. No PSO, $50 donation.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, awesome. Now, remember, you guys, if you're intrigued by what Garrison is saying, and I think, by the way, my cruising friends pulled up a donut on the donations while they were talking, right? Garrison's raked in how much now? $300 and some dollars, right? I'm just putting it out there, right? Remember though, the super
it's all
system,
timing.
It's all timing, right? The super system books, all of that. If you're donating in chat, get a raffle ticket for $25, right? All of that, and I'm telling you, you see that green book again. I just want to give this green book a hug. Like literally, like we were talking out in the lobby earlier. Like my growing up story in gambling, right? When I was 18 years old. We had a VCR. Remember the VCRs? Yeah. Right. I think I might have had a John Patrick video on beta. I might have a Betamax of somewhere of this first ones, right? But I have all his whole series on VHS, and I would sit on my parents had a tri-level. I'd lay on the floor, 5 feet from the TV set with pillows, and watch, rewind, watch the crap. Rewind. Literally. I watched the blackjack, I watched the baccarat, I watched the roulette stuff, and I watched over and over. I could almost recite the whole. I probably still today can recite the whole thing, calling that guy a dork and the lady. I mean, just the way he would do the chips. That was how I learned how to gamble before I could gamble. And then my mom and dad would take me to casinos, right? And I would follow them around. In those days, you could be in there, but you couldn't gamble. I would be 18, 19, standing behind my dad, watching him play blackjack and quizzing him on basic strategy. And that's how I learned, right? I got this book way back then. My dad bought it for me for Christmas one year.
It's the whole.
And I'm telling you, I read this thing multiple times, and I love how he talks in the book. Like, and it's every page. There's like,
well, here's the thing.
All these systems in here that are just.
Both these books get into the don't side deep. There's 250 pages on the don't side in this book. Now you pick up your book. I don't care what book you pick. You go read it. I'll tell you what it's going to say. Take a bet on the don't pass line. And lay the maximum odds the table allows. Why? The more odds you lay, the less your return on investment. If you don't lay any odds, they got to pay you dollar for dollar. That's 100% return. As soon as you start laying odds, why lay 50 to win 25? It's insane. But here's what the authors say. Well, you're getting a lower house edge. And I say all this house edge is crap. You don't take house edge to the cashier's cage. You take chips. I don't care about the house edge. Okay? I'm not going to lay 50 to win 25 and a 4 and a 10 or, 30 to lay to win 20. I want 100% return on my investment. I will hedge it with a hard way on the 4, 6, 8, and 10 as a hedge. But once I get the don't pass behind the number, I've got the house against the wall. Now, some guys will even place it for a part of it. We won't get into that. But I'm not laying odds on any don't number, ever. because I'm just giving the power back to the casino. And no books talk about it. I wrote a whole chapter in the Platinum Craps book. Oh, and I was talking to somebody earlier. When I was really young, I was playing down at Fremont. I mean, I didn't know anything. I was as green as I was as green as the table. I'm sitting next to this guy, old school player, and I love old school guys. Fly with eagles, don't swim with the pigs. He's making all these don't come bets. And I'm saying, what are you making all these don't come bets? I didn't even know what the don't come box was. He said, let me tell you something, kid. And he was smoking a Camel cigarette and drinking a Schlitz beer. Okay. He said, all right bettors die broke. I wrote a whole chapter about it. And this guy was the guy I was thinking of. Okay. Now he's probably been not with us for a long time. All right bettors die broke. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Not a question if the seven's going to come, a question of when. So he said, you've got a hedge bet. And then I got into more with the don't with John. Like I said, 250 pages on this book. And there's a lot of stuff on the don't in the book you're going to get on the raffle. So, yeah, is it a great gift? I think so. For $25, it's a place bet. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. All these things, all the raffles we have, the felts that Gargoyles put up for $50.
Yeah.
We're burning $50, 66 inside. You're willing to throw that away? Buy a raffle. Buy a raffle ticket today, right now. Go buy a raffle. Everybody, go buy a raffle
Where
ticket.
do we buy a raffle ticket, John?
Crapsforthecure.com. It's very, very easy to do, right? I'm going to go tonight and I'm going to burn 66 inside or 96 across, probably 20 times. Why not put $50? You're not, Joe. Joe won't do it. But you'll play the horseman for how much, Joe? How much your horseman? 25, 10, 10, 10?
I was putting $100 for a horseman every
Well, okay.
shooter.
That feels like a couple raffle tickets to me, right? If you're willing to do that at the table, do it for the vets, right? Go get you a raffle ticket, right? For the super system, for the cutting board, for the felts, for the lessons with heavy, right? It's a small way to get in. It helps the cause amazingly, and it gives you a shot.
Support the veterans, guys.
The winners are chosen by an RNG, not written by me. There is when you buy your raffle ticket, you go into a database. And we use betterworld.com, by the way. You'll notice when you're there, you're not at Craps Secure, you go to betterworld.com. They're a licensed hosting company that does only charity work. And they've got a system for raffles that they baked into it. So when you put your money in, you go into a database, they randomize it. They explain, let's say, how they do it, and they choose the winner for us. There's no fanfare. It just says, Matt won or whoever, But that's it. I push the button, and in a millisecond, it tells me who the winner is. And that's it. So we don't choose it. The system tells me who wins it. So that's how it works.
Raffle tickets, we just sold 3 more for the cutting board.
Yeah, all right. That's awesome. Hey, guys.
Yeah.
The same here.
Jen wanted it, right?
And remember, guys, good luck at the tables. We'll see you at the casino.
All right. Thank you, Garrison. All right. Great having you on, sir. All right. Thanks for joining us for Craps for the Cure 2025. This year, we're again proud to partner with Veterans Moving Forward, a unique organization that's 100% focused on providing service and support dogs for U.S. veterans that are dealing with physical and mental challenges associated with their time in service. 100% of every dollar donated through Craps for the Cure goes directly to Veterans Moving Forward, and VMF puts 100% of that money directly to work in the purchasing, caring for, and training of these very special dogs that serve our highly respected U.S. veterans. Over the last 2 years, with your help, Craps for the Cure has raised enough money to purchase 2 dogs for Veterans Moving Forward. The first one, Moochie or Mooch, was purchased about 1.5 years ago and named after our good friend and fellow Craps YouTuber Chiro Moochie, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. Pearson was purchased this past year and named after Ed Robinson from Roll to Win Craps, from his son, who we also unfortunately lost way too early. This year, we shift our focus into funding the training and raising of these two pups as they prepare for their dogs. Is expensive and time-consuming work. They each train about 2 hours a day, 5 days a week with a certified service dog instructor. These lessons, they run about $100 an hour over the course of 2 years. If you want to make a big impact, we're happy to let you know that a few of our sponsors have really stepped up this year. Head to crapsforthecure.com and click the high impact donations link, and you'll come here to this part of our donations website. And for starters, every person that donates $1,000 will get to train for a full day with Dice Coach Bo Parker. Coach Parker is willing to donate his time, 8 hours, to the cause for everyone that steps up with that size of a donation. The folks at Casino Quest have put up a number of high-impact items. Full dealer training for $500. All the classes, all the online courses they offer, full dealer training, $500. If you do 1,000, they'll let you have the full dealer training plus come in person for a private audition with David or Alex. If you really want to step up and drop 5,000, that's fantastic. They put up a full experience with training at the facility, a ride to the casino, dinner with those two, David and Alex, and of course, gambling with them live. These larger priced sort of direct purchase items really go a long way towards chewing up some of those training costs we talked about for Mooch and Pearson. Thanks for your support of Craps for the Cure, Veterans Moving Forward, and of course, our brave servicemen and women. God bless you. Come to camera. All right, welcome back to Craps for the Cure 2025. We're heading towards the home stretch here, aren't we?
Yeah.
I want to remind you before we start our next session, we've got Nick here from Ellis Island.
Great to be back. Thank you.
Good to have you back. I want you to know why you're here, actually. Right? I mean, we're raising money for vets, and he'll be back soon. I think our vet is taking his service dog for a little. What does he call it?
A little break.
Not a break. He called it something else yesterday. There's a word for it. But anyway, they're out there. He'll be back in a minute. But let's talk about the organization again and remind folks why we're here, what we're raising money for.
Veterans Moving Forward is a nonprofit that trains service dogs for veterans at no cost to the veteran or their family. We also have therapy dogs and emotional support dogs. We've been around, it'll almost be 15 years, on the 16th of this month. And we do physical and mental work, and we do all wars. So we're one of the few that don't just do post 9/11 or just choose to do PTSD. We do both, which is hard because you have to have different sizes of dogs and different dogs with temperaments. And if you're going all the way back to the Vietnam War, you're looking at an age thing of about 80, somewhere between 75 and 80, which it's very hard because you need a dog that's a lot mellower, you know. So you're trying to help those veterans, but it's a tough game because you can't put a 2-year-old dog with somebody who's 80.
On that point, because we talked a lot of times now, right? So the dogs are matched to the soldiers, right? Because there's whatever their needs are, right?
Yeah.
An 80-year-old guy might need help getting up, but also a calm dog. Is that the case for it's like an older, larger dog that can support weight kind of thing?
Yeah. If you could, older dogs can be a little tough though because you're still trying to do a weight limit, you know. And as I told you earlier, the dog has to be half the weight of that veteran, you know. So you're up against a lot of limitations there.
Sure.
And we're kind of making some decisions on maybe we have certain levels that we only offer that to, you know, because you're looking at the safety of the dog, the safety of the veteran. So we might have to say and direct them to somebody else, you know, not drop them totally, but we would direct them to an organization that maybe could help them. So we're finding a lot about older is that it's, yes, they're starting to get into the physical side, but they're also they're also getting, you know, they're losing family members. They're kind of maybe on their own. And so then what's happening is that PTSD is coming out because there's nothing else in their life at this point.
Interesting.
May I ask you, how many dogs have you guys placed with owners over the last 16, 17 years?
They started out slow because they're all volunteer. Started out about 1 a year. There was a high failure rate, which dogs wash. We don't wash them now that we repurpose them into a therapy dog or a emotional support dog. But the wash rate nationally is about 70%. That dogs will not make it to be service dogs. Wow. That's a high rate. So if you got to have several dogs in your program to make sure that you're meeting your needs. So it was a slow process. 2019, we added full-time staff and went from placing 1 to placing 4 to placing, I think this year we're looking on for about 6 to 7. We're a small group. So 6 to 7 to us is a big thing.
Absolutely. For 6 to 7 people's lives that you're unpacking usually, that's incredible.
That's right. And if it's a dog that's a therapy dog, they do therapy with veteran organizations. So then you're talking 30 dogs. 30 to 40, so 30 people per dog, you know, that they're touching the lives of because they're in a group therapy or a recreational therapy situation.
Wow. Well, congratulations.
And we can say that therapists, our dogs go in and they'll have veterans that'll talk to that dog that have never spoken to their therapist. And the therapist is in the back crying because they're like, he's never spoken to me about what's going on. But they're sitting there petting the dog and they're talking to the dog.
That is incredible. You guys do such an incredible vision.
So, but we can't do that without community support and financial support. And that's why we're here today is to, you know, this is a great community. When I met these guys, I was skeptical when we started. I'm like, who is this guy calling me out of the blue and says he's crap for a cure? What the heck is that? You know? And so I was like, okay, I got to do my research and let's see what's happening. So this started 3 years ago. We're on our 3rd year. And this is a great community. I love coming to this every year. You guys are all great people. And this is when I know I'm coming back for this, I'm like, woohoo, let's book Vegas. I'm going. I'm there in a heartbeat because this group is just a fabulous group. They're most welcoming and they understand the cause and they want to do everything they can for the cause.
That's what it's all about.
Yep.
Yeah. And the good thing is I tell them, you know, our viewers are players, so just don't gamble for one day and donate below.
Yeah, there you go. I like that idea.
So hit that button, right?
I like that idea. I think there's somebody more important. Yeah, I know. I think there's, I think there's somebody more important that we need to bring into to this section, and I will exit. And that's Eddie.
Eddie, come on out.
And, you know, that's Eddie. And Eddie is a very important part of what we do. You're going to come here. I'm moving. Yeah. I'm out. I did my part.
All right. Eddie, this is Nick. This is Eddie.
Nice to meet you. Great to meet you, sir.
And this is your service dog, Clayton.
Clayton Jones.
Clayton Jones.
Yes, sir. Oh, all right. Well,
Absolutely.
the story behind Clayton is that I met the program maybe 4 years ago, maybe longer, because it took him 2 years to get him. So was it before COVID? You guys came
For what? Yeah.
for Jacob when you guys bought Jacob as a pup.
Yes, we placed Jacob in 2021. So yeah.
So 5 years ago, they came up to Pennsylvania and
Tried to get arrested is what it. Let's tell the story. Basically. And he wanted to like.
I ran the security for Tommy Gun, Car Arms, Auto Ordnance, and I'm pretty good friends with them, so I do all their private security and stuff. And they were coming in hot, not knowing. Tom, who introduced me to them, that they're coming in a cream Jeep or something, and security's trying to stop them. I'm like, oh, they're going to probably load them shooting at this car window or something. I'm like, just let them in. It's Katie and Lori's, and they were coming in hot.
Because
they were late. The dad's being late. So I'm waving them down. Slow down. Just park right here. And they open up the hatch, jump out Jacob, and I guess who was that? Shelgrave. And they went up and did their spiel. And from that point on, I kept in contact with them. And my time was due to try to get a dog. And I applied. And the whole procedure from beginning to end took 2 years. And that was,
And that's because Eddie was quick on like staying on his people. Again, the VA is hard, stop your paperwork and they're slow. And so Eddie was good about
I pretty much always had all my whatever pretty much happened to me over my years in the military, I've always had a paper copy. And back then we had the fish. You guys, the microfiche and stuff. So you have to go to the VA and get a printout. Sometimes it might take 2 days, sometimes 3 days, sometimes when I went to Castle Point, he said, well, we can't do it here. We're going to have, what's the name of the other hospital? All the way about 2 hours from Castle Point, Montrose. Montrose will print it all out, send it back to us. And then when we get it, we'll send it to you. That's a good week. Sure. And they wanted it last week. So, once I got all my paperwork, everything that I didn't have, send it in. After you send it in, the board gets together. I meet the board. And, it's just like talking here. Made, right? Yeah, the match was made. He was already there. Clay was there. And they were like, all right, you're going to take him home, take him to the hotel. And I was like, really? And they just said, just bring him back. Don't leave without him, because I had my truck there.
That whole process from like puppy to placement is a couple of years, right? Of training and all of that, right?
Yeah. We get them at 8 weeks and start them right away on pushing buttons and learning how to do light switches, which is important if you're handicapped or, not a hotel doesn't have Alexa's turn on the light. You still have to do it yourself. So we start them there, and they learn basic commands, basic obedience. Then when they're matched with their veterans, in about a year, and then they go through the customized training.
Right.
Wow. For each individual need.
Which is why 6 dogs a year is a lot.
Yeah.
And 6 dogs a year. And let me ask you, so Laura, you're gonna have to yell this out. You're doing about 6 dogs a year, right? Roughly, and that's like you said, it's a lot.
Yeah.
You gave me a number earlier that kind of freaked me out about how many veterans are in deeper trouble, right?
Yep. 2 a day.
It's how many dogs could we possibly need? I mean, like think about like across the country, the need for this is amazingly big, right?
Every organization, reputable. Let's be honest about this. Reputable organization. They're all in the same span we are. It's 2 years, and we have 67 people in our pipeline.
Wow.
And we're not the only ones, because people call around and they're like, "Oh, I called so and so. They say it takes 2 years for a dog." Yep, and we're on that. We're on 2 to 3.
So you have 67 people on the list, and you have 12 dogs in process, and that's happening in every city or across. I mean, there's thousands of vets in need. So I think this organization specifically, yours, where you are, and we talked about this earlier. There are similar organizations in almost every state, probably in the bigger regions too, right? So if you get involved with volunteering, donating, whatever it is, get the word out about the cause. It's changed Eddie's life. I mean, we've talked about this a couple times today, and it's like when you go from darkness to light with an animal like this, it gives you purpose. You say it all the time. It gives me, it's why you wake up, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. Somebody else is going to have to walk him. The funny thing about it, I was telling a couple of guys that he goes to the bathroom on command. And when Katie told me that, I was like, you got to be kidding me. And I was telling somebody yesterday that even if he doesn't go, he goes through the motion because he responded to the command.
Uh-huh.
So he'll be walking, lifting up his leg, like, look, I just went, okay, and I'll give him the command of busy or business, and he'll go. I use busy, and he'll just lift his leg, or sometimes he'll squat, and I was like, I can't believe he just did that, and he'll tell you when he got to go too. And so it's pretty amazing, from like where you see a kid grow up, and 2 to 3, they come out of diapers, you potty train them, everything. He's already trained, man. He's house trained, as a pup,
And the biggest, when people talk to me and talk to our staff, they're like, how can you guys let that dog go? You've had it for 2 years. And talk to our puppy raisers volunteers. They're like, this is hard. How do you do that? You know the purpose.
Yeah.
You know the Eddies, it's for the Eddies of the world. You know it's for somebody. This is going to be a greater good. It's saving lives. It's a greater good. So when you see a Clayton who graduates and goes to Eddie, and graduation is a big deal. It's a handoff to their veteran.
Wow.
So it's a big deal.
And the skills are amazing. You probably heard some of the skills the dogs have. These are turning on lights, open the fridge, open drawers. If you're having tremors or whatever's going on, they can put their head on you. They can lick you. They can detect low blood sugar, high blood pressure.
Eddie drops his phone.
I mean,
Clayton will pick it up for him.
Yeah, just
throw $100 bill out there, Dan. You throw out $100 bill, fetch up, and fetch it. Now I was telling everybody, he's gonna probably bring it to her.
Yeah,
but he's got a good itch.
Okay.
Hey, catch up.
Wow.
Where's it go?
He thinks it's yours.
Thank you. Thank you.
But you see how gentle he was. He's not going to crack the screen. He's very gentle.
Great stuff. All right.
Yeah, that was incredible. You guys do such a fantastic job. And thank you for sharing with me.
I wanted you to know why we wanted you out here, right? So
thank you. Thanks for listening and get the word out. More money.
All right. All right. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, brother.
You got it. Let's go on over here, Nick. We'll talk about gambling a little bit, huh?
Fantastic.
Part of why we're here, right?
I love it.
So I've told everybody in chat, and our camera's over there, by the way.
Okay.
I've told everybody in chat. I'll remind them again. If you got a question for Nick, right? Or we decided on N colon. Is that what it was? N colon, whatever. Something in chat. Like let's use N. N colon for a question for Nick. In the room too. Any questions you guys have about anything? Yeah, David, don't. Right.
Oh, really?
And I've got a couple things that I'm just curious about, right? One thing, I got a picture from somebody, and the title of the picture was, "What in the ever loving hell is this?" And it was a picture of your new craps table.
Yeah.
It has the RFIDs, and I would love to know about that because that's interesting.
Absolutely. So I'll start off with, we just opened a first phase of our brand new expansion project, right? We were very fortunate over the last several months. Construction started back in December to have customers like, Rick in the crowd here and many others that have come to this building that were loyal supporters of us over the last several months, because let's face it, when you're going through construction time, it's not the easiest ask to get people down when they're, going through different areas, traffic, construction, everything else. So we are very excited about the opening of the expansion project, added a larger pit, new slot machines, new high limit room, brand new center bar, many other various things coming, with a rooftop bar coming soon, and phase 2 coming by the end of the year. But I tell you that because our mission and vision, we know why people like Ellis Island. We're not trying to change that vibe. We're not trying to make it a different experience. We're just trying to give our customers something else to look forward to. I mean, let's face it, the building's been there since 1968. So it was time to renovate a little bit and give them a nice, new, beautiful building to enjoy. Aside from that, I will explain this in a way that I think makes sense regarding the new craps layouts. And I've already gotten some pushback, I understand.
Oh, really? I was more curious, like what was the,
Yeah, so that's how they make it, right? And we're going to be part of a beta test to have a new technology on the craps table that tracks average bets and such perfectly. So, and this is kind of filtered into a larger conversation about how technology can be used in the casino space that is player friendly. Because there's an age-old dilemma, especially with table games, where I wasn't rated correctly, didn't get my average bet, I was playing this, my buy-in wasn't correct, yada, yada. Whereas now, with this technology, the way it's set up, your money's on the layout, it's tracked in a way, and it's 100% exact to what your bet is. So there's no more guessing. And what else does that do? That allows the people you know and love around the pit, whether if it's the pit supervisors, the shift manager, to really focus on more important things such as guest service and making sure those guests are having a great time and enjoying themselves on the table. And another thing that I love about it is it doesn't just track the money on the table, but it tracks where it is. The important part about that is, let's say you play pass line, 2 come bets, full odds, whatever. You know, you have about percentage on that guy. And you have somebody else that's playing the prop box, playing the field, playing all that stuff. You know, they're going to accrue more value, not because, you know, we're discriminating between those 2 players, but because they're playing bets that are better for the house.
Right.
So that player now is going to get more offers, most likely. They're going to get different offers that come to them based on their play, which is important for those players, because the way it's done right now in many places is you have one setting, what is the advantage on this game, and everybody's getting evaluated at that. Some places that are a little bit more advanced, you'll say, are they a good player, poor player, moderate player, blah, blah, blah. And then they get on that. Now they're going to get 100% correct average bets based on where their money is, and get offers relative to that, taking the guessing out of the equation and really allowing the staff to add on to that experience and make sure they're giving really cool guest service.
So that table, we don't have a picture of it, but we can
We
describe
have a donation to $100 from Scott Schaefer.
Hey, thank you, Scott.
$0, you get 100 like in a minute.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
43 seconds and he's already out there, right? That's awesome. That's great. But this table is kind of cool, and I wish I had a picture of it to put on, but it's kind of like in lanes.
I can send you one after too if you can edit this.
I would like to put it in there because it's got the lanes on it. Like, so each player's bet sort of goes in like this. So it's obvious where your bets are. Number one, right? Are the RFID? So the RFID, we should explain that. And I think most casinos have the RFID chips. They're little chips that are inside of or little computer chips inside the casino checks. I think most casinos have them only in the higher value checks.
Yeah, right? And the technology is getting cheaper now. The problem was years ago where it was so expensive. Casinos are like, how am I going to go buy hundreds of thousands of chips and pay for this? What if people take them home, whatever? I mean, people do that. I do it. You do it.
Yeah, we all do.
We collect chips. But now the technology is coming down, and it's becoming to a place where we can put it in all checks on the property.
Right. And I think that started with the guy that was cloning the checks in his garage. And let's put those right. But now it's become a thing where those checks, and somehow that RFID chip inside of the check is somehow detected by the table beneath. There's some kind of whatever that is, some kind of radio thing. Now, goofy question for you, and this is nerdy. Come bet with odds, right? They're both on the table. How is it discriminating between the odds not being counted on the come bet versus the cap on a 6 or 8? I'm just curious about how does it know?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's interesting.
And like I said, to my knowledge, we're going to be one of the first place in Nevada to have this on the craps game. People have it on blackjack and some other stuff. So there's going to be some trial and error in terms of making sure everything's correct and how it functions and everything else. But they've told me that because it's on top of the bet, it should be tracked as well as the bet based on where it is. Now, I don't know if that's going to
come area. Okay, I can see that.
Exactly. You know, and then change based on whatever the bet is and what the advantage is in that bet. So we'll see how it functions in reality. But I think it's a very player friendly way to use technology.
Because we always like, what do we say to each other? You got to ask your pit, hey, how am I being rated? And there's always that conversation. And like on cruise ships, we just had a big session on cruise ships. They track things so differently. And you're right. It's like, I can imagine a busy pit and just glancing over and go, oh, that looks like $100 average. And
absolutely.
How accurate can you possibly be? This thing is going to change the game in terms of that for sure.
Yeah. And I think, we know, not just in Las Vegas, but in many places, those positions in the pit, those supervisors, those ship managers are strung fairly thin. They're now watching, 3, 4, 5, 6 games at times. And first off with that, how can you possibly expect a human being to get correct action on everybody?
Right.
Second of all, how can you expect them to give any level of adequate guest service to people that are at your property when first off, making sure the games are protected, making sure nobody's doing anything funny. Second of all, making sure average bets and stuff are correct. You can only do so much. So now with this, it takes that out of the equation where somebody may be able to be on multiple games, still interact with the guests and make sure those things are happening in a way that is beneficial to the property. But it's, to your point now, and this isn't everywhere yet, so don't go, think you cannot ask anything. I still recommend everybody ask their shift manager, their pit, whoever they're with, what's my average bet? What do you have me in at? What's my play look like today? Just to make sure it's correct. But over the next several years, this is going to become
the trend, right?
Yeah, the trend. And I think the layout's going to get a little bit prettier. This is first shot at it, right? Things are going to change a little bit. There's some unused space on them and stuff right now, but we'll see how it evolves. And for players like you and many other table games players around the country. It should be a great change because you're going to get offers relative to where your money is and how much money you're betting, and there's going to be absolutely.
We have a second donation from Scott Schaefer, another $100.
Gosh,
Says one thing to the dogs.
Oh,
beautiful.
Great. Okay, do that. Yeah,
And when people have time towards the end, we have your questions as well.
for sure. And Jen, do you have a question? Do you want to
Yeah,
address?
since it's tracked, the checks are tracked to each player. When you pay them, then does it automatically just know that it belongs to that?
Oh, so let me repeat the question. So, with the chips being tracked for the player, if now you want to, how does it know that it's for that player? When
you buy in, the checks are all to you, but
so
as the dealers have to pay you.
is there? I guess the genesis of that would be: is there a different chip for each player, or is it because of where they are on the layout? Is that how they're tied to the player where they are, or is it when I buy in, I get my own chips and they have a different code in them?
So that's why the layout's designed the way it is, with the different spots on it, and then each spot on the dice game, back where you put your odds bet, typically behind the line, there's like a cone under the table, and when the money goes there, it's assigned to that player. Yeah,
really interesting tech. Yeah,
how does it rate? Let's call it hybrid players or people who want to do like a do don't or something.
All right, so the question is, how does a system like that rate the hybrid player who's got some money on the don't and maybe corresponding bets if they aren't in direct opposition, like maybe a $100 don't and 86 across minus the point type of thing? That's a kind of a hedge, but they're all independent bets. How does it rate that?
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine the way it does, and once again, this isn't live yet, and we're going to be the first ones to be doing it, but wherever your money is on the layout, each one of those bets have an independent house edge, correct? So it's based on where that money is, and I imagine the tech is smart enough because if it's all on the spot for that player, if there's any conflicting bets on the table that make that edge different based on where the money is, then it would make that calculation on the back end. But
if you're playing a don't, then you place that bet for $45.
It's a 0 rating.
Yeah.
It should be a 0 rating.
Question?
Yeah. Will this thing calculate? I came in, bought in for $500. I made my bets. I was paid off, an additional $250. I walked away from your game with $750, $250 in profit. Is it going to calculate or put that data somewhere that I won $250? Does it matter?
Not necessarily. I mean, it will track that, but
it will track it.
Yeah, but it's there to track your action. You want adequate theoretical, value on your table, so you get proper offers, so you get taken care of correctly at the casino. Because at this point, we use the best table game systems that we have in the table games place, right? Full percentage, drop. Once you can really track all the money going in to a table game, you can almost track it like you do a slot machine. You track slot machines by coin in and house edge, and it gives you a perfect number on what that player's value is based on that session. And now with the implementation of this, you're going to be able to do the exact same thing with table games players. Instead of guessing or saying, hey, what were they in at? What was the whole percentage on this game? You're going to know exactly what they did. You're going to get much more accurate representation. I think it's going to be much more positive for the players because we see it all the time in industry. I'm sure you have where.
Follow up. So does it matter more to the casino what my action is than what my profits or losses are?
No casino should really care what your win and loss is as long as you're given the casino action. Now, there are ways that we build in player profitability and stuff where if you get your butt kicked, we still want to take care of you.
There's the picture. There it is. There's the table. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Yep.
That's neat. That's really cool.
Really cool. Yeah.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
Who's the youngest marketing director in Vegas, do you think?
I don't want to say myself.
It's gotta be.
It's gotta be you.
It's 100%. By the way, who's the greatest value? No bias. Who do you think is the greatest value proposition in Vegas? That's the biggest story now, right?
Absolutely,
Everyone's getting screwed. Who is the biggest value proposition in Vegas?
And I think I would kind of split it up. I mean, in our area, I think we do a great job in that strip corridor. We're one block off the strip, and it's really hard to find that value.
Yeah.
Now, once you start venturing out, I know you guys have been enjoying $3.99 all you can eat spaghetti at places like Poker Palace and others. Yeah, and we can't even beat that deal.
You have to leave somebody at the car though. That's the problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Some places downtown do a great job. The Cortez has very cheap drinks if you're going down there to have fun on Friday, Saturday nights, and other places. But yeah, just to dive into Ellis a little bit from the value proposition. I mean, we still do our $9.99 steak special, which we've done for many, many years. Great price steak and egg. Barbecue is
best barbecue.
Best barbecue in town at $17.99 with a player's card and all that great stuff. Beers are still $5, and the whole point is we understand what players want, and we're not there to price gouge and charge for parking and everything else. We want you to come in, have a good time, and enjoy a good value while you're at our property.
Here's a follow-up question to that, Nick, because you kind of just brought that up. A question from the chat was, with parking being such a commodity in this town, is it better to park at Ellis Island or is it better to ride share in?
Oh, well, parking is completely free at Ellis, so you're more than welcome to park at Ellis Island so you can save money on the Ubers. That's what I would recommend. But if you're going to come down and start getting after it at our $5 beer, then definitely Uber down, whoever's asking that question.
Okay. Another question from the chat is, who manufactures your table that you're bringing in? And is it a 5 or 7 dive-in wall?
You know what? I will ask my table games guys, and I will let you know. Yeah, most definitely. I believe we got brand new tables.
Want to put that back up again?
And then the last question for the chat is, with your chips, is that like a 1 all the way to the top, or is that like
all checks on property? Yep, 1's all the way up.
I think it's. I mean, to me, like as a person who lives in tech, right? We always lament tech's taking over, AI's going to take over, and at some point, like, are people needed? This to me carves out a thing that people shouldn't have to be doing. Like, to me, it takes a piece of it out so that the people can do what only people can do.
Yeah,
right. I think making the tech kind of control some of that. It's like, okay, so not worry about all the action that's out there. Make sure the action out there is legit and covered and it's safe and secure.
Of course.
And my people are working and my guests are having the best time. And like I said jokingly, imagine that a casino who wants their guests to have a good time and not get planked at the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like that's what Vegas ought to be. And I think a table like that actually it looks weird when you first see the picture, but you're like, man, that makes a ton of sense. And like we had a table in Washington for a while that lit up. It was like not a roll to win, but it was like a plexiglass with belt on top, and the numbers rolled, the number lit up, and it was really kind of cool, but it didn't have that. And it's like the way that tech is changing the way you engage with the game, and now with your earnings through the game, I think it's a wonderful thing. I mean, I look at that going, that's going to be a game changer.
Yeah,
I really do.
There's a few really important things, especially within the hospitality industry, right? I mean, we are a human business, and we have to walk the fine line of genuine human interaction and technology.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's always the battle of how much tech can you bring in. I think the question more so becomes, how can you bring in technology that affects the guest experience in a positive way while allowing your people to do their jobs better? And that's what we're trying to achieve. And there's many more things coming. Nobody's perfected this yet, but this is one step in the right direction.
I think it's great that you're getting the beta test. We have a couple of
another chat question is, you're about the player experience in that, and you guys do take notes, throughout your pit area and that. What kind of notes are you guys taking, or what are you looking for to help improve that player experience?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, like I said, we just opened a brand new pit just this month over the last few weeks. So there's a lot of feedback coming. There's a lot of player notes coming. But first off, we try to field a different portion of our players. Of course, everybody talks to our big players that come in. They get all their opinions heard. But a lot of times, the guys that may not be betting as big don't get their opinions heard. So we have a VIP services team. We have our table game supervisor. We task them to ask at least a certain amount of questions per day to those players, and not just the big ones, to say, hey, what do you guys want to see from us? First off, and there's many different facets to this. What game do you want? Right now, we just offered our first carnival game, which is Heads Up Hold'em. But aside from that, it's still blackjack, roulette, and craps. And we want to add more that the players want to see, you know? And if they're asking for that, first off, what do you want product at Ellis Island? Second of all, how are your offers? What's coming back? What do you want to see from a game perspective? Is there any other rule changes that we may want to implement? And of course, isn't going to happen on the spot, but there's many adjustments that can be made. And look, our director of casino broke in dealing at the Dunes many, many years ago, and his whole philosophy is give the players a good game and good service, and they're going to show up. And that's what we're all about. So, but it is a great question because many places don't field any feedback and don't do it very well in terms of getting that from their players. And that's the most important part of our business, is making sure that those people that walk in, especially in Las Vegas, there's so much competition. And even at Ellis, you pass at least 5 other properties to get to us, whether you're driving or walking in, just to be a great value.
People are going to Ellis. Like, that's the thing. We're a destination.
Yeah.
And that's pretty cool. We have a
question over here. We also have more on here. You guys have
this way. Is that okay?
One is, what's the limits like at Ellis? Are they $10, $15, $25 tables? And the other one is, you had mentioned that they're tracking what you're making on the table or losing on the table. Is that any way going to get to the IRS?
Okay, so the questions were, one was what are the limits, the general table is. The second one was your win-loss, does it get reported to the IRS?
So first question, are you talking all tables? So the dice game still starts down at $5. I believe at some point in the afternoon, maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, it may go to 10, depending on business levels. And a lot of times, just so we all in this room know, isn't necessarily to get people off the table and make more money, but we get so busy on those games now, sometimes we have 2 live dice games, that our better players can't get in and they can't get a spot. So we want to make sure we make it approachable for anybody that wants to come in, but you can still get in at $5. And if you're there at that time, you're grandfathered in for as long as you want to play. So if you're there at 10 a.m. and you're playing 5, you want to play all the way until 8 p.m. at $5, no problem. You can do that. Blackjack still starts down at $5. So you have $5 on there. Roulette, 10, and then heads up, hold'em. I believe we started that minimum at 5 as well.
Great. And then so the second question about the W2G, what triggers that? Gaming wins versus slot wins, and what gets reported?
Yeah, you're not getting reported on table games, and with table games, it's based on a multiplier of a certain bet amount. If you're winning, I forget the exact number, 600 times your bet, let's say, then that may have to be reported. But 300 times, yeah. So on most table games, there's not a bet big enough, or not a bet that gives you that payout multiplier to be reported. But if you do hit that, I'm sure you'd be very happy and maybe willing to take it on the chin that time.
I have a question from Matt in the back. And come over here and talk nice and loud. And Ian, you're probably okay from over there.
I'm not the loudest guy in the room.
Yeah.
So you kind of alluded to how do you measure table performance, the drop and whatnot. Can you kind of give us a general sense in the old table style? How do you measure tables performance? And secondly, I'm curious, for any given table on any given day or shift, are they always profitable for the casino, or do you have some days where your table's just not performing? And how often might that happen?
Great question. So I'll start you off with the table games in general. The way that we analyze table games, once again, is given the best possible metrics that we had available at the time. And there's problems with all of them. With drop, if you come by in $100, play for 20 minutes, walk back to the cage, cash it out, grab lunch, then decide you want to play again, find another $100 in cash, and that's all going down in the drop box, and these numbers can be, inflated. Now, over years and years and years of data and tracking all this stuff, most people know based on the rules of their game what that game is supposed to hold. Now, hold is also a slippery slope because it's relative to your buy-in, and that's not a great way to track profitability because you're saying we hold this much of what the player bought in and what they played with. Now, in the new age, what we're trying to do with the new technology and stuff is the great thing about slot machines, and don't, come at me with pitchforks in this room talking about slots, but you get a very true number because it tracks every bet that you put to the machine based on how many times you press the button. And table games players would love to have that luxury to be able to track exactly. So in the new age, when you're looking at a layout like we have, you're going to be able to track exact action going through the table. You're going to know all that. Now, I'm not saying that the other ways that we analyze tables are going to be, poof and gone. There's, many, many, many years before that stuff happens, but it's going to be very interesting to see how the industry evolves and how we analyze table games going forward, because we won't have some of those slippery slopes to work with if we don't want to. We can track exactly what a game is doing based on where the money is, what the actual edge is on that game. Because the whole percentage was made up as a way to track it, but there's a reason why craps may hold 14 to 18%, and the house edge on the game is 1.5%, or depending on where your money is. So it's interesting to say the least. Now, remind me of the second portion of your question.
How often are your tables profitable for the casino?
Well, hopefully most of the time, but there's definitely days where you get crushed, and that's why we're in the gambling business. That's why everybody gambles. I mean, if we walked in and knew that we were going to lose 10% of our money, 20% of our money every time we came to the casino, I'm sure none of us would play. Right? That's all the fun of it.
Yeah. Ian, you had a question?
So, Nick, everything, your clientele's probably switching, right? The boomers are getting older, Gen Xers, we're getting older. There's different types, and you talked about technology. And lately, everything's about AI. How do you envision, you talked about that relationship between technology and, just look and feel, right? How do you envision AI helping your organization out as you move forward?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of ways AI can be used on the back end that no customer really ever noticed, in terms of making sure we're analyzing our players better, people are getting correct attention on offers from the property and all that stuff. But a very interesting thing, and I'll kind of leave it out to the group too on what they think of this, that I had a demo of the other day, is like sort of AI surveillance cameras, right, that have card recognition and things like that. And I find that very interesting from the blackjack perspective, because how many people in this room play perfect strategy blackjack? We all think we do, but nobody does. There's a few people that do, and it's very boring to play that. With that technology, they're saying that with card recognition on these AI cameras, they're going to be able to do the same thing as we're doing on the dice game with the RFID. The thing about dice, doesn't matter. There's obviously skill in a sense of where your money is, but there's no skill in a sense of the decisions you make like you do on a blackjack game. So you need card recognition to be able to determine what a player's skill level is. So just like we do on the dice game we were talking about at the beginning part of this conversation, with card recognition from an AI surveillance, they may be able to say, our advantage on this guy is 7%. Now, regardless of the advantage portion of it, if you're not playing perfect strategy, but you're being evaluated as if you are playing perfect strategy, your offers and the things that you're getting from the casino are going to be deflated, right? Same issue on video poker. Many other skill-based games is, at the very best, a property would say, this is a average player, a poor player, or a good player. And that's all a discretion of a pit supervisor watching you. Where now hopefully takes the guessing out of the equation, once again, to let the property know who their profitable players are, and get the players the money and the offers that they deserve. So that's one example, but there's going to be a million ways we see AI come up in the next few years, and it's a hot topic in that sense. But yeah, great question.
David's got one that I have a follow-up to that. So go ahead, David.
Are you ever getting rid of live table game dealers?
That's about Golden Gate.
Don't talk about Golden Gate. We don't want to.
We don't want to out anybody, but
what you feel about table game, right?
I think we may be one of the only places in Vegas that are expanding our table games.
Yeah.
We obviously just opened our new pit that is maybe 1.5, 2 times the size of the one when we were in the construction side, and then in phase 2, when we open that, there's going to be another pit that's being added in that area. In my mind, and I tell everybody at our executive meetings and stuff, the dice game, I'm not just saying that because I'm in this room, but the dice game is the heartbeat of the casino. And it's like the ninth wonder of the world. When you walk in and there's a hot dice game going and the dice are moving and people are cheering and have a great time, there is no substitute for the energy that brings a property.
That's right.
And no negativity towards properties that have made that business decision to take it out. But at Ellis Island specifically, we would never be able to do that. First off, the table games portion is such a huge portion of our business and what we're known for there. But also, I mean, how do casinos feel when you walk in and there's no live games? I mean, it is just a different experience.
Very different experience.
And you just don't.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying places don't do it well. Some places do. And don't get me wrong. Some people love the ETGs. The bubble craps always get, people love them.
Your bubble craps and machines, and this is one of the questions here. Do you comp or rate them differently than, say, the live table game?
So that's a bit of a loaded question. But the good thing about bubble craps is what I explained to you guys at the beginning of this, with being able to track exactly where the money is on the layout. A slot machine's already doing that because a bubble crab is an electronic gaming device. Now it's still completely random, but because it's a computer, it knows it's already doing everything that we're trying to execute now on the live table games. So does it rate you differently? It rates you exactly. Whereas on a live table game, you're not getting an exact rating right now at most places you go, no matter how good your favorite pit supervisor is, just because the technology's not there.
With your new chips, they're all chipped and not checks. You know, do you track them if they walk out the door? Say, for example, they don't cash in at the
cashier.
Yeah, we'll know, but it's not like we're following you home and we can track it to your house or anything like
you wouldn't know
that.
which person. You wouldn't be able to track it by an individual.
No, yeah. We wouldn't know the chips are gone, but it's not like it's at address 341. You know,
I'm not firing his office. I got a ton of questions.
Yeah. I'm happy.
Another question is, since I know that you're YouTube friendly because I've seen you on multiple channels.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody inviting me out.
Okay.
You know?
Ellis Island, are they friendly to the YouTube channel? So, for example, if we were wanting to come in and say film a game at a table, is that allowed at Ellis Island? And if so, how do we go about doing it?
Yeah, great question. So there's a few good things about that. We are very creator friendly at Ellis Island. We do all kinds of fun events for our influencer friends and stuff like that. Now, the good thing about Ellis is if you want to come in and be a creator of our property or take some footage and all that stuff, the only person you have to deal with is me, and I'm not a mean guy.
How do we get a hold of you?
Absolutely. I'm sure. Do you guys have my contact information, the email you can post below?
We post it, yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, they'll get it posted below. So reach out to me, and then I like to meet them first, make sure they're not going to come in and say, you know, you guys suck and whatever else. You know how it is nowadays. There's so many people that want to go do that. But if it's genuinely trying to collect content, great. I'm happy to have that conversation, you know, a review, and then get them a media lanyard that whenever they're on property that they're able to wear. So our security surveillance knows that they're approved to film. And then we can talk through the rest of the logistics. But to answer the question, yes, very friendly. Table games, because we don't have a giant expansive pit, are a little bit more challenging. I want to schedule that ahead of time, just so our team knows we can have the spaces reserved in, because our games are so busy all the time that I don't want to have to kick anybody off. For slot machines, of course, come in and film as you please, and that's an easy one.
As a craps player at a table with your new table coming out and everything be chipped, do you track how we tip the dealers, and how is that separate? So, you know, we have money on the table. Is that added towards our totals, or, you know?
Yeah, tipping is an interesting thing, and I don't want to ever frame this in a way that discourages dealer tipping, because you guys should always take care of the staff, always tip your dealers. You know, whether if you're betting for them or tipping them, I tell all my players that and live and die by that. Now you have to imagine, and this doesn't change based on the new table or the old tables or anywhere you're playing. Any money that's tipped to a dealer is not money the casino can win, so it counts opposite of whatever you walk away with. Does that make sense? So if you buy in $100, you lose $100, and you tip the dealer 50. You know, you're really going to be losing 50 in the casino's mind, because $50 was money won. Doesn't matter if it goes to the dealer or it goes to the player. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Crapless tables versus regular tables.
So crapless tables versus regular tables. That's the question.
Yeah. How many are you
planning
on?
And do you prefer crapless or regular?
Yeah.
So
casino.
Yeah. It doesn't. We want what the players want. Right now, we don't have any crapless tables. We have crapless bubble craps, but we are fielding feedback now to see if we have enough interest for a full live crapless table. So currently, just so you guys understand the game mix, we have 2 live dice games, big old boats, 14-footers, and then we have 1 roll to win game that, one roll to win game, still 10 times odds on that game with $5 minimum, and we have 6 bubble craps, 3 crapless, 3 regular.
Is the roll win game also tracked fairly accurately, like we were
absolutely?
Yeah,
100%, exactly the same.
On the tracking of bubble craps versus a regular craps table, and this is a question specifically for Matt. So we were joking the other night. We were at a live table, and it was kind of slow. Like, there was what, 11 of us on that table, and it was probably, what'd you get, 25, 30 rolls an hour, maybe, right? if you're lucky that night, right? And I think that a lot of nights it's super slow game, but was a lot of us, right?
Yeah.
What is the expected on a dice game for if we're looking at like what can we expect to see, or what do you expect to see on a live dice game? And Bubble Craps has got to be double that because it's boom, 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 one person at a time as fast as they can hit it almost, right? Is it an order of magnitude the difference?
Yeah, I mean, well, think about it. You know, when you're saying somebody on Bubble Craps is pressing that boom, 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 you know, that's one decision, right?
Yep.
Even if it takes 35 to 40 spins, or if you can, rolls, and you're getting less than a roll a minute, there may be 12 decisions made on each roll.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So yes, you have frequency on a Bubble Craps game, but you're dealing with one person. And that's one decision for that time. Maybe they get 300 decisions an hour. And if you and maybe I'm just throwing numbers out there, I'm not saying anything's exact. And if you're on a live dice game, even if it's very slow, 30 rolls, you have 10 people on the game, you know, after an hour,
so you're looking at
you're getting 300 decisions on money on that game.
That's an interesting metric. We don't think about that as much doing that. We think about rolls per hour as like the thing, but it's really decisions. That's interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, your money,
better way to look at it.
Your money could be sitting on the layout and there's a roll that doesn't affect you. There's no decision. Right. So
first of all, we have 15 minutes. The most important question from the chat so far is,
how do you deem most important?
This is okay. Why are the fish and chips so good at Ellis Island?
Thank you. Yeah. Whoever that is, give them my contact below and tell them I'm comping them a fish and chip the next time they come to Ellis. I mean that. If you can get in touch with them, I will comp them a fish and chip the next time they come.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Okay. Maybe two questions.
Yeah, please.
Are your dealers covered by a collective bargaining agreement?
What do you mean by that?
Are they unionized?
No. Yeah.
Would you mind sending me a list of all your employees in their
Wow.
No answer, huh?
Well, the answer would be absolutely not. But I love you. I'll comp you a fish and chips too. Hopefully that suffices.
I don't buy off that easy.
Yeah. On the topic of dealers, though, you know, all of our dealers are still table for table, meaning that they keep their own tips. There's not too many places left that do that, and in our mind, it really,
right.
Yeah, really.
You guys do it by table.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it does by dealer.
By dealer.
So
dealers carry the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So really, in our mind, increases the guest experience because the dealers are involved in the game. They want you to win. They're having fun with you, and no shade. There's sound decisions as to why places pull tips depending on how large an operation is. So it really works for us. But once again, that dealer's involved with you. They want you to enjoy yourself. And mean dealers don't make it too long at Ellis because they don't make any money.
I love when dealers have their own tips. That's the greatest thing. Now, can I say a tip question, actually, before we get to the other one?
Yeah.
Because this came up recently, but I've seen this kind of trend of, I think you do it at Ellis too, which is on craps specifically about the non-player control bets. On other games, it's an instant decision. Back for the dealer, they lose at blackjack or they win whatever. On craps, you put a bet, they win it, they have to drop it versus letting it stick and run. Right? Explain that decision, because as a player, when I experience that, I'm less likely to put tips out there. I feel like I feel like I put myself in a mode where I'll take a part of my win and hand it off versus that going away. You follow what I'm saying? So can you talk from the casino's end of it? What's the difference on your side of it, of letting a player control the dealer's bets and letting them press with you versus a one-off every single time?
So there's many more people that are much more qualified to answer that question than me. But so you're saying in terms of just tipping the dealer with winnings aside from betting for the dealer?
Yes.
Yeah, we still do allow our players to bet for the dealers.
Right, but the bet wins, and the bet and the win goes instantly dropped versus letting it stay there. Where it used to be, you could bet for the dealer, and then if you won, you could say press it. Let them
player control.
Let player control the bet. Let us press their bets with us, and they could make more as we make more. Versus every tip going away. Well, I see what players do is they just took one time and never go back out again, and it limits their potential, the dealer's potential. So there's always been this kind of not player control, and then we change the way we tip. And so I just wondering from your perspective, if there was a.
Can you clarify while we're talking about this? Do you allow player control or not? There's a question in
The
there.
Ellis does not.
Yeah.
It was the first time I've ever seen it.
I do.
Yeah.
I play Ellis all the time. I do player control.
Okay, the first time I ever experienced it was at Ellis. I'm like, that's interesting. And then now I'm seeing it everywhere, and I'm like, whoa, this is a trend that feels icky to me, you know. But that's just me.
I get away with it.
To Rick, I mean, to be fair.
Well,
Yeah.
no, but I don't think it's only you though. I mean, I'll follow up and find out the exact answer for you guys. I mean,
I say player. Again, we were playing at Palestine. I said player control. They said no, we don't do it. We got special permission to allow it. And I told them I do it. I'm at Ellis all the time, and I.
But at Ellis, you haven't.
I make this player.
Yeah, but at Ellis, you haven't gotten special permission. They allow you to. Right?
So that's why I'm surprised.
Yeah.
If you're hearing it's not allowed.
Yeah,
I've never been any pushback on player control at Ellis. Okay?
Yeah. So to my knowledge, we allow, but I'll follow up and figure out exactly what you guys, you know.
The first time I ever saw that was at Ellis. Like, that's weird. I've never heard of that before. And then all of a sudden, that's the pervasive way of doing it. So you have another.
Back to the earlier conversation about comps. Would it be safe to assume or correlate that losses equal more comps?
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, that's always. Did you have something out there?
The question, I want to repeat the question.
Yeah.
The question was about comps. Do losses equal more comps?
Yeah. So there's a few ways to look at it. Realistically, a casino should really only care about the action, meaning how much money is going through the games, how much money you put into the slot machines, and you create a value to the property. Mm-hmm. At the end of the year, they're going to be pretty close to that in total of all of their players combined. Now, the way that we build out comp formulas and stuff, we'll have in there, if a player loses a certain amount, they may move up to a higher tier. That's not to incentivize losing, but that's to make sure that that player feels taken care of and valued. And they're not, because imagine you come in, you get your butt kicked, you put five dimes on the dice table, you lose it in an hour. You know, because of the game you're playing, your value may not be that high. And then you may get an offer that is not in any way, shape, or form relative to your loss amount. And you say, man, I just lost $5,000. They're sending me $25 in free play. You know, what the heck is this? They're giving me $10 in food coupons. So the way we build it out does have that component in it, but it is much more important the amount of money that is going through the table, how long you're playing, what game you're playing, what your average bet is, and over the long run. Because we're not looking to beat every individual player. It is a gamble. It is a game. But we know at the end of the year, end of the 2 years, end of the 10 years, when you put all players together, winners and losers, you know, the casino's going to make money. If it's operating correctly, that's how it works. So that's why we are always looking for action. We're not just looking for players to come and get their butt kicked. And between you and I mean, that's why game rules are so important. When you're looking at a 10 times odds dice game or a 6-5 blackjack versus a 3-2 blackjack and these various things, that affects how long a player can play the game, you know, over the long run and what their experience ends up being.
So yes, but that's not all.
That's a great.
Much more to it.
Can I ask? But this may be again more of a bean counter kind of a question, but I just blew my brain there. A 6-5 game, higher house edge, obviously, right? Versus a 3-2 game, but the 3-2 player will last longer. So there's a time at the table difference between those two. There must be math behind this, that one's better over the long term than the other. But that's an interesting point.
Absolutely, yeah. And most people don't play long enough in a session to really experience that, you know, because you're talking, if you're playing for, I mean, nobody's going out, not nobody, but I mean, if you're going out and playing for 10 hours at a time, you know, it may make a difference, 12 hours at a time, but it's really over the long run. That's space time. But if you're getting paid different on your blackjack every time, and, you know, we obviously pay 3-2, everything down to $5 at Ellis Island.
Right.
You get paid less on that bet. And the more you continue to play, especially if you're tipping and doing other things, there's less to work with from.
Right.
So
yeah, that's interesting. You have a question over here?
Yes, sir.
Does bubble crap ruin your average bet because you're playing at a lower limit? So if you're on a craps table playing a $15, $25 bet, and then you go over to the bubble craps and you're only going 6 across. Is that ruining your average bet?
Okay, let me repeat the questions for the Mike. So the question's on bubble craps. If you're an average craps player, you're playing $64 across, let's say. That's your game, and you're rated that way. And you switch to bubble, and it's $6 across. Does that affect your overall average bet in the eyes of the casino?
Now, let me ask you two things. Are you asking if it affects your average bet in terms of what you're playing on table games as well, or are you saying in general?
Well, usually
because those things are tracked separately.
ADT.
Yeah, those
Yeah. Your overall, yeah.
You know, they look at your average bet, and now you're on bubble craps making a $6 bet. Does that take away from your
value to the casino?
Overall value, yeah.
Casino?
Is bubble craps a table game, or considered a slot,
or more of a slot?
Yeah,
Also,
in the eyes of the
included in slots.
in the eyes of the casino, it's considered a slot machine. Yeah, it's still completely random based on the rules of the game. But to your point, bubble craps does not need an average bet. You're tracking coin in. You know how much money is going through the machine. Average bet becomes obsolete. So you can sit there and play as long as you want. You know, we'll still know what the average bet is based on the reporting, but it just matters how many dollars are going through the machine once again, because they know the edge on every single bet on that electronic game.
So if you switch from craps to video poker or craps to the double dragon, whatever,
they're
it's
tracked.
the same as doing craps to bubble craps. It's just it's a different slot machine with a different sign on it.
Yeah,
effectively. So
there are plenty of casinos that have a little strip on it that says this does not count towards comps on bubble.
Some
places do that. We don't.
Roll to
we
win.
give
I've
you
seen roll to wins with that on it. Yeah.
we give you credit for tier credits, comps, points, everything on our bubble craps games, but I not going to shout any properties out, but I went to 17 properties the other night specifically looking at their electronic table games, and there's a lot of places that don't allow free play, don't allow points to be earned. Some places even had the player card rating box completely covered. You couldn't even get a rating on the game. It was literally just electronic gaming device.
You wear this, guys. Because I mean,
I get noticed fairly often. I get kicked out of a few places.
Got a big announcement back here.
So during this segment, we've gotten $400 in raffles.
Wow! Great job. Thank you.
$400 in high impacts.
Wow!
I've gone through the website.
All right, cool. 22,900 or 22,589. That's accurate. Oh, you're not updated yet, so it's going to be pressing 23K here in a minute.
Fantastic.
Pretty awesome.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Hold on. Ian's got one here. Ian.
I think I got a sales question.
Before you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Hawks win?
Yeah, they did. They killed them.
Yes.
So, as a sales guy, I'm going to pick your brain on a sales. Okay? In sales, we talk a lot about power statements, which is elevator pitch versus value prop, right? How do you separate Ellis Island versus the thousands of other places that somebody can come here for? So, how are you guys doing?
Yeah, my one phrase would be, we are keeping old Vegas alive. It was the way Vegas was and the way Vegas should be, is what I would say.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
I have a question regarding average bet and time at the table. We like playing, at least I like playing craps because I put out my money once and it's there for multiple outcomes of the dice. Versus roulette, I have to put out my money and I get one spin, and then I have to put out my money again. When you're doing the average daily theoretical or the average bet, how does it work at craps? Is it counting every roll of the dice as a bet, or is it like how would you count a decision? Is it every roll of the dice or every 7 out? Like, how does it work that decision is put in for my singular play?
Yeah, so right now in most places that you go, it's going to be purely based on the casino will put in their system how many rolls per hour they believe that the dice game gets. That could be 50, 60, 90, depending on how fast that game is moving, but they're not going to change it at every single player or game that walks in most of the time. There'll be a game speed facet. Then you'll have the edge on the game. So once again, a lot of places will use a good player, moderate player, poor player. Which would mean if you, sir, are playing all the props in the field and all the rest of it, you may be marked as a poor player, not meaning you're a bad player, but just in terms of the bets that you're placing. Our higher house edge to give you more value. So you're going to look at rolls per hour times house edge times average bet. And that is going to give you your value to the casino over that gaming session. So if you play for 2 hours, you have 2 hours times 90 rolls times, let's say, 5% if you're playing the field and all that other stuff, and that's going to become your value. Now, as we talked about at the beginning, I know we talked about this a lot already, but with the new technology coming to the dice games, it's going to be able to track exactly. There's no guessing. Say how many decisions were made, how much action was on this table, where was the action, was it on the field, was it on the pass line, was it on the outs bet, was it on this, and get you an extremely accurate and true number based on where your money is, to the point where we don't have to use rolls per hour and things like that anymore to really determine what the value of the player is.
So is it safe to say that if I had $50 on the roulette table, every spin I have to bet $50 again, versus $50 on the craps table, and every roll I don't have to bet again because there's multiple outcomes? The only difference would be the house edge that would give me the difference of comp points based on that.
Yeah, and how fast the games are moving.
Yeah.
So, but all things held equal, the roulette game is a higher house edge game to the casino, typically.
Yeah, so you get more points for roulette. Yeah, okay.
You're betting, let's say, and here's a simple one, a case, I guess, right? $44 on the craps table, right? And set it, and for an hour, the person rolls. And you never put another $44 out there. It's the initial $44 for let's say 60 rolls. On a roulette wheel, you put $44 on red, the same $44 on red, and you get 60 spins of the roulette wheel. It's 44 times 60 versus 44 times 1. That's I think the genesis, right? That's the real question, right?
Yeah, that
you could
exactly. So,
but the example I gave, if it's 44 inside, and the person goes for 60 rolls and never sevens out, which can happen, right? Versus the roulette person who has 44 on black or red or whatever, and they have 60 consecutive rolls where a new 44 is at risk every single time. That's 44 times 60 times 5% for the ADT. The craps player has 44 at risk once for the same time period. Is that calculated like I'm saying, or am I got that completely wrong? That's how I see it in my head. Like it's only really risking one time versus risking 60 times.
Yeah, but the property will still give you credit for every roll because, to Rick's point in the crowd here, you have potential to lose that bet
every single
time. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Okay, that's perfect.
And just because it's not a physical action of you moving back and forth, right?
You were at risk. You just didn't lose.
You have enough to lose. Okay, that's perfect. All right, cool. We're literally right at time. Do we have any more donation announcements before we take off here? Let's hear it.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, cool. We have let's see, what's next? We have Gargoyle and Heavy next. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take an extended little break here. I got to get some things set up on the computer. In the meantime, you're gonna watch and learn how to donate. Again, we're setting records every single segment with how much money comes in through chat, through those raffles, through the high impact items. Get on it, get after it. Craig, take us out. Nick, thanks for joining us for Craps for the Cure 2025. This year, we're again proud to partner with Veterans Moving Forward, a unique organization that's 100% focused on providing service and support dogs for U.S. veterans that are dealing with physical and mental challenges associated with their time in service. 100% of every dollar donated through Craps for the Cure goes directly to Veterans Moving Forward, and VMF puts 100% of that money directly to work in the purchasing, caring for, and training of these very special dogs that serve our highly respected U.S. veterans. Over the last 2 years, with your help, Craps for the Cure has raised enough money to purchase 2 dogs for Veterans Moving Forward. The first one, Moochie or Mooch, was purchased about 1.5 years ago and named after our good friend and fellow Craps YouTuber Chiro Moochie, who unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. Pearson was purchased this past year and named after Ed Robinson from Roll to Win Craps, from his son, who we also unfortunately lost way too early. This year, we shift our focus into funding the training and raising of these 2 pups as they prepare for their dogs. Is expensive and time-consuming work. They each train about 2 hours a day, 5 days a week with a certified service dog instructor. These lessons, they run about $100 an hour over the course of 2 years. If you want to make a big impact, we're happy to let you know that a few of our sponsors have really stepped up this year. Head to crapsforthecure.com and click the high impact donations link, and you'll come here to this part of our donations website. And for starters, every person that donates $1,000 will get to train for a full day with Dice Coach Bo Parker. Coach Parker is willing to donate his time, 8 hours, to the cause for everyone that steps up with that size of a donation. The folks at Casino Quest have put up a number of high impact items. Full dealer training for $500. All the classes, all the online courses they offer, full dealer training, $500. If you do 1,000, they'll let you have the full dealer training plus come in person for a private audition with David or Alex. If you really want to step up, and drop 5,000. That's fantastic. They put up a full experience with training at the facility, a ride to the casino, dinner with those two, David and Alex, and of course, gambling with them live. These larger priced sort of direct purchase items really go a long way towards chewing up some of those training costs we talked about for Mooch and Pearson. Thanks for your support of Craps for the Cure, Veterans Moving Forward, and of course, our brave servicemen and women. God bless you. All right. I think we're live on this now. Let me see. Publish that. Live mode. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. I think we can all hear each other. Can you all both say hi? We're going to do this live on live here. If I can hear you guys both. Steve, say hello.
Hey, I'm here.
There you go. Garbo, can you say hello for me?
Hello. Hello, everyone.
All right, we got both of you. This is fantastic. So, everybody watching Craps for the Cure 2025, we are now live with Gargoyle and Heavy from Access Power Craps. They're going to talk amongst themselves for a good hour or so. We're clearing the room out here. We just had a great segment. I know you guys can hear all the back noise, right? Great segment here just now with Nick Baba from LSI was awesome. You two have known each other quite a while, I would imagine. And I thought it'd be really fun if you guys got together and just kind of ran a segment and just kind of bounced it back and forth, right? I called this session of the show the Power Craps session because you guys are some power players. Lots of wisdom, lots of experience, lots of years, right? Gargle, I'd love for you to at some point talk about your item that you have up for the auction. You've donated up to one of 3 felts that you've collected. Heavy, you've donated also a full access to a Access Power Crafts seminar, right? So talk about that a little bit, and then let's jump into what it is that you guys want to talk about. And again, the floor is open for you. I'm going to keep our microphone here muted so you can't hear us. We're just going to enjoy your conversation.
And do you want us to talk about the giveaways first, or shall we do that later? He's dialed out. It doesn't.
Yeah, I think we do those. I think we start with that, and then if you want to come on in, and for anybody in chat, we're going to monitor chat here. So if they have questions for you guys, I'm going to put the questions on screen so you can see them. And I'll make sure that I put those in the Zoom chat too, so that you can follow along and address the audience questions as they come up. But yeah, you guys have at it. Show us talk about your auction items, and yeah, let's bring it home, huh?
Sure. Sounds like a winner. Why don't you jump in first there, Gargoyle?
All right. Well, most know me. I'm an avid collector of things. including casino items and memorabilia. We a couple years ago, I think, I put out a felt that people enjoyed, and so I decided this year to put a choice of 3 that folks the winner could choose which one they want. And Heavy, you'll really like a few of them because you probably been to those casinos. That was before my time. So the first one, and the one that I really think is probably going to be the one that goes, is a used felt from the old Frontier. And my research has told me that it is probably the only one left in existence, period. This thing is priced at anywhere between $10,000 to $15,000. And, we're raffling $50 tickets on it, but it's going to be for a good cause. That thing, whoever gets it, probably going to have the only one left in existence for that hotel, for that casino. So that is one. The other 2 are new, uncut. One of them is the old Aladdin, which is now the Planet Hollywood. It's very, very nicely made. I don't think there are any more. My resources tell me that they can't find, so it may be the only one left. I don't know. People may be hoarding and waiting. And the last one is from the Mirage, and that is a 14-foot layout. It's crapless, and that was done back in 2020, right after COVID, when the casinos came back. And it has a reason why I fell in love with it and got it is because it's got the old palm trees logo from the old Mirage, if you remember that, Heavy, along with the new logo. So it's a combination, and it's one of the very few that have that combination. So I figured I would put them out there for an auction, and the winner can choose which one they want to go to a happy home.
Awesome. I like the first one best.
I know, but and my wife, Martha said, "I can't believe you're doing that." I'm like, I think I wanted to put something else, and I mentioned that, so I'm stuck. Now that I'm really thinking about what, I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Wake up, are you okay up here? But it's for a good, it's for a great cause, not a good cause. It's for a great cause, and people should be raffling, buying raffles left and right for these things.
Yeah, I for one realize the importance of a service dog because I have a daughter who depends on a service dog. Sarah, my older daughter, is handicapped, and she's had a service dog for years, and she's her dog Moses passed away just about 3 months ago. So she's going through that whole process now. She has another dog that she's working with that is never going to be able to replace Moses, but she's working with him, and he's a lunkhead. But it's always tough starting over with a new dog. Anyway, so what I'm doing is giving away again this year a seminar for one person who wants to attend one of my Access Power Craft seminars. These are full, we call them a 2-day seminar. It's actually a day and a half of classroom. We spend a full day on Saturday in a dealer school working primarily on your toss. And then we spend a little over a half day on Sunday in the dealer school again, working on advanced betting strategies. And then we go to the casino that afternoon on Sunday, and we play live session with the students and the coaches together, which is something most of the other folks that do this do not do. And, win, lose, or draw, we go out there and have a great time together, playing together. Last year's winner of the contest just came out to my birthday event that we did in Vegas this past weekend. And man, he had a great time. Sent me some pictures of him with his all tall small win he did at Green Valley Ranch. I think it was Sunday he hit the ATS. So he was knocking them dead and just shooting the lights out and shooting from straight out, which is something that impressed the heck out of me. I do try to give all my students an opportunity to shoot from 3 locations. I don't believe that stick left is the only place you can shoot from. And I try to give every student an opportunity to shoot from 3 different positions, stick left, stick right, and straight out. I think everyone needs a backup position. I don't believe the hardware set's the only set you need to learn to shoot dice. I believe there are alternates for you. And we have software that shows you what alternate sets are the best for you. And of course, that's Bone Tracker, which we have available through the old Access Power Craps forum. And that program is free, you know. Yeah, you've got to be a member of the forum to be able to download it, but that's another issue. But the point is, it's a great, great seminar. And even for those who sign up for it, it's $1,250. It's less than all of our competitors charge for a comparable seminar. And we've been doing it since 2001, which is longer than anyone else that's out there has been teaching these seminars. So I encourage everyone that hasn't bought a raffle ticket for it to jump in and buy 20 or 30 and get your name in the hat, because it's a great seminar. Gargle actually attended a couple of them back in the day. He's a former student. Those of you who know Ed Robinson of Roll to Win Craps, Ed attended at least 4 classes, I think 5 with me back when he first started out. 220 Inside, who is now my primary assistant coach, he attended 5 classes in the first 2 years with me. He's one of the best shooters in the Northeast right now. Everybody up there plays around Atlantic City in the Northeast, Philadelphia, that area. They all know him. You guys know these guys. We put up or shut up, and we put out some great shooters. So
I'll tell you, anyone that takes your seminar and doesn't enjoy themselves can be the third wheel with the Grinch and Grumpy, because you know that person is very, very difficult to please at that point, because you know, I've been to many as a student and then as a friend, you know, coming by and listening in, and then as somebody that you've asked to come in and help out, you know, every now and then. So I've been on all levels. I don't care how much you think you know, there's always something that you can pick up and learn.
That's a fact.
Always.
And everyone, I've got guys that have taken 20 classes from me. I mean, it's almost embarrassing. These guys keep coming back. You know, it becomes more of a social event for some of them, because we've all become friends and we enjoy playing together.
You feel bad charging them for money at that point.
Well, you know, you take that many classes, you get the special deal. There's a special deal and there's a special deal. There comes a point in time where, hey, bring donuts, you know, I mean, there's a deal.
So those are the items that we got going, and buy raffles for Heavy's classes and buy more raffles for my layouts.
Absolutely. Yeah. Kick in, help these guys out with a little extra money, because that's what this is all about this weekend.
Yeah.
And
so you and I have known each other for a long time. I mean, over 15 years. I don't know, maybe 18 at this point. We've known each other for a long time.
Been a while.
I've
been teaching classes since 2001. So 25 years next year, 24 years this year. The first year I did classes was really by public demand, if nothing else. I was the voice in the wilderness on on recreational gambling craps back in the day before there were any real forums or Facebook or anything like that. And Gambling Craps was a news group where people talked about craps. And there was virtually no one talking about dice influence in those days. There were one or two people, but you mentioned it and you got immediately shouted down by the math people and the trolls and the guys that are just idiots who insist that, oh, the game's unbeatable, the math is written in stone, and you can't do this and you can't do that. And I'm like, well, I'll show you my numbers, and they'll, oh, you're making the numbers up. They'll just outright call you a liar, and and I didn't have anything to sell in those days. I'm just hey, this is my experience, and they would just talk to you like you were dog crap, But I persisted and just spoke in my calm, rational voice, and the more I was calm and rational, the more shrill they became, and the more idiotic they looked, arguing their points. And it was really kind of funny because it won people over, and people started asking me, hey, would you meet me in the casino and show me some of this stuff, or would you hook up and play a session with me? And I just like, well, these are the days I play. This is where I play. If you want to show up, I don't care. If you buy at the table, fine. If you don't, whatever. We'll go drink a cup of coffee, And some people started showing up and, hooking up, and I attracted a few followers, and the next thing you know, people started asking for a class, and it just blossomed from there.
Right. Now I did a couple of weeks ago, or a couple months ago, Jeff and I, we do dice tossing techniques, and you think craps. That's the one with kind of like a podcast. I did the par toss versus the on access toss, and I explained to people that those are two different style of tosses. While the mechanics, they originate kind of like from the same thing. You've modified it, and in order not to step on anybody's toes or anything, make sure to call yours the on access toss, because it's basically it's from the deck instead of the pendulum swing.
Correct.
And so yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and the whole concept is whatever you do the pendulum toss with a backswing, you're just introducing, as sharpshooter used to say, you're trying to minimize the degrees of freedom when you're shooting the dice. Well, he introduced more degrees of freedom with that backswing with his par toss than he did with any of the wrist rollover or anything else that he did, with the fingers alignment.
More things that could go wrong. More, Tim, the way I view it is just more things that, and we're not poo-pooing on the toss. I'm just saying, in my opinion, it's just you're adding more things that could go wrong with the toss. You're already against all the elements, and your back is against the wall, trying to influence a slight edge to maybe. And the more things you put on a toss, and that's something that, and we'll get into that a little bit with may he rest in peace, Howard.
Yeah, we'll talk about
with all his random with all his, not random, but all his other tosses, they have more in action in the mechanics. And he always told me, he's like, the more steps you have to do and the more action, the more things could go wrong, and
there's more volatility of the toss itself. And you really want to take out as many steps and as much volatility as you can, and have the softest toss as you can. And that's where so many people go wrong. And today, particularly with microfiber layouts, you want as, people still are trying to put 10 or 15 revs of backspin on the dice. So that's the last thing you want on a microfiber layout, because the dice just dig in and go crazy. They bounce all over the place.
Exactly. You have to adjust. You have to, because the par toss and the on access toss came up back in the old days, where tables were pretty much neutral and hard. You didn't hear of bouncy surface and all that, and they were perfect. But as you moved along with the table changes, you know, you started teaching adjustments and stuff like that. Now, back, you know, when I first met you, of course, back then I was a mess. You told me I was a mess. You told me I have no business being in the casino.
Something
You
like
told
that.
me I had no business having money. You told me a lot of stuff that I can't say live because the YouTube police may get us. But you're the first person I met that taught me what craps is, right? You remember I used to be a poker player and I played in WPT, WSOP tournaments. And the story be known, I was playing a cash game at the Hard Rock in Biloxi. It used to be as soon as you walked in the casino, right before to the right, where now there's I think a little restaurant and some high limit baccarat or something. That used to be the poker room, right? And had a really bad beat, about $35,000 on the table. Got pissed, got up, walked off. The casino manager, as a matter of fact, came back and gave me some of the money back because it was a bad beat, and they had a thing that if you know, for a bad beat you get a certain percentage back. I told him, I said, fine, you know, I'll take it, whatever. But I heard a lot of people laughing and I heard a lot of people high-fiving, and I went and it was a craps table. Before then, I had no clue, didn't know nothing about craps. Stood there and watched it, and I decided on my own that I'm going to play that game. And the first year, I wish I had stuck with poker because I think I lost $145,000. The second year, I was on my way to losing that much when, you know, the story, you know, pretty much Martha made me do some research and say, get with people that know what the heck they're doing and learn from them. And I found you on one of the forums. And I actually emailed you and you said, and I told you a little bit about what I'm doing. And you said, here's my number. And you told me, here's my number. You call me right now. And I'm like, oh crap, I don't know what I did. But I called you and you pretty much said, I don't want you to go to a casino. I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to come in to one of our seminars and listen. And the first seminar was with me, with you, Coach, and good old Howard in Vegas. And you told me that you're going to have people follow me. If I had gone to the casino and played, you're going to kick my ass. You said, I don't want you in the casino. And when we go play, you're going to play at $30, 6 and 8, and that's all. Because I brought a bankroll. I was ready to play. And you're like, you're not going to do that. You remember that?
Yep.
And you had what's his name? Short fellow from Texas drive me around, making sure that I don't go anywhere. I forgot his name. But having said that, before you taught me anything about dice, and this is not, you know, patting anybody's on the back. Before you taught me anything about dice setting, dice influencing, you taught me discipline and money management at the table. And you said, if you don't learn anything, learn how to play the game the right way, not just go across and just play this and that. Now, you and I don't play the same way. You're a don't player. You put money on the don't.
Sometimes I win big playing the don'ts.
Right. You know, I'm a right side player, you know, and I may die poor, I may die rich, I don't know. But yet anytime we're both in Vegas or somewhere, we both get on the table and play. Because it doesn't matter. We're we both have our opinions on how to play, and we respect each other's opinions. I can't remember the last time you played a don't on me if I'm on the table. That's why Bo doesn't play on the table with me, because he doesn't, he knows that he knows what's going on, and he knows it's time to play the don't. But he also knows that at any given time, I may switch something in my toss and not hit the 7 and hit the point.
Yeah.
So he gets confused. And every time he gets confused, he gets frustrated. And he says, I don't want to get on the table with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, what did I do? He's like, nothing. I just don't like to be confused.
Yep.
And so yeah, he doesn't get on the tables with me, but
that's funny.
But he tells me he gets frustrated because he doesn't know, he thinks he knows what's coming next. And if he bets the don't and I knock him out, he gets flustered. And if he doesn't do it because he knows I'm going to do something and the 7 comes, he's like, I should have, so.
Bo is very picky about who he bets with, or who he bets on. That's how you live for 30 years in Las Vegas and survive.
Right.
You got to pick your points and bet, who you're going to bet on, when you're going to bet on them, and get in and out of the game quickly. And that's the thing that I was trying to teach you back then is the money management and the discipline part of it. And the thing you've got to learn if you're going to win at craps, and I talked about this all last weekend with my class, the first thing you've got to learn is not how to win. You've got to learn how not to lose.
Right. And that's what I wanted to, that's a good segue to what I was going to ask you. Honestly, your seminars is more about discipline and money management and how to play more than how to set the dice and throw.
We spend the whole first day tossing the dice, but I do intersperse my little jewels about money management and discipline in there throughout the day. Yes. Because Sunday is our advanced betting strategy class. Now, here's the deal. I have here in my grubby little paws a little, what is that? A USB flash drive. And on that USB flash drive is my original seminar video from 2005, recorded in Biloxi just a few months before Katrina blew the hell out of the dealer school down there. Dealer school got hit by an 18-foot wall of water. That was an interesting story. Dealer school is the same place where we're still doing seminars down there, but they have different tables there now than they had 18 years ago because they were all floating up around the ceiling after that water hit. But when someone signs up for one of my classes, they get this sent to them before the class, and I expect them to watch the entire seminar 2 to 3 times before they come to the live class, because I don't want to have to waste classroom time covering the content that's on this video when I can send them out to them in advance. I would rather spend that classroom time working on tosses. And if anybody has any questions on this stuff that's on the video, we'll refer back to it and answer those questions. And there are certain points on there that I'll ask questions about from time to time in the classes, things I want to be sure, hey, let's check on this and see if they really covered it, if they really watched it. Did they catch it when they watched it? I'll ask a question or two now and then. But for the most part, I count on the students to watch that stuff and make sure they get it before the class, because I want them to come in prepared. And most of them do. Most of them come in not only prepared with the content mentally, but also with a pretty good toss when they walk into the class. So we're more into the tune-up of tosses than we are in creating something from the ground up. Now, occasionally you'll get somebody that comes in with some wonky toss that needs, you just got to completely rebuild it from the ground up. But even on those cases, I tell the students, hey, we're going to rebuild your toss this weekend from the ground up. Don't take that new toss we're teaching you from the ground up to the casino and use it this weekend. Take it home and practice it for 6 months before you take it to the casino and use it. Because you're just now learning it. It's going to take you 3 to 5 months to get that thing down to the point you can make money of it. Now, all depends on how much time you put in practicing it. I might go home and practice it for 2 months and nail it. The next guy might take him 2 years because he practices once a week, for 90 minutes or something. So it all depends on how much commitment you have and how long you're willing to put into it and what type of practice you're going to put in. So, but I do send those out to people before the classes and expect them to watch them beforehand.
And what you just said was very important. It doesn't matter if you're trying to learn a toss, if you're setting and throwing, if you're learning a strategy, if you're learning money management. Just like in life, you get what you put into it.
Yeah.
If you put a lot of time and effort, you're going to get results. If you spend once a week, you're not going to get anything. If you remember, the first time I went to the seminar and we were at Bo's house and you asked me to come in and throw the dice, and we had old Irish on stick, and it didn't take but 3 minutes, and pretty much Irish said that I should go play bingo. I should have no business. Remember, he said I should have no business touching the dice, and in front of everybody. Irish was like, he didn't play. He just and I'm like, and I took a step back, and I'm not making this up because y'all were there. The next seminar was a few months later, and I showed up, and I was using my pincer grip with a kickstand, and I started tossing the dice. And your first thing you said to me is like, who are you? And what do you do to gargle? And if you remember, my wife was there, and she said, he went down, he built a little rig, and he would practice until his fingers bled, literally. Remember, you gave me that little wooden.
Yep. Those fingers
to hit my fingers.
Get your fingers lined up.
And I would hit him, and they wouldn't light up, and I would hit him hard because I thought that hitting them harder would line them up instead of just trying to figure out what they were doing. I was not using my brain, and they would bleed, and but every night I would practice for 2 hours because I took what Iris said personally.
Yeah, well.
Like, it's like, no, I can do this. When I put my mind to something, I can do this. But I put effort into it.
Yeah.
2 hours every day for 3 months. So when somebody says, well, I don't believe in DI, I took a toss, and okay, how much time do you practice? Well, every now and then. How many times do you go to a casino? Well, every now and then. Okay, so what the hell are we talking about? You get out of it what you put into it. So I'm really and we're gonna get to like stories with Howard and fun stories with Howard and fun stories with Bo here in a minute. But I just wanna you and I go a long way, and we talk a lot on the phone, and if I haven't met you, and if you haven't shown me discipline, other people I heard earlier talked about discipline, money management, all these are, it's before you even dice and talk, you all these. And if it wasn't for you doing some of that, Howard doing some of his dice tossing techniques with me, and Bo pretty much engraving discipline in my head, I wouldn't be the person that I am today. And the person that I am today is somebody that knows when they need to be at the craps table, knows when they don't need to be at the craps table, and knows when they don't even need to be in the casino.
Yep.
Where before it's like, I have money, I don't care. Let's go $2,000 across. Let's roll the dice.
Yep.
I didn't know any better. I was an idiot. I had common sense, but didn't know how to use common sense to play the game. So I've told you a million times, I really appreciate it. And I'll tell you right now, live, I really appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate it.
The reason why I say that is because anybody watching, it doesn't matter about the DI or anything. This man right here, with his experience, can with a whole bunch of other stuff. So I really appreciate it, my friend.
My whole goal in this from day one has been, number one, to keep other people from making the same mistakes I've made in my life, because I have lost a ton of money through the years. And number two, just to beat the crap out of the casinos, you know, because I mean, I used to love going to the casinos. I love the casino lifestyle, but I've grown to just the way they've treated us the last 10 or 15 years as dice influencers, with all the things they've done to the game and how they've treated us as individuals. Some of us just, you know, I just have grown a little jaded, if you will take that term. And, you know, I just go in there and I just want to beat them for every dime I can every time I go in there. And there was a time when I would go into certain casinos and the floor manager would come over and say, "Steve, you've won enough for the day." And I'd say, "Okay, thank you." And I'd color coming in and I'd leave the casino. I don't know that I'd do that today. I think I'd just argue with him. No, I haven't. I think I'm going to hang around and win some more, you know.
So there are a few comments. I'm reading the comments. I'm watching multiple screens here. I gotta watch.
You're watching more than I am. Then I don't have
Yeah. So I'm reading, and I know John is supposed to kind of put up some of the comments, but one of my good friends that I've gotten to know very well, and I spoke over the phone. He has a YouTube channel, Dice Grinders. His name is Arnell. He's very smart. He's very witty, and he doesn't beat around the bush with his questions. You know, he's asking, you know, why do we think craps players are haters to other craps players? There's no one correct way to play or toss the dice. So what would you say?
What was the question? Why are they scared of other dice players?
No, why they hate. I guess the question is, why is there a lot of hate between players and stuff? Like, for example, I say, you know, I don't play the don't, but don't players don't bother me most of the time because they're not on my table. I'm either playing by myself.
I got you. Okay, so don't players don't bother me at all because I play the don'ts all the time. But when I do a class, I tell my students, when we go to the table and play together tomorrow, you'll probably see me playing a don't pass bet at some point when you are tossing the dice. This does not mean I don't have faith in you as a shooter. This means it's part of a strategy that I play. I like to leverage my place bets with a don't pass bet, so I have a less of a sevens exposure. So I'll play, you know, a $30 don't pass, and then I'll play $30 each on the 6 and 8. One hit on the 6 or 8 pays me $35. I cannot lose on that hand from that point on. I have had hands at the table, and I'll tell you about one later, where I've made over $4,000 on a hand with that bet. In that case, I had a $25 bet on the don't pass and 24 each on the 6 and 8, and the guy threw 14 eights, and then he sevened out with a point of 6, and I won my don't pass bet on the 6, and I made like $4,500 on the hand. So that's the miracle on 42nd Street you're looking for. But what you're really trying to do is just grind out a couple of bucks on each shooter till the dice get back to you. You know, you want to preserve your capital, make a couple of bucks on each shooter. Hey, if you can make 25 bucks on each shooter with 10 shooters at the table waiting for the dice, you picked up 250 bucks waiting on the dice. That's a hell of a lot better than losing 250 bucks waiting on the dice, which is what most people do.
Yeah.
You know, you win You win $500 on the hand. By the time the dice get back to you, where'd my $500 go? Oh, it went with the other 500. You're down 1,000 now. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it just happens all the time. So I play it that way as a strategy. But I have several friends who are big time don't players. And if I walk into Bally's over here in Shreveport, and these guys are standing straight out, and they're buddies of mine, and there's 3 or 4 of them there, and they're all playing the don'ts, and their rack is full. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over there, buy in right next to them, and I'm going to play the don'ts. I don't
That's
care
right.
who's on the other end shooting, because these are
That's
the
right.
guys.
It's one of the things. It's one of the things that you taught me. When you walk into a table, look at the chip rack, see
Yeah.
if how many chips are there and what the people are doing.
These
That's
guys
one
are
of
the
the first
ones that
things
are
you
making
taught
the
me.
money. I'm going to go play the don'ts. And if I lose 3 don't bets in a row, guess what? I'm either going to change tables or change sides on that table. You know, one of the two. But I'm going to start out trying to follow the dice, follow the trend, and see where it takes me. But that's a whole other story. But the reason the average player hates the dope player is because they think the dope player is bringing bad luck to the table. They're superstitious. Let's get the dope guy. He's bringing bad luck to the table. Now, a lot of don't, not a lot, a few don't players bring negative trash to the rest of the don't players by doing the crap like building the walls of red chips down there. You know, they'll get 5 stacks of red chips and pile them up instead of getting, you know, $500 in green chips or 5 $100 chips and put them out there. They'll get 5 stacks of red chips and pile them up out there for odds to block the whole end of the table so your dice will hit them. Well, you know, that's a strategy. He's playing a strategy, and you can't let that stuff bother you. If you're a DI and you can't move your dice over and land them somewhere 4 or 5 inches to one side of that, then you need to work on your practice session. You don't need to, number one, you need to work on your practice sessions. Number two, you need to work on your head game. You need to work on getting the crap between your ears, is what I call it all the time, squared away. Number three, if you were a straight out shooter, that wouldn't bother you. Because if you're a straight out shooter, you can move over 6 inches and avoid that by shooting straight down the table 6 inches over from another.
Or drop it right behind the stack.
Or drop it right behind the stack.
With a drop shot. Yeah.
If you're good.
So like, you know, I tell people all the time, and most of the people in the community not that know me, you know, I don't play the don't. I have no problems with people playing the don't.
Yeah.
Most of the times I'm in the morning playing on the table trying to do my thing. When we were at the bash last year, I know several people, and I really appreciate it. And I'm not going to call their names because I don't. I'm afraid if I miss somebody, I don't want them to be offended. But several people went out of their way to change the way they play just so that I can be at the tables with them. And you know, I don't like to play at a crowded table or anything. It's taken me a lot to join folks at a table and play at the bash and stuff like that. I'm usually, you know me, I'm just a solo player, maybe one person or two, and that's it. So, and I appreciate it. And I even told them, I said, look, just play, just go play. I'll stand. And they're like, no, get on the table with us, G. Let's play. So some people go out of their way to be accommodating. And I go out of, you know, I've given up table. You know, if somebody came in, started playing, wanted to play that don't, you know, I've colored up. I've done that, you know, in a morning session with a whole lot of people in Biloxi that were playing with us. You know, somebody came in, started playing the don't, and I said, okay, folks, I'm out. And that wasn't any disrespect, but that was me accommodating, right? Some people say, well, that's rude of you and that's disrespectful. You know, you leave the table. No, that's just me saying, do whatever you want. You know, I'm just going to take my chips and I'm just going to go win money at the slot machine. But other people, they take it as a, you're playing the don't, I'm going to knock you off that don't because I'm a better player. I don't like that. And I've told people who are friends of mine saying the way you think is wrong. because that person is just like you trying to make money on the table.
Yeah, we're all playing against the house. That's the thing
Period.
people have to remember.
Period. So you saying, you know, I'm gonna knock you off the don't, that is not the right way to play at the table. That is so disrespectful, it's not even funny. And the other way around too, you know, you talked about the few don't players that come in and start yelling for the 7 while you're, because they want you to get flustered so that they can win money. It's not about, you know, somebody yelling at each other about, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. It's a matter of respecting everybody that's at the table doing their thing. And it doesn't matter if you think what they're doing is wrong or right. They have control of their money. You have control of your money. This is why I love craps, because it doesn't matter if you're a millionaire or somebody just collected their check and walked up to the table. Both of you get to play the same game any way you want. And that's what I love about the game. So I see some chats about, you know, this, that, and the other. It's about being respectful at the game. And at any given time, you taught me that. That's one of the first things you taught me. At any given time, if you don't like what you see or what's going on, take your chips and walk away.
Yep.
That's the easiest thing you can do. You taught me that from day one. It's like, if you don't feel comfortable, don't sit there and try and figure out why you're not comfortable. Just walk away.
Yep.
Right? That's
Pick
the
up
first thing
your
you taught me.
chips and leave.
Yep. Yep.
That's awesome. So, reflecting back on some good old days, I'm
Yes.
trying to think back here.
So I'm gonna start.
Okay, start.
How about that day you and Howard, when we had a class in Biloxi and we were at the old, was it the Grand back then before the Harris?
Oh, the Grand
And we
in
were
Biloxi?
supposed to meet at the regular table, and all of a sudden you and Howard disappeared to the Crapless table, and both of you had rolled in the 40 something while we were all sitting down and waiting on
bigger than
YouTube.
that. It was yeah, we were waiting for the second table to open, because they had a crapless table open and they had a regular table open.
Yep.
And the regular table was open. So the regular table was full, the crapless was not, but nobody wanted to play crapless. They were opening a third table in, quote, 10 minutes, right? So we're standing around waiting and waiting and waiting, and I got tired of waiting. So I'm like, screw it, I'm going to go over and play some crapless while we're waiting. When it opens, I'll bring my chips over and play. So I go over and I buy in straight out on the crapless table.
And Howard followed you.
Howard doesn't follow me yet. Howard waits until I get the dice, and the dice come to me, and I start tossing a hand. And I'm tossing the hand, and I'm tossing the hand, and I'm tossing the hand, and I'm tossing the hand. And it goes on and on and on and on. And I toss a 53 number hand, crapless, from straight out.
Yep, from straight out. Yep.
And Howard's already come over and bought in the middle of a hand, straight out on the opposite end, you know. And after he buys in, after I finally 7 out, he walks down to my end of the table. Heavy, what set did you use? The world's worst question, right? What the hell? The world's worst question. What set did you use? We should discuss that question after a while.
Yeah.
Because it's the one everybody asks on every craps forum and every Facebook group and everywhere on the internet after somebody has a big hand. What set did you use? And I said, Howard, the one I always use from straight out, I use the cross sixes with the 5-4 on top and the sixes facing down table, the aces facing me. 5 on the left, 4 on the right. That's it. So it's the 5-1, 4-1 if we're doing it by the designation I use. And he nods, okay, goes down to the other end of the table. He uses the same set. and he followed it with a 51 number hand. So I had a 53 and he had a 51
Right.
back to back.
Now I was on
Meanwhile,
his roll.
everybody's over at the other table and they're
Yeah.
just standing there watching, you know.
Yep.
So
Because
here
they
we
sent
are
me.
between us, 104 rolls between us, and nobody comes over and buys in and plays because it's crapless. And I'm just
Right.
thinking, you idiots, you know, but I don't say anything.
Because they sent me to find out what the heck's going on in the middle of your hand.
Yeah.
And I walk up and I'm like, and Howard is just sitting there, and I said, okay. And then once the dice, as the world turns, I bought in. I didn't even go back and tell these people. I just bought in, and I was on there on Howard's hand. So
Yeah.
basically, instead of being upset with two people, they were upset with three people at that point.
Yeah,
I
so
remember we were, man, I missed that guy. We were
Yeah.
at the Rio, Howard and I think Johnny Boy was with us. I don't know. And, Howard wrote down numbers, and, he played,
Oh, yeah.
he played the strategies and stuff. And he wasn't straight out and I wasn't straight out. And I started doing the drop shot. And, I my play, I press and then I regress. The 10 was about 500, I think. And I remember it was the 10 because the 10 was at 250. And Howard all of a sudden lays it. And I'm looking down and I'm like, did he just do what I think he did? And then immediately in my head, because I know which strategy he's playing. I know, and I'm like, this, and so it immediately started playing with my head. And the first thing I'm thinking, turn my bets off. But then I'm like, no, it's got to be my grip. So I changed it something, and I hit a 10. So he loses his don't. So typically, what the thing tells him to, he tripled up, because the way the strategy says that if you get hit, triple up, because the next roll is a 7. Mine went up to 500. And I did something. I didn't change dice sets, but I did something with my grip, and I immediately threw another 10.
Huh.
Howard gives me that look, and he did not wait for the roll to end. He walked from straight up all the way around, came up to me, and I'm like, oh shit, I don't know what's gonna happen again. I don't know. He's just walking. He came up and he whispered in my ear, I'm not giving you any more hints anymore. He knew exactly what I was doing, because he's the one who told me how to change my grip if the dice is not landing the way it's supposed to.
Yeah.
And he just walked all the way in the back, and he took his note, pen, and paper, and he wrote down something. And, that was just a funny moment, because I did not know what he was going to tell me. I didn't know he was going to, say I'm pissed off. He's like, I'm not giving you any more of my tips. But that was Howard,
That's
That was
Howard.
Howard. He was a big teddy bear. And but
the one time I saw Howard really get frustrated with a guy, we were playing at the Golden Nugget in Biloxi, and he was shooting from straight out, and there was this big redneck Cajun guy wearing overalls and a dirty T-shirt under it, and he was constantly putting late bets out, having his hands in the way and everything. And Howard had asked him a couple of times politely, would he mind, and asked the dealers to get him to get his hands up. And finally he asked him loudly, how about getting your hands up down there, sir, please? Dice are out, And the guy just told him, just go ahead and throw the damn dice. And Howard picked him up and threw him down there and bounced him off the guy's chest. and I'm standing next to Howard, and I said, Howard, I'm stepping well away from you right now because that guy looks like he might pull a hand cannon out of his bib overalls and blow you into next week. I said, he says, really? I said, you got to pick your targets when you're throwing dice. And he's not a guy that I would throw dice at, and I'm a big fella, you know. I'm an experienced hand when it comes to throwing dice at people. That guy don't look like one I would throw dice at, you know.
Yeah, it took a lot. Unlike you, it took a lot to fluster Howard. I've seen you. Yeah, I've seen you way too many times get flustered and tell people exactly what you think, for all the right reasons, of course. But with Howard would just ignore some of that stuff unless it really get him, and just concentrate on his thoughts.
Yeah, this guy really got to him, and he just, you know, the way the guys smarted back at him, just throw the damn dice, you know. And boy, he just picked them up and threw them. Like, wow, that's my move, but not on that guy. Yeah, it was funny.
When I first started going, met Howard and we started throwing dice together. I was at stick right, shooting, right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
And he came over and he's like, listen, do you mind if you go to stick left? He's like, you probably can't shoot from stick left, so, but I can, we were in the downtown Grand in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I said, Howard, please. So he shot from there, and then the dice came to me, and I switched to left hand and I shot left-handed. And after we went out to eat, we sat down. There was a cafeteria, not a cafeteria, but a nice cafe right next to the craps tables. They had good food. And sat down. He's like, you tossed both sides of the table with both hands. And like, yeah. He's like, yeah, we're gonna need to talk because you're not very few people can do that. And I'm like, is that something bad? He's like, no, this is something good. So this is when he started telling me about how not everybody can shoot a par toss. Not everybody can shoot a stacked dice toss. People need to throw something to where they feel comfortable. And that's why he taught different tosses, because it was, based on people's comfort level. Some people would try to do the on axis toss, but just can't get it. It doesn't work for them. But they would do a drop toss, and they would pick it up just like that. And I'm like, okay, where's it going with this? He's like, well, I think you should learn all these. I said, why? He said, well, you never know when you need to use one. And this is why, because Howard, you and I both know, Howard wouldn't teach all these shots for anyone. He had students, they would pay him to learn a certain toss. He may show them one, but that's about it. We would talk on the phone and send pictures of dice tosses together and stuff like that. And sometimes I would call you and tell you, Howard's off his rocker. He's like, do this with the dice and do it. And there's what influence is he thinking? And you're like, oh, he's probably thinking bourbon influence or whiskey influence. But you know what? He knew exactly what he was talking about. He knew exactly what he was talking about. And there was a reason for everything he did, all his shots. There was a reason behind the influence, and he could tell you what that reason is.
Yeah, we played together enough that I saw all of his shots work at one time or another.
Yep.
And I saw students that he taught his off-axis stuff and all that stuff. I saw them, some that could not throw an on-axis toss, switch to that stuff and do well with it, And I'm like, okay. And I didn't necessarily approve of teaching it. And the reason why is because it's not heavy's off axis power craps. It's heavy's axis power craps, right?
That's right.
I mean,
but yet you had him in your classes, in your sessions. It doesn't matter if he's showing people off axis, and that is the type of person you are. You didn't care. You had him in there because
I led him up to a point, and we made sure that we differentiated between the two, and that if you wanted to learn it, Howard's available to do it. If not, spend more time with me on this table, and gave people the option of doing it. And
other people won't. I mean, I know I can name some people that, they will say, you go do your own thing, get your own students, and I'll stick here with my own students.
Well, I mean,
that's the kind of friendship you guys had. I mean, when I met you, you and Howard were like really good friends, at that point.
Yeah, we were. I mean, we were tight for, from, I first met Howard in 2001 when we did I did a joint seminar with Jerry Patterson in Las Vegas. He invited me to be a guest speaker on his seminar he did out there, and I met Howard at that, and that's the first time I met Howard, sharpshooter. Bo, Dom, he was still a coach for Jerry back in those days, and we were all friends back in those days, and hung out, played together, and then after I started up Axis Power Craps, and Bo left and started up his deal in Las Vegas, we were the first. I started up my deal about 6 months before Bo started his deal, because he started up the same weekend they started that seminar, and then about 6 months after that, Dom left and started Golden Touch, because he and Jerry had a falling out over a sandwich, but that's another story I won't even go into. But who's paying for the sandwich? Not me, not me. No, I didn't say that. That's just a rumor I heard. I don't know if that's true or not. It was told to me that there was a discussion over paying for a sandwich. But anyway, Dom went out on his own after he and I had previously talked about going in business together, and that didn't happen. And that's good, because we each have our own thing now. And so Bo and I did classes together for 10, 12 years in Las Vegas, and I did classes with Irish Setter and Mad Dog in classes for 6 or 8 years in there. I did classes with Stanford Wong from BJ21, who wrote his book on craps. Did classes with Nate Fernandez, Darth Nader for many years.
I have him not only in a stand-up poster, but as a Lego Darth Vader. People say you have people.
Nate
So real quick, let me interrupt you just for a second. We want to remind people that Heavy is having his 2-day session. You can go in and buy raffles for it. I got the 3 layouts that you can buy raffles to get them. Just this is for a good cause. Donate, and we have a donation from Fake Talker donated $200. Wow, awesome! And Justice Jen has a question.
Okay.
Has Heavy given G a lecture about only playing half of the game if he doesn't play the don't? I think the question should be, how many times including recently, has had me giving G lectures about only playing half the games. I won't let you have at it, and I'm gonna go eat crow here, and you know.
Has Justice Jen been reading some of my articles about if you're not playing the don'ts, you're only playing half the game? Because I've got 425 articles up on my Craps forum, and probably 20% of them are about playing the don'ts. And if you're not playing the don'ts, you're destined to lose half the time.
And he's made me read every single one of them, and he's made me say, does this make sense to you? And my answer is yes. And he's like, and I'm like, well, you know, I got Bo Parker, dice coach, in this ear saying, you got to have positive energy.
Yeah, positive energy is winning on the don'ts. On the if you're going to bet on a Randy, you know, if you're going to bet on that random roller, by God, you better be betting the don'ts on that guy.
There's no such thing as a random roller. Everybody influences the dice in their own way. Even if you shake him and toss him, you're influencing. Come on, are we gonna do this all over again? This time we don't have any. You don't have any alcohol in you, and I haven't had 5 sodas, and we don't have steaks. But are we gonna really have this conversation now? Because I can. I have coffee.
I told you before we started I was having pizza, so you know I had a beer. Oh, Lord have mercy. So, yeah, buy raffle tickets, everybody. And yes, you do need to learn how to play the dark side. It's easy. You ought to at least learn how to play Mad Professor's short leash strategy. That's right up your alley.
So John from Casino Gaming TV came over a few months ago. He was on his way down to Florida, and he asked if he could do the morning coffee run, his show over here. You know, I have cameras, and you know, I do my show with Jeff. And I said yes, and you know, he was going over some stuff, and he's like, "Well, I'm going to show you one. I'm going to play one of my strategy, and you're going to roll the dice, and then you're going to play one of the strategy while I roll." And I'm like, "Yeah," and I didn't put 2 and 2 together. And next thing you know, he's telling me about one of his strategies, and he's like, "Now you're going to put money here on the don't." And I'm like, "I'm going to do what now?" He's like, "Yeah, you're going to put money here in the don't." And I'm standing go, and he's like, "Listen, you promised. You know, you played the way I want one time, and you played the way you want one time. Now you're playing the way I want." So I did play the don't on my table that one time with John, and it was recorded, and it's still on his channel. So
did it wear out that spot on the felt?
Well, I'm either the bleach didn't take it off, so I'm gonna have to either get a Crapless layout now or something. The other thing is when we were at the bash last year, Ed wanted to show me this. It's not really a slot machine, but it's like a slot machine that you can play craps. It's called Wizards of something. And he's like, you know, you can win on it. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, you know, put your money. So I, like an idiot, I put my money. He's like, now you put the don't and the DC. And I'm like, what? He's like, oh, come on, it's a slot machine. It's like bubble craps. You don't care. I did win, but I'm like, you know, he's like, see, it works. I'm like, this is a slot machine. No, I mean, look, there are so many ways you can play this game. There's no right or wrong. Well, I'm not gonna say there's no right and wrong, because you and I have seen some really, really wrong ways to play it. And I mean, I'm the first one that was playing it wrong before I met you. So, but I don't disagree. I am missing out on half the game, but I play most of the time. I play on my tosses, and I know I can get a few numbers before I hit the 7. So I play the way I toss, and that's more beneficial. You know,
but if somebody else is on the table with you,
if somebody's on the table with me, I'm probably not on the table, especially if I don't know that person. You know, yeah, Yeah, this is John says I made G make don't pass. Yeah, you're gonna you're gonna get credit for that. You do get credit. I don't know if it's good credit, bad credit, but you are getting credit for that, John. But anyway, yes, Jen, he reminds me every time he and I are on the table with him.
Well, we got to get on the table more often. That's all. I'll wear you down.
Look, I can't argue with you because it's not that you're the expert, but you're the one who taught me a lot of this stuff. I can tell you I have my opinions, but at the end of the day, you know.
At the end of the day, the don'ts win 2 out of 3 times.
You know, how are we doing with these raffles? Are we getting any donations?
Well, change the subject on us here, huh?
Let me read the chats. The chat is all about, yeah, people are saying, are encouraging you to load it up. People are encouraging you to just stack it on.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. How in the world did we get into this conversation? I'm not going to go up the chat, but I think it started with Justice Jen. You know, have you met her, Justice Jen?
I don't know if we've met or not. I don't think so.
I think you did. Weren't you at the Crafts of the Cure last year?
No, I was at my birthday deal last year. It was again last year. It was 1 week off.
She is the sweetest person that you'll ever meet. Every time I see her, and I've only seen her a few times, but every time I see her, I give her a big bear hug, and she's like, my back, and I'm like, oh, I just missed you. She's one of the she's very, very sweet, but she doesn't mess around. She knows how to play craps. She knows how to toss, and she doesn't mess around. She'll ask the hard questions. All right, let's talk about the importance of knowing how to bet. That should outrank DI. If not, why? That's from Skill and Luck. So he's asking
15.
Importance of knowing how to bet, because that is more important than dice influencing. So I'm going to give my initial thoughts about that. I think it's a combination. I think if you can be a powerhouse, if you can do both, but if you can't do both, then I agree. Knowing how to bet is more important than influencing the dice. What do you think, Heavy?
I think it's almost impossible to win without a positive EV. You can over the short run, but over the long run, the game's going to beat you. So, but you have to be able to bet to exploit that win, and you have to know how to bet your hand. So now we're getting into the nuts of it, okay? So you have to know how to bet your hand. You have to know how to bet everybody else's hand that you're going to bet on, right? If you're going to wind up coming out in the positive. So I know how to bet my hand. I know what numbers to bet on, okay? But I don't know how to bet your hand. I don't know what your dominant numbers are. I know how to bet Nate's hands. I know how to bet 220 inside's hands. I know how to bet, who else Ed. I could bet Ed's hands all day long, you know.
Because you know how they play, and you've had history together.
Exactly. I know what numbers to bet.
There's history. There's data tracking rolling in your head.
Exactly. I know, some of those guys, I would press the 5 or 9 3 times, full press 3 times, power press once, full press before I'd take a hit. I mean, I'd start out with a $15 bet and I'd collect 300 on my first hit or my third hit, because on the 5 and 9, but that's playing in Mississippi and playing on their hands. But, and even if I don't get it every time.
Hey, Heavy, hang on. Sorry. John needs to step in for a second. Go ahead, John.
All right. Hey, can you hear me okay? I have an announcement to make. Since you've been on.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you guys have got the record now from the last 3 or 4 seconds. We have $350 came in through chat while you guys have been talking. $90 additional to the dog training. $250 more in raffles, which brings our total over $23,000 for this thing so far. So we gotta clap that up.
Wow.
We crested another milestone, which is fantastic. And I put it in chat. We've got 12 more to go for the clinic and 14 more to go, I think, for your felts. And it's a race. So a chat, light it up. $50 raffle tickets for the felts and for the clinic. Let's go. Let's get both those things to the reserve. You got another 45 minutes to get it done. Get it done, everybody.
We need to hit 25 over.
We
25
do need to hit 25. You got it. I know you guys can do it.
Look, yeah, and whoever's you guys are watching, it doesn't matter whether it's $1, $100, $1,000. Everything you can put in helps, and you can donate as anonymous. You can go and get the raffle look, the seminars they're priceless. You're gonna get something out of them. The layouts, you're getting a piece of history that pretty much, if you get one or two of the ones I'm thinking of, they're probably, nobody has them in the world. They're probably non-existent. You're getting the actual last piece from that casino. They're both worth their their weight in gold. So with heavy, and if you don't know what to do 50-50. Get one raffle for him and one raffle for me. It doesn't matter. But there's
5 of each.
Get 5 of each. There you go. That's why he's the instructor, and I'm just the guy that attends the.
Like we said earlier,
sold cars before, have you?
If you're okay with putting 44 inside, you can put $50 on a raffle item. That's what it's all about, right? If you're 96 across better, buy 2. Just put one. Just give us one of your bets towards the cure. That's all we need. One of your bets, your normal bets, towards the cause, and we're going to make it here, guys.
Where are these 6,400 across guys? We need how many of those we need? We need 4 6,400 across bettors to make cash donations right now.
There you go.
Wait a minute. I'm going to put on my is it Jimmy Swaggart?
But we've been getting some good comments in the chat. Again, dialing skill and luck. I believe you gotta know how to play the game. You gotta know how to bet. That is the most important. But if you can also figure out how to influence your toss to where you can bet based on your toss, I'm talking about your toss. If you're a dice influencer, it's an added bonus. It's like you pretty much infused a whole bunch of steroids in your betting system. And if you learn how to bet, and if you like to enjoy betting on others and stuff like that, and learn how to bet both sides of the game, then not everything works all the time, but trust me, you're better off than just not knowing how to do anything and just putting money on the table, because you're bound to lose all the time. I've done it.
One of the first things I show in my classes, a little pyramid that is basically a pyramid of dice chips that's laid out that shows the different numbers on the dice, the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and how the odds are calculated on the different payoffs. It's just like the chart you've seen in every craps book you've ever seen, and how the odds are calculated. But we go down that column in the middle where the 7 is, and we talk about 7 to rolls ratio, and how many rolls you get as a random roller with a SRR of 8.5 roughly, and with SRR of 6, you get 8.5 rolls basically. An SRR of 7, you get about 10.5, thereabouts. But the average game at craps, you have to differentiate between a game and a hand. A game, when you establish a point, your random game is settled in about 3.5 rolls. And if you have a 7 rolls ratio of 7, you get about 4.5 rolls. That's including the come out roll. So that means you've got the come out roll, 1, 2, that's 3, boom. That's your 3.5, your 4th roll there. So you've got the come out roll, then 2 rolls, and you've got a decision made. Either you made your pass or you 7'd out on that next roll with an SRR.
So do you count the come out roll as part of your SRR?
I'm counting it as part of the SRR. Yeah, of course. So because
Even if your bets are not working.
Because we're counting in Bone Tracker, every roll counts. Okay.
Yeah, but forget about Bone Tracker for a second. I
That's
guess
the
you
only
can't
tool
because
we use. Only tool we use.
yeah,
So
no. I guess you can't because that's the one that's telling you the SRR.
Yes,
So,
and wait a minute now. Come out 7s win. So come out 7s are winner. Come out 11s win. So those are not losses, right? Your game continues. That's why your SRR can be 8.5. Because if it wasn't, your SRR would be 6, like some craps coaches around tell you, oh, average SRR 6. Bullshit. It's 8.5 because 7s and 11s are naturals in the come out and you win on those. But other than that, your average game at craps, your average hand at craps, 8.5. Your average game is about 3.5 in a random roll. 4.5 if it's 7 rolls ratio of 7, about 10.5 rolls with a 7 rolls ratio of 7.
So if you want to make money on 5 hits,
you're not going to get 5 hits.
If you get 5 hits, you need an SRR of 6 because the come out you don't not making any money if a 7 or 11
work
doesn't
on the come out if you want to.
No, I don't work the come out. I'm
okay.
Smarter than that.
You
but
have what?
If you set a point, if you set a point,
what do you have if you don't work on the come out?
No, you do a world bet or something like that. Ed taught me the game of the world bet.
Okay, you're betting the carnival bets.
Of course, you can. Hey, listen, you can make money on the carnival bets if you know what you're doing.
Sure, you can. If you're only betting them
I've seen you. No.
If you're only betting,
seen you, Mr. CNE, $5 to 25 to 150 on the CNE on the come out. I've seen you make money on the carnival
CNE,
bets.
no. On a world ace deuce or a world in a high low, yeah. But it's a terrible bet. It's a terrible
but what
bet.
I'm saying,
I don't recommend it to anybody unless they can throw it.
Well, it's not about throwing it. It's about knowing reading the table and knowing what the table is giving you. So it's if the table is giving you all numbers, you need to be betting the all numbers.
That's another story. They say I can.
No, it's the same story. It's the same story. We're talking about circus bets.
Yeah,
You're talking about the horn bets. It's the same story.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, people are always talking about, I'm just going to get 4 hits and down, right? Or 5 hits and down. Now, you've got what, inside numbers bet or across?
Across.
So you've got how many combinations of the dice to make those numbers up?
I don't know if you're depending on how you read the dice, some people will tell you 36, some people will tell you 280, depending on how you read the dice.
24 combinations of the dice. 24 ways to win versus 12 ways to lose. So you got a third of the combination of the dice you can win off of.
Okay.
So 24 combinations of the dice, 24 ways to win. You got 6 ways to lose. And you got 6 ways not to win. Is that right? Yeah, that works out right. So, okay. So, what does that leave you with?
So you need an SRR of 6
to
be able to be a winner. If you're like, for somebody like me that goes 640 across for 5 hits, and then down to 160 across, including the point. If I'm going to walk away with 300, 400, 500, whatever it is, I need a minimum of SRR of 6, right?
No, because that's going to give you basically 8.5, 9 rolls, right? You're looking, that's going to get you
six rolls. Come out, and then 5 rolls.
Okay, 5 rolls.
Right. So that's so if you hit a 7 after that, if you can only roll 6 numbers before the 7, that's an SRR of 6, right?
Okay. Yeah, if you can only roll 6 before the 7, that's an SRR of 6, yes.
Right.
But you should average 8.5 rolls is what I was getting at on that. So you should be able to roll 2.5 more times. Even if you were rolling 2.5 more times, you're not going to get 5 numbers in, or 6 numbers in, is my point, because there's not, on average, you're not going to get there.
Well, you're talking about the long game.
Yeah.
The long game, right? On average, it's going to be 8 something, because sometimes you're going to have shorter rolls, sometimes you're going to have longer rolls.
Yeah.
Right?
We're boring people.
No, we're not. People are actually, we're at 24,500. We only need $500 more to hit 25,000. People are
Pull out your
loving
damn checkbook. Crap.
So Jeff and I, made a donation yesterday. Jeff made the announcement. We matched Bootlegger, with 5,000. So Jeff and I, we're going to make a donation from his channel for 5,000. So my checkbook has already been out. But let's see. Audio was breaking up. Oh, they can hear us now. Okay.
Okay. Onward through the fog. My point is, most people can only get, before regression, can only get at best 2 hits before they regress. And if they're hanging in there for 3 hits or 4 hits, it ain't going to happen. And if you look at the math on the likelihood of getting 2 hits on the 6 and 8, which most people are looking for, you got like a 48 something other % chance of getting 1 hit. Then it drops down into the 20s to get the second hit, and after that it drops precipitously down, into the single digits, and then down into the micro digits, So the odds of getting 4, 6s, and 8s, which is what a lot of people want to get, are just infinitesimally small. And I guess my point is, people have unrealistic expectations on.
But some people can do it. Some people can do it. I mean, I
know some people can do it. I mean,
right. So why do you think, what distinguishes one from the other? What, in your opinion? It's
what
just
distinguishes one from the other?
Yeah.
Yeah, some people are better shooters than the other. It has nothing to do with the betting strategy. Some people are better shooters. Now, why are some people better shooters? Some people have better equipment than others. Now, it may be your grip. It may be your physicality. I've got a guy right now, one of my better students, okay, who was told by one of my competitors, "You'll never be a dice influencer. I never want to see you again. Get out of here and never come back," basically.
Seriously, that happened with one of your competitors. He told the student, "You're never going to be a dice shooter. Don't come back.
Give the game up. Don't ever come back." Yeah. He came to me. I said, "You have a challenge to overcome. You're not going to be able to do a traditional toss because of your physical issues, but we can work with what you got. But you're going to have, it's going to be painful because of your physical limitations. You're going to have to figure out how to deal with that. And you're going to have to practice twice as much as the average person to make it work for you." He came back, took another class 6 months later, and his first hand when we went to the casino after that class was like 26 numbers. I mean, like boom. Next class, same thing, even better. He went on a cruise with me this year. He's playing, as soon as the casino opened, he was there playing. He shut the casino down. 2 a.m. every morning. He won like every day. He was grinding it out, playing like I told him to play, doing his regressions, getting up, graduating. He finally graduated from 66 inside to 110 inside on this cruise. I mean, he's growing in the game, learning how to play it, how to manage his money, and he's turning into a player because
And you
he's
said
working
the
his
magic.
ass off. He's
Exactly.
working his ass off.
Exactly.
And
So it is pretty much, it's a person thing more than a theoretical influence bet or something like that. It's the person has to be able to kind of gain that skill and be able to do that.
I don't know. Did you ever meet Dave, the cleaner? I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Dave, for those of you that never met Dave, Dave was a multimillionaire guy. Didn't need to play craps. He just loved the game. Dave, nickname was the cleaner. That's not what he wanted to call himself at first, but I named him, which I do with a lot of my students. Dave ran a janitorial company, and he started out as an 18-year-old kid, walked into a janitorial supply store and said, I need to buy some mops and buckets and stuff. You know, I'm gonna start a janitorial business. The guy says, fine, how you gonna pay for it? He says, well, I'm gonna pay you next week. You know, I'm gonna go out and get some accounts, and as soon as I get these people signed up, some business, I'll pay you next week. And the guy says, well, this is not the way we work here, you know. And he says, well, I'm young and energetic, and I got a good sales pitch, and I want to sign some business, and I'm a good guy. I'll take care of it. You know. And the old man that owned the janitorial supply store says, I like your attitude, kid. He says, I'll take a chance on you. I'll sell you this stuff, and you'll pay me next week, and I'll even line you up with some leads on some businesses that want somebody to come clean their places up. But we're going to split the profits on it. We're going to be partners. And once you pay me back, you know, you can buy your share of the business from me and you'll own it. So they went in business together. Dave starts cleaning businesses. The old man gives him tips on how to sell this and how to sell that. One day, the old man takes Dave out and goes to J.C. Penney's, and they buy a suit for Dave. And the guy draws up some contracts for him. He says, we're going to go clean the football stadium over in Detroit. I forget the name of that football stadium. Anyway, I've been to a game there before. But anyway, we're going to go clean that stadium. He says, I want you to take the contracts I'm drawing up, put them in your pocket. When I tell you to bring the contracts up to the office, I'll call you up to the office. You bring the contracts up there, and you just slap them on the table and get the guy to sign. So they had this riding vacuum cleaner mop thing like they have at Walmart. You ride around on, mops the floors and squeegees them and sucks the water up all at the same time, that they were going to clean the football field with. They load it up in the back of a truck, and they drive it down to where the security gate is that goes down underneath the stadium. And the old man says, now you drive the truck, I'm going to do the talking. When he opens that gate up down there, I'm going to talk to him. While I'm talking, you just drive the truck right on in. So they open the gate, the guy comes out, the security guard comes out to talk to him. He tells the security guard, we have an appointment with Mr. whoever is, the owner of the Detroit Lions. And the guy says, well, what's your name? I'll see if you're on the list. He says, so-and-so with whatever cleaning company, you know. And he says, well, let me check and see if you're on the list. And he turns to Dave and says, drive. And he just drives right on in the building, right? And he jumps out, the old man jumps out, tells Dave, unload this thing, the machine, get out there cleaning the football field. And he jumps on the elevator and goes up to the executive box, the sky box, where the owner of the Lions is in his office. just doing paperwork or whatever people do in such situations, gets in the office with him in time to hear him say, "Who's that SOB on the football field riding a lawnmower around out there?" And he walks in and explains to him that that's my associate, Mr. Dave, and he's out there cleaning your football field. Look at how clean it looks on the part that he's run over already compared to what he hasn't run over out there. This is the latest technology. And he goes into the whole sales pitch about how great it is, it's the newest technology and all this stuff. And the guy's like, "This is not how it works. You don't just crash into my office and start trying to sell me something. You don't do this. You've got to have an appointment. These things have to go through my underlings. They have to come up through my lawyers and my accountants and all this stuff. We're cleaning the apartment or cleaning the football field now, and you can see it works great and everything." And he's like, "Get that son of a bitch up here now. I want to talk to him." So they get on the PA system, like, "Dave, get on up here now. We're in the executive," so they get Dave up there to the office, and the old man says, "Dave, show him the contract." So Dave pulls out the contract, slaps it on the table, and starts trying to close him on the deal, right? And the guy's like, "I'm not signing a contract today. What kind of operation do you guys run? I have to send this to my lawyers and my CPA and my, tax attorney and all these people." And the guy's like, "Well, how long will it take you to get through with all those people?" And the guy's like, "At least 2 weeks." And he says, "What if we get back with you next week?" And winds up, the guy sends the contract over to his attorney to look at. The attorney put his blessing on it, sends it to the tax man. The tax man puts his blessings on it, sends it back to the guy. His secretary calls him, tells him to come back. They've got a meeting Friday or whatever day with Mr. Whoever. They go and sit down and talk to the guy. And the guy says, "You guys are the goddamnest salespeople I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen such a thing. But I'm going to go ahead and give you a trial. We're going to do this thing for a year. And if we like it, we'll keep doing business with you." And he signed a contract, and they got the deal to clean the stadium. So within 2 years, they had contracts to clean stadiums in 37 states across the country. Stadiums
Wow.
and arenas, professional basketball arenas,
Yeah.
football stadiums all over the
Yeah.
country. Just by getting their foot in the door in one, by acting like they knew what they were doing and assuming the close. And Dave's motto, which he said every day, was, when he got up and looked in the mirror, was, "Today's the day."
Today's the
Every
day.
day
That's
he
right.
said, "Today's the day."
Every
Now,
day is today's.
Dave started out with an SRR of about 5.7. I always said, "Dave, you're influencing the dice. You're just influencing them the wrong way. You just need to go up instead of down." So he
That's right.
he started
I'm
practicing.
laughing. I'm laughing because you've said that to me. You said you're progressing, but you're progressing backwards.
Backwards. That's right.
You
You're
said that to
influencing the
me
dice.
several
We just got to
times.
find the right dice set for you now, right? So I got him playing around on some different dice sets, and he got his dice SR up to 7. And Dave would call me every week. "Hey, Evie," real deep, gravelly voice, "I have a SR up to 7 now. I'm going to 8. And I'm, "Okay, Dave, keep practicing." He would toss. Now, he was retired, but he went into the office every day about 10 o'clock in the morning, opened the mail, and made sure there was nothing going on. He didn't need his special attention. Then he's home in the afternoon by 3 o'clock or so, and he'd practice. He'd toss 360 to 720 rolls in the morning, right? And then he'd get home in the afternoon, and he'd practice from 4 o'clock in the afternoon till he went to bed at midnight.
That's the name of the game. Practice.
And
If you
he'd
don't
take a little break,
practice,
take a little
if you don't
break and eat.
practice, you're not going to get anything out of it.
I mean,
If
he
you
was
don't practice.
tossing 2,000 rolls a day practicing. That was stupid. I mean, "Dave, you got to slow down a little bit. You're going to wear your shoulder out. You're tossing too much. But he's like, "Heavy, I got it up to 8. I'm going for 9 now." And this dude went from -6 up to a like a 10-4 SRR. And I'm like, damn, dude. Now, on the flip side of the coin, here's Dave, wonderful guy. One of the best shooters around. Dave could not remember a betting progression. Okay. All my betting progressions I teach are based on 3 numbers. Okay.
That's right.
$18, 6 or 8, drop 3, go to 42. 42 hits once, collect 50 for 1. Next time it hits, go to 90, collect $1, they take $1. Next time it hits, go to 180.
That's
180,
right.
collect 1 for 210. Next one, 180, drop 30, go to 420.
Rinse and repeat. Rinse and
Just,
repeat.
yeah, 1842. Yeah, 180, 420, 90, 900. Real easy. On 15, 15 goes to 35, 35 goes to 75, 75 goes to 150, 150 goes to what? 350, 350 goes to 750, 750 goes to 1500. I mean, it's just 3 numbers. You're just adding a 0 every time.
Yeah.
And the 4 and 10, if you start at 15, 15 goes to 25, pays 27 the first time, so you got a $2 profit. It's free bet after that. 25 goes to 50, 50 goes to 100, 100 goes to 250, 250 goes to 500, 500 goes to 1,000, 1,000 goes to 2,500, 25 goes to 5,000.
Exactly.
It's easy peasy once you remember a couple of 3 numbers. But poor Dave, we'd be standing at the table together. Hey, I got 18. It hits. It paid 21. What do I go to now on that thing? You know.
Yeah, he couldn't remember. But you know, I was the other way around. Now, without beating me too much, okay? Not how many months, but how many years did it take you before the word regression started to be in my vocabulary?
No, not in your vocabulary. This dude, ladies and germs, this guy did not understand the word regress. Regress. It was not in his dictionary. He was in the John Patrick Wall of Shame right here, man. I'm telling you what. John would have had a field day with you. Boy. But
I remember we were at the Rio and you leaned over and you said, you know, they do let you take some of that money off the table. And I'm looking and I turned around like an idiot and said, why?
Oh, Lord.
And you remember what you told me? You told me because that way you don't leave broke.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, man.
We're playing over at, I tell this story all the time, but I was playing at the Flamingo with Darth Nader was a shooter. He was stick right 1. I think Irish Setter was there. I believe Bo was there. I know Howard was straight out. I was stick left 1. Right 1 was Darth Nader. I think South Shore Swami might have been there. I don't know. Pretty good crew of regulars, and I play a strategy for those of you who have never played with me. I'll play either 66 inside or 66 even numbers, depending on who's shooting. On this occasion, I was playing inside because Nate is primarily an inside number guy.
Yep.
And I treat bets when others are playing like a horse race. Okay, so if I've got 66 inside, those are my 4 horses, the 5, 6, 8, 9, in the gate. Boom, the gate's open on the first toss. He throws an 8. Okay, that's the first horse out the gate. Now, if I could, in a horse race, bet on the horse, and one horse has a full-length head start on the other horses, I'd bet on that horse because he got a head start on the other horses. So I'd go ahead and bet on that horse, right? So I'm going to power press that first bet out the gate. So that's what I do on that bet. And that's my first bet power press strategy. I start out first number that hits, I power press it. So the 8 hits, I go from 18 to 42 immediately. And then he throws another 8. I collect 50 for 1, throws another 8, I go to 90. And he's throwing some other numbers, but I look around, I'm the only one that's really pressing. Everybody else is kind of same bet, up a unit, just, kind of piddling around. I get up, I get to 420, I collect $500, and the biggest bet out there is 90, and I get up to 1800 and I collect 2100. And that's when it dawns on Nate that, damn, Heavy's got a big bet out there because they pay me in all black. They don't pay me in any big chips. They've got literally, I have a $2,100 or $1,800 bet out there, and it's 18 black chips stacked up at the Flamingo. Go figure. And the dealer stacks up a full stack of black chips and one more black chip to pay me. And Nate looks out there and says, "What the hell is Heavy doing down there?" And sees I've got 18 black chips, and the biggest bet on the table beyond mine is $180 on the
That's
6.
people not reading the room, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, but other people are betting they're pressing other numbers, but I'm just going up a unit on the other numbers, as they hit. But I'm letting 8 take care of all the business. Howard, straight out, is the biggest bet he had on the 8 was $18, the whole hand. And
That's Howard, though.
that was a big bet for Howard.
Turn me on.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's Howard. Real quick, we got 10 more minutes, I think. We are at 24,679. Okay, folks. According to my math, that's less than $400 to get us to 25. That is a few raffles here and there, and there's a minimum for the layouts. This time, John said that if we don't meet the minimum, the layouts don't go. So you got to meet the minimum. Get those raffle tickets, get those other bets, buy something for the dog, do something. We want to hit 25 by the end of our show between myself and Heavy. And Heavy, there was a question if you would like to join Skill and Luck and a few others for Craft Chat one night. I've done Craft Chat before. It's where people can ask you questions. Others can in the chat ask questions.
Yeah, somebody will just whoever from that site will email me at accesspowercraps@gmail.com.
I'll make sure they get your contacts if you're willing. I didn't think you would have a problem with it.
Yeah,
I think that you'll like it because it's a round table conversational. People ask questions. It's very informative and very respectful. So you'll like it. Wait, you guys did it. 25,000. Well, John, get on here because I can't read. My glasses just fogged up. We hit over 25. Where's John? John, you there? Somebody unplug John back in, reboot him. So it looks like we hit 25,259. So we made the goal.
I'm here. The problem is that we have a conference room speaker here that's in the middle of the room, and the mute button is all the way around behind the computer. I had to walk 30 feet to get here to be able to say hi. So it's pretty high tech over here. We're really dragging this thing around the room like a bunch of amateurs, man. It's pretty funny.
Well, I think we're over 25.
We are over 25,000. Is that what it says on screen? 25,000. Oh my God! Can you believe that? Wow. Looks like we got some more raffle tickets bought. That's cool. We're gonna catch the big number today, guys. I think we're gonna catch 30 before we get out of here. I have a really strong feeling, and I'll tell you what. It's great content. It's you guys are awesome. The back and forth is fantastic. And I say this a lot, and I'm the worst person in the world, I swear to God, with like getting people together. Like, we should do this more often. And Heavy and I haven't talked since this time last year, which is my fault because I'm an idiot, right? like we have such a great time talking and listening, and you're such a great storyteller. And I think this kind of stuff belongs on a more regular, like every couple of weeks or a month, we do a show together, like just a roundtable, because there's just so much wisdom out there. And I'm looking at chat, and people are like, "You got to get these guys more and more often." And it's like, yeah, 100%. So
it's not just the stories. This man speaks from experience. It's not just BS stuff written on a paper.
I said this last year.
Life experiences at the table.
So I said this last year, and I think I wish you guys could see my face, because there's no way to do it here. Last year, Heather and I were talking, and I was at it for his birthday, and I got to watch him do a seminar, and I participated in part of that instruction. And he's not just in a seminar, and you probably said this, telling you, okay, bet the four, let's go from 100 to 200. Okay, that anybody can teach that. Anybody with a mouth can say those words out loud. Heavy says, because I saw not one, not two, not three, but 11 guys do this, this is how the best way is to do it. And he'll tell a story that backs up the play. And every single bet sequence he's got, and I've got a wristband at home. It's actually in my car on my stick shift, right? With this 5 pressing pattern on it, right? And all the students, they flip their wristband, look at the thing, and it's not just because Heavy said to go from 35 to whatever. It's because of experience. He's seen it 1,000 times, and he's got a story to back it. Every bet he makes, there's a story that goes with it that says this is why this works. And it's not a bunch of bullshit. It's not a bunch of trying to make $1,000 on a seminar. It's I've been at this for 50 plus years. This is what I've seen. I've seen the good, the bad, the ugly, and the great. And this is how he distills it down. And I think people in chat need to realize and be thankful for. Everybody say thank you in chat. There's 60, how many people? We got 50 people watching right now. Everybody right now to say thank you. Because the ability to hear that kind of wisdom for free is amazing. And I know that Heavy's doing it, goodness of his heart. And you are too, G, right? To help us raise money for the vets. You don't just get this, right? And we have access, and we're all good friends. And I think we need to do this more often. We really do. Because I think I treasure all these moments. I really do.
I don't know. I kind of don't want to. I don't talk to him that often because he's always reminds me, there's another half of the game you're not playing, and you need to regress. So he beats me up on it because it is the right way to play, and when he's
hard
looking
nut
out.
to crack.
You're looking out for me. You're looking out for me, and I understand that you're looking out for me, but holy crap! I mean, imagine if I haven't met you. I probably, I don't know, maybe I'd be playing bingo or something else. I probably would be so poor. I wouldn't be able to walk into a casino.
Yeah, you might be bowling.
Yeah, probably. That's a story for a different day. We're not gonna go there.
No.
Okay, John, end it. Time's up. Time is up. We're not gonna talk about that day.
Don't want to offend anybody. Not offending the bowlers out there. I just can't imagine you bowling.
That's what I want to know. That's so funny. All right. Let's
people
go ahead.
Want me to donate. People want me to donate tickets or raffle 2 tickets to Absinthe. What?
Let's
maybe that's a joke.
Can you, if you put me on screen on the couch, can they still hear me? I wonder. Can you try that real quick, Craig?
Yeah.
We're gonna try something real quick. Can they see me? Let's see.
There you are.
Here comes the camera. Now, can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so let's cover a couple of things before, because we're gonna go to break here. And that was 2 hours, by the way. 2 hours of pure gold. The raffle tickets went way up, right? The more we ask, the more the people will do it, right? I'm going to keep both of your raffles open for probably the rest of the week, because I want to make sure we have plenty of time to get those ticket numbers up where I think that they should be. A special thank you to Heavy for coming out, and again, arranging the time and everything is always a pain in the butt. G and Jeff, another thank you. We talked over text yesterday. I haven't had a chance to really speak it to you, but dude, you and Jeff stepped up in a way yesterday that I almost broke down. I couldn't believe how much you guys did. Him and Jeff donated $5,000 yesterday to the cause. What a step up! It's amazing. Let's just say that. So thank you from here, from everybody's heart in this room. Thank you for that. Above and beyond, both of you, above and beyond, and I love you both. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody in chat for all that attention that you gave them for the last 2 hours. It was freaking awesome. So we're going to go to break, and when we come back, we're going to get that cruising debate to the table. They're going to show us how they bet on the cruise at the table. We'll do about an hour or so of that. Then we're going to come back with a final Craps chat, or our first Craps chat of the year, I guess, right? We'll be in the room together and doing all that. So, gentlemen, final words before we go to commercial.
Well, just thanks for tuning in and donating while we were here. We appreciate your support and hope you will continue to do so. I myself am a veteran from a long time ago, and appreciate everything you guys do. Patriots all, we appreciate you.
Yeah, I remember you being a veteran from the Civil War.
That's right.
Stay to the last minute.
Appreciate everybody. Thanks for your time. Thanks for listening to both of us. Thanks for the donations that came. It is for a great cause. You know, we always step up here for John, and because he has his heart into this. You know, I pretty much be watching Craps chat, so I'll be in the chat.
Be a good one.
You know,
yeah.
Hopefully, you know, I would love to see at least 30K by the end of the day today.
I'm with you. Let's get it done.
Look, it's possible. You know, it's all about small amount, large amount of people. Don't think about, oh, I gotta donate 1,000. No, just get a bunch of people to donate small amounts. It all adds up. But thank you for having us, John.
Always.
Great cause.
I'm looking down at the speaker like you can see me, but yeah, thank you. I'm looking together. Yeah, that's not funny. I'm an idiot. All right, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We'll be back in 5.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us for Craps for the Cure 2025. This year, we're again proud to partner with Veterans Moving Forward, a unique organization that's 100% focused on providing service and support dogs for U.S. veterans that are dealing with physical and mental challenges associated with their time in service. 100% of every dollar donated through Craps for the Cure goes directly to Veterans Moving Forward, and VMF puts 100% of that money directly to work in the purchasing, caring for, and training of these very special dogs that serve our highly respected U.S. veterans. Over the last 2 years, with your help, Craps for the Cure has raised enough money to purchase 2 dogs for Veterans Moving Forward. The first one, Moochie or Mooch, was purchased about 1.5 years ago and named after our good friend and fellow Craps YouTuber Chiro Moochie, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. Pearson was purchased this past year and named after Ed Robinson from Roll to Win Craps, from his son, who we also unfortunately lost way too early. This year, we shift our focus into funding the training and raising of these 2 pups as they prepare for their dogs. Is expensive and time-consuming work. They each train about 2 hours a day, 5 days a week with a certified service dog instructor. These lessons, they run about $100 an hour over the course of 2 years. If you want to make a big impact, we're happy to let you know that a few of our sponsors have really stepped up this year. Head to crapsforthecure.com and click the high impact donations link, and you'll come here to this part of our donations website. And for starters, you know, every person that donates $1,000 will get to train for a full day with Dice Coach Bo Parker. Coach Parker is willing to donate his time, 8 hours, to the cause for everyone that steps up with that size of a donation. The folks at Casino Quest have put up a number of high-impact items. Full dealer training for $500. All the classes, all the online courses they offer, full dealer training, $500. If you do 1,000, they'll let you have the full dealer training plus come in person for a private audition with David or Alex. If you really want to step up and drop 5,000, that's fantastic. They put up a full experience with training at the facility, a ride to the casino, dinner with those 2, David and Alex, and of course, gambling with them live. These larger priced sort of direct purchase items really go a long way towards chewing up some of those training costs we talked about for Mooch and Pearson. Thanks for your support of Craps for the Cure, Veterans Moving Forward, and of course, our brave servicemen and women. God bless you. we're back. This is the penultimate session of Craps for the Cure 2025. So the cruisers were debating earlier. You remember that nice heated debate that we had that turned into a hug fest at the end for some crazy reason. Well, now we're going to put it to the test. I think there's interesting things in the way that they all choose to bet. Jen, we know, wants to bet to win. Brian, as we know, wants to bet. Can I say not to win?
Fine, say what you want.
I'm just gonna lay it out there. No, but no, he's like literally he's gonna practice what he preaches. You're gonna bet thousands to win or hundreds to win cruises, right? How do you say? What's the word you use? Bet dollars to win thousands.
Hundreds to win thousands.
There you go. Bet hundreds to win thousands. That's what it is.
In comp.
All right, I'm gonna go back there. I'm gonna deal it up. I'm gonna play the horseman with him just because it's brainless, and I want to just see if my ratings are okay. Ready? Should we do this? I'm going to bring the mic. Watch me. Here we go. Bring the mic.
Lori is going to play now.
Now.
Lori's outside talking.
All right, here we go. So we have Jen. Who's on camera, by the way? We have Jen's rack. We have Brian's rack. We have Brian's rack. Jen's rack.
We have
right there in the middle.
$2,000.
Don't say that out loud, really.
We have $2,000.
So each got 2K. I've got 2K sitting here in black, so I'm going to play the horseman with, just because.
We got Rod here. I'll shoot it up.
I'm just tossing. All right, here we go.
Tossing.
Handle.
Well, so normally.
Oh,
so
who's a bet is that?
That's my don't pass bet.
Oh. So my question is, I usually play this at the 220 level. Do I want to keep it at the 220 level, or
play how you play? Do you need more than 2,000?
No.
Do you need more than 2,000?
Okay.
Let's explain what we're going to play, right? We're all going to play how we play on the cruise.
On a cruise.
To either win our comps or to win money or both.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference when it comes to playing craps on a cruise or playing for comps. Everybody should know that you don't get rated for odds bets. So if you see somebody playing craps on a cruise and they're playing, perfect strategy, or they're playing in a way where they would have like the 3-point molly and, come bets with odds or whatever. Remember, their odds are not being counted towards the free cruise. So I always will kind of discourage that kind of play, even though it might be good to win money. But you'll end a crap session and you won't have anything towards comps. And you'll be like, what? I played all night. So at least if we get that out there, at least people won't fall into the best way to play craps. It's different on a cruise. All right, let's go.
And make sure that we're going to go slow because I'm dealing to 3 people. But more importantly, I want to know what you're doing and why. That's the big thing is because just blasting money out there and not really talking through it is not going to help anybody. Right? So I am going to play the horseman, which is a 2-unit don't pass, 3-unit comebacks. That's all I'm going to do. It's $500 action for almost no risk.
I'm doing the don't pass line.
Jen's got a $100 don't.
I'm going to start out at, first of all, I always play my hard ways.
Yes, you do.
Come out work. I'm going to come out as well. $5 each. And then I'm also going to go 270 across. Just keep in mind, if you don't have the 270, you can also do this exact same thing at 64 across. The denominations are just different. That's all it is.
You're going to work out and the come out?
I'm going to work just on my home.
Just the hard ways, okay?
Yep.
And Brian,
I'm waiting. So I'm going to be going through the don't come as soon as the point's established.
Okay.
I also will be waiting 1 roll. I want to see a box number roll before I go into a don't come. Now you might say, wait, Brian, you're not going to get any comps for that. Well, I'm just a couple rolls behind. That's all.
Yeah. It doesn't hurt to wait.
Because we're here for so long, and when you play craps, you want to play a really long session, like a long time at the table. I'm not worried about missing a couple of, rolls, like a come out roll or the roll after. So.
Okay.
All right. Here we go.
Ready to rock?
Let's do it.
Come out.
Thank God it's not a...
Easy 8. Easy 8. Okay, here we go. Mark it up. Now, Brian's going to go 270.
Bye-bye, Hardy.
270 across, right?
Yep.
I'm going to put you across the back here, okay? So you're going to go 25 like this, right?
220 inside plus a quarter on the 4 and 10 is 270.
Exactly, yep. There you go. You're set?
Yep.
I'm just going to wait for a box number.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a very important thought here. So are we doing bigs on the table?
Let's just
Okay, so just note that on cruises, 90% of them are VIGs up front.
You have to pay up front.
That's not like Vegas. Vegas on the payout, these are up front. So you have to always do 262, or in that case, or 272.
Yeah, always bring your VIG money up front.
Yeah.
I'm going to be 220 inside.
Got it.
I'm basically going to do squeeze play, which is,
Maybe on the
you know,
outside.
2 green chips on the inside. First hit, I will take a 4 and 10.
Okay.
All right, we're ready. Let's go.
And
Oh, by the way, you're. I forgot to snatch.
No, we did already.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Already placed it. Yep.
Not an 8.
It's not an 8.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, that was in the cum. I'm sorry. I'm talking. I'm in the cum for $100.
And look at how Brian's
Betting. Hey man, that's what I'm gonna do.
Brian's patience pays off.
Well,
real.
Well, does it pay off again?
Wow, Rod, thank you.
It ain't real money.
So I like to think about in cruise ship parlance, right? Waiting, not 0 points for the waiting, right?
Yeah, it's okay. You know, it's obviously it's okay. I didn't win or lose, but sometimes not winning, as you said before, is better than losing.
Not losing is not losing.
But not winning is better than losing. I didn't win, but I also didn't lose. I'd rather be in my position than your position.
When you lose, you're also not winning. So actually,
Yeah, but I'd rather be in my position rather than your position, right?
Yeah.
After the first round.
But you know what happened was
I did. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I lost 220, but I won 100. So I'm
$5 donation.
Yay! Thank God. Well, I'm only out 120. Brian is in the worst shape. He's out all 270. And John is in the best shape. He won 300.
I won 300.
And he's neutral.
Are those Midnights and Mama Bears? Are they you still
Yes,
on that for that?
we got
Yeah, we haven't seen
we had 0 because John hasn't let us roll today.
Oh, okay. You guys ready?
And Rod,
Dice out.
we expect more.
Expect lots more. There's another one. Can you do it a second time?
8?
Another 8. 5, 3.
So Hardy coming back.
Easy 8. Yep, got it. Okay.
270.
The bet.
Just still good that first time on random rolling.
Oh, no, just do what you're doing, man. Just do. If you have a dice set that you go to, just do it good. Fine.
I did better last year.
Hold on. 220 is coming back. Brian is patiently waiting.
All right.
I want to see a box number.
In, right?
I wouldn't mind seeing a box number.
Let's go on 220 in.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Soon the gong stick is gonna grab Rod.
All right, you're in. I'm the cum.
This is still real.
Oh, it's because you rolled him the dice. Yeah.
Ready?
We are. 6 would be great.
3, 1, 4.
Oh, that's not
Easy, more easy.
Take that in.
Oh, you're gonna call it.
Should I probably better
Yeah, I broke the chain. I broke the chain.
Struck the 8 months.
And yeah, we got $50
Yeah,
over
I'm
here.
gonna press my 6 and the 8.
The hard way 6 and 8?
No, press my 6 and 8.
Take
Use
your
the $50.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I got you.
And
That
I
goes
need
to 90.
I need to press up my hard forward again.
You're gonna go to
So 20 change. No,
20
no, no.
change.
You're gonna. Oh, okay. You said press up. I
I'm
was like, what?
Did say.
I did press up. You're right. I'm at 20 change.
You got
All right, so Ryan just took his $50, added $10, and moved his 6 and 8 up.
Yeah, now
$90.
I'll start collecting black chips on
And Coach Bo Parker just rolled right on over.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, wait.
And it's okay. Tell us
And
what
now-
you did.
Brian wants to do something.
Yeah, so my goal is to get the black chips as soon as possible. Like I want to get where everything's playing black chips.
All right,
Okay.
Brian, are you ready to come in now? You saw
Yeah,
it.
so now I'm doing 150 on the don't come.
150
Don't
Okay.
come.
Yeah.
Just spread them out so people can see it.
Okay. And then I could do a $10 yo. And if a yo hits, it would just break even. So I like to add it so that it actually adds value to the table. So I'm going to do a $15 yo.
All right.
John likes that. He wants to
Yeah,
hedge
hedge to
for
win.
the win.
Hedge to win.
And
Yeah.
I'm hedging for insurance, so I would always only do
But keep in mind, I have 150 and I have 15.
You're vulnerable
Does
to
that
one
come
big
in?
number.
Yeah, yeah.
You protected the little number.
It's a 1 and a tray.
Another 1, 3, 4 medium-sized Joe Craps Master Journey.
There's the call.
We got repeaters.
Which way we work? Now, hang on a second. Let's get everything paid, right? So first things first, the come bet is an off and on, right? So, bang. Your 4 here gets paid $50.
So
So big.
press a 5 and 9.
Press the 5 and 9.
Yep.
Again, they're getting black chips now.
Yep.
Okay.
TC Travels.
DC, where's? Oh yeah, it's right here.
Probably.
You are behind. You're going to be over here, I guess, right?
Yeah, make sure he's on the line. There we go. All right. I've had enough of watching somebody else win. I'm gonna put a quarter from my 5 and 9 to the 4 and 10.
Nice. Okay. You're going to go.
I'm gonna fucking cover already.
Spread the love.
Okay.
Spread the love.
All right.
R4 down.
Oh.
So for me, I am 150 on the no 4. And remember, I had the 15, right? So if I lost the 15, here's 125. I'm actually only going to go out for 110. Okay, 110 inside, including. Okay. 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 You got it. 110 is.
So you're still winning if the roll ends.
I don't like to talk about it.
Right. Never celebrate.
I'm not saying what I'm not saying.
We're good. Let's go, shooter. Nice out, nice out. Here we go.
Just the side of my head, by the way, right?
Oh,
You got a
it's
16 Duracell winner.
No, it is not a winner.
Give that thumbs up if you haven't already.
$200 went down.
So this goes down. That goes down.
Heart 8 goes down.
Heart 8 is where? Here it is. Heart 8's there.
Look, he even marked it as no 8. See how it says no?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Working on the comments.
So let's get you guys paid. So we're gonna get front money 75.
Which is left or right this way?
Yeah, so me first.
So
my 105, same day.
Which is today is like all stick left.
Oh, okay.
All left.
105 for you.
Oh, so we're saying
Then
stick
it's,
left.
and
Okay,
then
got it.
Ryan.
Ryan 35.
Yes, I want to do 35, 42, 42.
Oh.
$1 change.
My God. Okay.
Pure Nemo.
Wow.
today.
Wow. Channeling
It's $1 change.
Yeah, I'll work it at 35. You're gonna go to 42, right?
Yes.
42.
And $1 change. Remember this dollar.
Leave your 9 where it is.
Yes.
Okay.
He doesn't have enough money for everything.
Yeah,
Don't
I
forget
saw that.
the lady.
Yeah, I'm working on that next. So you're gonna get 75 for 5. Okay, there you go.
No. Take my 6-8 down to actually 30 each. We're gonna survive that. Staying alive.
So I have a choice to leave the 9, or I can go into, because these are all paying 50 for 1. And I have a choice to put that 9 in the field, and I can win $25 on every
no
roll.
longer a dollar.
I'm talking about 50 for 1. I could put the 9 in the field,
right,
and throw in $1, and I could win $24 or $25 on every roll right now, and I could be working. So I'm going to be working on the come out.
Do you want to move the 9 into the field?
Yes,
Your 9
please.
sits. Move
Yes.
my 9 down.
Yep, there you go.
And he's working on the come out. You need an
And
on.
this come back up to the 8.
Button off.
Buttons off.
And remember when I wasn't working? Now I'm kind of getting one step ahead. If everybody's not getting paid when the puck is off on the come out.
Because you have a protection already.
Yes. So
It's always
if I
working.
have the protection, I might as well try to win.
So from a rating standpoint, let's just look at where you ended up here. This is the important part, right? So Ryan's got 50 plus 330. Correct? So you're at 380, right?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. 330 plus 50.
Yeah.
Jen's at 110 in. And you're 160 across. Okay, yeah. You've got 150 here plus whatever, 82, 84, and whatever you got, right?
Well, I like to think of it as 300. Yeah. So I'm a little close.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm close to what he has. But I can't lose it all. Right. On one roll.
One roll can't kill you. One roll can destroy him.
Okay.
This is the difference.
We got an announcement. Go ahead.
Yes. K9 Comp wants to donate 2 $600 tickets to be raffled.
Please say his name, please.
K9 Comp.
Anthony.
Anthony. Okay, yeah. Right?
To Absinthe.
To Absinthe.
Yeah.
Okay. Ian can deal if you need to stop.
Back up. He's back up to build it.
Am I that bad?
You have to build it on the website.
Okay. Yeah, I'll build it. No, I will do that, yeah. So we'll finish out this roll and then we'll do it, okay? All right. So
wow. That's pretty amazing.
Pretty awesome. Yeah. All right. So we have covered the bets, right?
I don't understand what he's doing.
$1,200 towards the cause, though, right?
Yeah, for the cause. So, all right. So, again, 380 risk, right? But all being booked up, right?
270 is my original. Plus, I got already got $100 back.
But if I peek in as the floor guy, I'm looking at 380 up.
Yeah.
If I'm peeking in at you as the floor guy, I'm seeing hopefully 150 up here. And whatever you got in here, it's about
150.
I'm going to eye it up and say
I try to keep it the same. Mm-hmm.
So, from a rating standpoint, hedging, not hedging, same rating. So no matter what happens on the next roll of the dice or whatever whenever the risk roll happens,
Yes.
the risk profile is way different, but the comp rating is the same. And this is the point that you always make. Now you are at 160 and you're out. You're out of the hand, right?
No, she added. Well, she just split. You just collected once.
Twice, right? You collected twice, didn't you?
She collected on the 8 and she collected it. No, she
Yeah,
collected on the
yeah.
4.
So you should be basically out of the hand. You're playing for.
I am not out of the hand.
She collected once.
I only collected like $70.
She missed the 4s.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
she
right.
missed 4s.
Yeah.
And I lost on the 8.
Spread out. Oh, you lost.
So yeah, I'm increasing my don't here.
Okay.
But
So you do a little ladder? Are you just doing 25
small-
more?
This is independent of those, but this is a tiny little quarter ladder.
Okay. Special. Yeah, the baby ladder.
Don't go to a canoe without a ladder.
Ready? That's
Step stool.
Yeah, I'll get my collar ready.
Step ladder.
Yeah.
We got a mama bear. Mama bear.
Now, John, were you going to be over here on the
No,
because you go to the pass?
I have 5 units at risk on the horseman. That was it. So
so you had to wait for the. Okay.
I burned 2. 1 went here. 1 went there.
John's at full risk to the
Okay.
cookies.
Okay. Now I get paid here.
Oh, you're a field. That's right.
Yes.
You're working. That's right.
He's like,
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay. Now let me just explain before the next roll. If I find out that I am not getting rated for both sides, and they tell me, then I know I'm at least getting rated for 150 right now. Okay. And I'm okay because I can only lose 150 right now, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I'm getting rated for 300, that's great. Yep.
Now,
and I'm still working.
That's because you said that out loud. I gotta bring this up. It's an important point.
Yeah.
I've seen you answer this question on Facebook. And back in the days when I was on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
People ask this question. I'm not getting rated right. And your first question to them is, are you asking them what? When they say, I'm not getting rated for this correctly, you ask that person, what did you ask the pit boss?
Yeah, what did they say you were getting rated for? Now, this is very important. If you're in front of everybody at the table saying, hey, I have that and I have that, what are you rating me for? They're going to say that you're not getting rated.
You just made them do the math.
You made them do the math, and you just let them know that they're not going to say that you're getting rated because they don't want everybody to do what you're doing.
Right.
Okay? Now, let's say they don't even know that's mine, and they're only rating me half. I'm fine with that, too. As long as I'm getting rated for 150 right now, that's 100 points per hour at least, or 150 per hour. A few hours after this session, I'll have a free cruise.
Okay.
Tomorrow night, it'll be a ocean view.
The way you
the
ask
next
that
night, it'll be a
the way you ask the question is important, right? That's why I asked, because I know I've seen you say to people, don't tell them what you're doing. Say, because I'm contra betting, are you going to rate it? You can't ask that question.
Well, so let me answer the question if that does happen. If they come up to you and they say, hey, I noticed you have this and you have that, I'm really having to cancel out your bets. Then what I have right now in my hand is $26. If I get one more hit, I'll have $50. I'll take everything down and I'll go 44 inside and I'll be on them like a hawk saying, are you rating me? Are you rating me? Hey, I just pressed. Did you rate it? Hey, I got the hard way. Did you rate it? Because if they're going to make rating a big deal, then I'll make rating a big deal. And every time I put money out there, my profit money, because like I said, one more roll, I can have 44 inside. Or I can have a 6 and 8 for $12 right now and demand a $24 rating. In a nice way. Keep in mind, I am being nice about it.
Honestly, they can rate you at $20 just because they don't like you.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to want a $3 donation from Anonymous.
Oh, it's Mama Bear.
All right, so I'm still working. I'm still working.
Just letting you guys know, you guys are making me cold. So.
Oh yeah, that was. They brought extra money in. They brought extra money in.
5, 4, 1.
I just wanted you to roll back.
All right, so again, that's another roll that they didn't get paid. I'm getting $24. I'm throwing in 50 for one.
Yep.
I'm gonna put 25 back in the field, and now I have $50 profit. Again, I could go down and go 44 inside. Whatever. I could now.
Are we reverse?
When we talk about, oh yeah, this one's
that's
mine.
That's not a 50 for one bet. John,
oh yeah, sorry.
So the point of what I'm saying is, now just imagine for a second, because we talked about this earlier. Imagine that was free play right now, and it's not real money. It's free play. So if I lost it, it didn't matter. It was free play. I only got 150. Yeah, I'm only getting rated on this anyway, not that, because it's free play.
Sure.
Well, This I'm viewing as free play as well. So I could go 44 inside for free right now, and I could use that for the next round. That's what I could
Instead
do.
of converting it, you're saying.
Instead of converting it, yes.
Right.
Technically, I converted only 50 of 150. I could keep going, or like I said,
Put her face on camera.
and most people see, most people though, most people, what would they say? Instead of taking that down, right? You should place it, plug it, right?
Yeah.
Plug it.
When you
that's
plug,
the best bet.
yeah,
That's
but
the
when
best
you
bet you
plug,
can have at no force.
yeah, but when you plug, they will definitely notice. So I'd rather hedge this way rather than straight up. You know, like some people do this. They'll have a don't. How much do I need to put there to cover that? You know, and they want to cover it. Well, that just automatically zeroes out your comp.
So they won't. What you just said, they won't notice whose TC it is. Just all they hear is, "I'm going to buy the 4 for 75." Ooh, that's what they hear.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's a couple of contradictions in here.
Well, what I'm saying is, don't explain what you're doing.
But he'll literally,
because if you're explaining it to
75 will
everybody,
cover that. He'll actually literally take down the DP. You see?
yeah, because I want to use that again, but right now,
free play. I see what you're saying about. I understand
because I could lose 150, but I have 50 right here that I just made, and so for the sake of this, I'm just going to let it ride, and I'm not going to take it down.
You're making the face. I really want to dig into this because it's to me it's interesting. I don't know if this is free play. Let's make it monopoly money. It's free play money, right?
It's too many.
So so you haven't actually converted it yet.
No, you've only used your real money.
It's not really since it's non-converted yet. Pulling it down is probably not the worst thing in the world, right?
Listen,
although it's the greatest bet in the whole.
But what it's doing is it's protecting my real money, and I've made this right, so I can, however you want to think about it. But what I'm saying is disconnect yourself from this is free play as
it's not
well.
free play. It's money. It's money. It's not free play. Don't confuse them. Yeah. If you put 75 to buy it, and that gets picked off, you're making $150.
Which is your free bet.
150 real dollars. That is not nothing, even for me.
So the nuance and the difference that we're talking about.
Do we disagree that $75 wins you 150 if that gets picked off?
The
Do we
point.
disagree?
No, of course that happens. But what I'm saying is, if I'm not getting rated on that money, why would I want that on the table?
But you're gonna get $75 as your rating by plugging it up.
So, okay.
And you get all this. This is 200 average bet.
This is what, if I was going to leave it there, I would probably plug it. In fact, if you look at my system, it's always the first 2 hits usually go on the point or on the head.
I've seen you pull down the DP.
Yes, I will pull down the beat, especially if it's free play money because I want to use it again. Right now, I've made $50 off of that. So I could take it down and play $50 because I converted that again.
Give me cold. Come on. Give me cold.
Right.
Let's go.
So
$150.
Either way, if I put more money out here, then I have more at risk. Yeah. So I'm not at risk at all right now. So I'll just keep it there.
Okay.
And I'm not at risk.
You want to make it free play just for the hell of it, just for the sake of conversation?
Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're not trying to keep you high.
I don't want to put more money.
That's no free play. Stop calling it free play. It's money. It's real money. It's your money.
Right, but it's money that I don't want to risk. I'm not going to risk it.
It's not free play. You want it.
Lights out. Let's go. Hands high.
There we go. It's gonna be something great. It's gonna be that. See, it's gonna be that.
There it is.
It's okay.
That's my money. I get paid for my money. So there's the converted free play.
No, you can't give him the free play leg.
He gets it back?
No, it doesn't go away, dude.
Yeah, give him
it doesn't go. Oh, you.
Now it's starting to make sense. It's starting to make sense now because now I could reuse my free play, and I still have my real money.
The real money.
But it's converted, and most people would have plugged it and lost.
If you were gonna pull it down, is what we're saying.
Okay.
If you wanted to end your risk, I see you pull it all.
Yes.
Instead of actually making sure you win 70.
So this is 150 a free play.
Yeah.
Okay. So now if
we're gonna go.
Give me yellow chips and
Ian, come deal.
Dude,
come deal.
This is no good. It has to be yellow chips.
Oh, okay. Well, that's right. Yeah, because it's actual money. Yeah. Here's your free play.
He's gonna be like, I have 80
Can we just do purple and we'll make
go set up the app.
Yes. Oh yeah, you're right.
I think all I need is the deadline selection.
So yeah, this is dead too. So this is what I mean by using free play over and over. And I'm not like I'll lose my free play if the 4 rolls. I'm not going to lose my free play if the 7 rolls. I'll just reuse my free play. And that's different on a cruise because that's not everywhere. You can't even do that. It's a lot of times free play is only on one-to-one bets.
So here's what we agree on. Using your free play, let it convert to your regular, right? Once you converted it, you can go back out there with your free play and let it use it again.
Yeah,
right? but we don't like bringing the free play down and replacing it with real money.
That's the issue.
You don't want to bring your free play down and use your real money.
That's not what I'm doing though.
You do. You said you when you win at 50.
No. So if this was free play back there behind the 4, I wouldn't say, give me my free play. Let me put a real 150 behind the 4. Like I would not do that.
Hold on. Give me this. If you win, it's a come out 7. And then they pay you a green chip. You're going to take the free play.
I would never play the pass line.
But this isn't a demo. This is what you just said.
Regular people.
If you win your free play, you're going to replace your free play with actual chips.
Yeah, so right now, I've converted 150 into $50. Most people that's all they'll get because they play it in a way where they lose it. Yeah. Now I have a chance to win another 50 or another 150. Whatever I have a chance to win, I'm using my free play again. And a lot of people don't do that. They only use it once. So we'll keep track of it and see how it goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good. Okay. You roll. On the game.
Okay, this time we won't try to, freeze the table. We'll just go for it.
That just slaughtered me with $330.
Anybody?
So John's dead too.
No, I forgot my hard way.
Take 200 from John because he would have had.
20 from Ryan.
20 would have had the hard way.
Give back a nickel change.
Yeah.
Coming back.
Did you take 200 from John?
Yes.
Yeah, put it back. Return. Right? Or no, he doesn't return, right?
John, we're done with John. He abandoned him.
On a come out 7, do you
back
return?
What's that?
You
He's
return
back in.
DP on a come out 7?
No, I go to 3.
300. Okay, put 300 there. Yes, he took 200.
So he goes to 300?
300 altogether. Yeah, just one more 100.
Just 100?
Who's the first?
300, sir.
300.
There you go. There you go.
So he just gives up on all the rest of it.
Okay.
Look at Neener.
9. The point is 9 to shine. Get that 9. That's my balance.
Bets.
You can't rock 9 with 9.
20 inside.
So again, I'm just going to wait for a box number.
Yeah, was this what you were playing?
Except
What are you doing?
I went to 110.
270. 270 across. That's
270 across.
20 inside. A quarter on the inside. Yeah.
That's more my speed.
Well, you have to have a bit of a bankroll to play these numbers.
We should go to a stop for you, or we can pause.
You want to pause now?
Yeah, do it now.
Yeah, go for it.
Bets out there, the same old bets. Okay.
Yeah. Let's do it.
See, just so the record's
you're
clear,
doing-
I'm not freezing the shooter.
Okay.
I'm not freezing the shooter this time. No, I'm just kidding.
I wish I could burn that.
That's the Dolce. You want to line up a little bit.
That time, I'll say that again. So here it's fine. We're gonna, while they're making their bets, we had an announcement come through a few minutes ago that Anthony K9 Comp wanted to donate 2 tickets to Absinthe, right? Which is amazing. So we just put the auction item up. It's under the giveaway section of the main website. So just go to the raffles off the crapshootthecure.com site. You'll now see Absinthe tickets. It's hard to say Absinthe tickets. They're in the raffle section. The tickets are $50 each. We're gonna let that one also go through Friday since we got it in here at the last minute. So we'll let that go for the week. But yeah, $50 tickets. They're worth $600. Is that what it is? Each. He's putting up $1,200 for this prize. $50 raffle tickets, which means we need to sell how many of them? 20 something? 20? I don't know how. 18 to make it worth, right? something like that.
Their tickets to see absence of the show.
Yes. Yes, he's putting up $1,200 to 2 tickets to that show, $50 raffle tickets. So let's go get those raffle tickets bought as well. We'll let that go as with the others. So back to Preps. Thank you, Anthony. You're a mitch.
That's it. One of the most popular shows in
Oh, yeah.
I've seen it before. Very fun.
Are you done arguing with me?
Yep.
Ian doesn't know where the back line was. He put it in the missing. So when I said back line, he
Fail.
put it, oh,
One of these days, just one, Ian gets to. We're gonna flip this one of these days.
what did you say, what?
Be all over you.
To the moon, Alan.
Very quick to laugh at you. Where do you put the? I said,
I was getting there. My good
I
lord.
think everybody's ready, right?
Yep.
So you guys freezing out. You guys are freezing out the shooter.
Yeah.
The dice are getting cold.
Private table. 24 minutes.
Yeah, this happens.
Just as bad as Zhao was, and you
this
weren't
is actually
bitching
how
about
it
Zhao
is.
last
Like
night.
Hey.
real Brian. Actually.
Hey,
Okay,
8 heartache down.
All right. Make up.
give me a chance.
No, I'm doing the middle.
Press my 6 and 8, please.
Okay, so you're pressing them.
Yeah, press my 6 and 8.
So this is you paying 70.
Yeah.
And you're gonna go to
90.
90 or 120.
No, to press both the 6 and the 8.
Oh, 6 and the 8. Gotcha. 75. 90.
all right. And what I'm gonna do is remember the last time when it was real money and I put the $15 yo.
Yep.
This time, because it's free play, I don't hedge out free play. So I don't even use free play to hedge free play. You know, I'm just it's all or nothing. Okay, so I'm going back into the DC with my free play, but no hedge this time because it's actual free play instead of real money. If it was real money, I would put $15 on the yo.
Okay.
You don't protect your free.
I don't protect free play. Yes, thank you.
Tension.
10 on the in. 10 is my friend when I'm on the DC. You know what I'm saying?
Press my 5 and 9.
With the winnings.
Yep.
Jen, what are you doing?
I would like to.
Which is normal from the
Okay.
And I'm going 110 inside. Leave the 410, leave it.
Leave the 4 and 10. Okay.
Yeah.
The difference is now I'm starting to black. Like next hit as well. Now
I'm going to go 110 inside, please.
Okay.
Including
Using 330 inside.
And the DC moves behind the 10. If it was real money, I would probably hedge the hard 10 with the real money back there. So I'd probably have a hard 10 to cover that. But since it's free play, I'm not covering it.
Ian, the little boxes for the DC. Everything else, make sure it's on the line. Otherwise, it gets confused with DCs. Like on the line, yeah.
You don't want to accuse any other or confuse any other dealers that walk back there.
Yeah, because when they stick change, they can't tell. That's
Here we go. Dice out. Hands high. I actually do that in the casino. Y'all hear me do that all the time. All right, guys, dice out. Let's go. Let's go.
No more bets.
Man, I tell them, man.
Yo.
Yeah, I do. I say no more bets, guys. Let's go. I sure do.
8, 9, 10.
I do it all the time.
Perfect.
11. That was an 11.
We need a 12.
There's a
All
10.
right. Okay, so there goes my free play. There goes my free play.
No, that's what that.
Yeah, I usually do, but I just said if it's a hard,
When you hit
if
the
it's
easy
free
10,
play,
I see the hard
That's gone. So
so technically, because we're keeping track,
the hard way.
my free play is down. I've turned $150 in the free play into $50.
Yeah. So same bet that.
Jen, that wasn't.
And then pull me down. Pull me down.
I thought you were taking 9.
So just a kind of a quick note. If I'm down in my rack, if I'm down in my rack and I'm already at 330, my third hit, I'm gonna go ahead and take down 110 inside.
Excellent.
So go back down to at least 220. That way I put an additional hit back in my rack.
Down to 220. Yeah.
Yes.
5.
That was a dead hard 10. A hard 8.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you get paid here.
Yep. Parlay.
All right. I'll need 35 down here.
So
Does that-
chat has the makings of our next battle.
Oh, already.
Jen chat says you won't let him explain his strategy. You're just screaming he's wrong. They want to see a battle between the two of you.
On the reels table.
I'm just saying $75 pays $150. And he won't agree with that. All right.
Here we go. Dice out.
He needs to be paid on the hard 10.
Yeah,
Oh, yes, he does.
35. We're
Yeah,
gonna
make it like 40, please.
For parlay.
I'll parlay him.
All right, because my 10 is down, and I don't have coverage, and I don't want to slow the game, I'm just going to say turn me off. That's all I'm going to say right now.
Okay.
So now you're no longer getting rated. So you're in.
Now, the difference of rating is sometimes the pit boss is not there. And if they're not there and I turn off and they haven't changed the rating stays. And I'm not saying to turn my ratings off. So if they come back and switch it and turn me off, I don't mind because that's their job. If they're not doing their job, I'm still getting rated.
Hard six.
Hard six looks too hard ways for you.
That's it. Oh, Ryan's happy.
Yeah, parlay.
So we should have had him throwing last night. He just ran. He's good with just.
Did you see his first roll?
Just ran.
It's 70.
Yeah, pay 70. Yeah, and I'm going to collect that.
You're collecting,
and now I'm totally out in the hand.
You just said,
and I got 270 working.
Did this.
The parlay.
But I'll take 35 for me. He's off.
That looks like 50.
Yeah.
The hard six looks like 50.
Give me 2 greens and I will just and then take this down.
Now, if I do have time, instead of just
on the six,
he was
got
off.
paid,
and I was off. If I do have time, and being that I'm off, remember the $50 that I was using or that I converted, I'll go into the DC, but I'd still have it off because I want to reset my DC.
Gotcha.
But I view it instead of another 150 because I only made 50. It just went down to 50.
What's the name of this system?
This is Light in the Darkness.
This is the Holy Roller.
Batman style or Batman version. So DC Comics.
You have 4 years.
There it is.
You have 4 years of training.
Yeah.
Anybody just gets this winning down.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 7 out. Okay, I lost the DC, but
yours is still up.
But my money's still up. Yeah, because I was off. I needed to set it first.
These are all back here, so these are done.
Yeah, so that's a bummer. Yeah, you lost.
So, but because I view that as profits, I'm playing with profits or free play, however you want to view it. I am not down.
We just got a big donation.
Let's hear it. Everybody listen up.
Towards a raffle, several raffle tickets for the layout. Kelly K donated $300.
This falls right here.
Yes.
Yep.
Puck goes off. Puck off, Ian.
Fuck off. Wouldn't be the first time someone's told me that.
What's this here?
That's my loss. That's his loss. That's my hard way level.
Oh, okay. There we go.
You're throwing him back on.
Did she go back out?
No, she is not out yet.
So just leave mine. I only had 110 inside. There you go. So depending, it doesn't matter how long we've been playing. Most people, if they like wherever you're at, sometimes they get scared right about this moment because they've lost so much.
This will be your last point, by the way.
And I haven't lost any money, pretty much.
What airline?
But I've been playing the same roles the same time. I haven't won, but I also haven't lost. And when you're playing craps on a cruise, you're really playing for points rather than dollars. I think that's the big debate, right? The big debate is why not play for dollars rather than points?
Yeah. I agree with you. But there were many points where you could have made money. You had a DC go up the door. You didn't do a hard 10, which I know it's free play, but you would have guaranteed yourself $70.
Yep.
You could have done $75 plug, which they would never see it. They won't see it. You could guarantee your 75 plus this.
Yep.
So there's an opportunity to make money, even though it's free play. It's an opportunity to win money
on their free.
So Ryan's whole philosophy is play so you can earn a really nice next cruise. You know, Ryan and I are more like, let's convert this free play into cash somehow.
Yeah.
And then if you want to treat it like it's a free winning money that you can do as you wish, great.
Well, even if the money you were using was all free play, it's gone. Mine's gone too. The difference is I have more money in my rack than you.
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think so. Look, I have. Let's compare, guys.
You want to color up?
Look, more money I have than you do.
If I had $150,
great.
If I had $150,
yeah, I'll just. I'm out of the debate.
Ryan said, but I have more black chips than you do. A lot more black chips. How do you tell me that you have more money than me?
Oh, I thought you were on the don't.
Yes.
Oh, so you're playing the original, my Light in the
I wasn't
darkness
playing
without.
anything. Yeah. I had
Well, you had the don't pass and the box numbers.
please play. Yeah, it's like your light in the dark.
Oh, it's very yeah. So
creating a
the only difference I did with my Light in the Darkness is I was playing through the DC, but you were playing the regular way. So yeah, so I would probably play either the way you're playing or the way I'm playing.
Well, that's really good. I have way more money than he does.
You do.
And he says he has
I didn't realize you had the don't pass. I thought only.
I've been laughing.
Well, so we're playing the same way, but you made more money. Yeah, you're.
You don't even
All right, here we go.
So I made more money.
All right, we're gonna do one last commercial and then crash that. Okay, here we go. Am I on, Greg? It's like, am I? Is this thing on? Can y'all hear me? Yeah, right. We're getting a little punch drunk here at the end of this thing. It's been a long couple days. This is it. We're gonna go to commercial. We're gonna come back and do crap chat. So this is your time. Whoever's in chat, questions. So start anew with Q in front of your questions. Craig will queue them up, or somebody will queue them up. I don't know who's gonna queue them up. We're gonna all come out here on the couches, and we're gonna sit here on the couch as a group and answer every question y'all have in the room, in chat. This will go 10 minutes or an hour, depending on how many questions we get. So, final episode of Crap Chat's coming up. In the meantime, go learn how to donate the rest of your money to this great cause, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Thanks for joining us for Craps for the Cure 2025. This year, we're again proud to partner with Veterans Moving Forward, a unique organization that's 100% focused on providing service and support dogs for U.S. veterans that are dealing with physical and mental challenges associated with their time in service. 100% of every dollar donated through Craps for the Cure goes directly to Veterans Moving Forward, and VMF puts 100% of that money directly to work in the purchasing, caring for, and training of these very special dogs that serve our highly respected U.S. veterans. Over the last 2 years, with your help, Craps for the Cure has raised enough money to purchase 2 dogs for Veterans Moving Forward. The first one, Moochie or Mooch, was purchased about a year and a half ago and named after our good friend and fellow Craps YouTuber Chiro Moochie, who unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. Pearson was purchased this past year and named after Ed Robinson from Roll to Win Craps, from his son, who we also unfortunately lost way too early. This year, we shift our focus into funding the training and raising of these 2 pups as they prepare for their dogs. Is expensive and time-consuming work. They each train about 2 hours a day, 5 days a week with a certified service dog instructor. These lessons, they run about $100 an hour over the course of 2 years. If you want to make a big impact, we're happy to let you know that a few of our sponsors have really stepped up this year. Head to crapsforthecure.com and click the high impact donations link, and you'll come here to this part of our donations website. And for starters, every person that donates $1,000 will get to train for a full day with Dice Coach Bo Parker. Coach Parker is willing to donate his time, 8 hours, to the cause for everyone that steps up with that size of a donation. The folks at Casino Quest have put up a number of high-impact items. Full dealer training for $500. All the classes, all the online courses they offer, full dealer training, $500. If you do 1,000, they'll let you have the full dealer training plus come in person for a private audition with David or Alex. If you really want to step up and drop 5,000, that's fantastic. They put up a full experience with training at the facility, a ride to the casino, dinner with those 2, David and Alex, and of course, gambling with them live. These larger priced sort of direct purchase items really go a long way towards chewing up some of those training costs we talked about for Mooch and Pearson. Thanks for your support of Craps for the Cure, Veterans Moving Forward, and of course, our brave servicemen and women. God bless you.
Yes.
They just went to the nation's source.
Oh, good. Yeah, make sure it's on the crew screen. You have it? And we're all good? Everybody's in the shot? Okay. All right, we're good. Okay, cool. All right, so this is the informal first episode of Craps Chat of season 4, I guess it is, right? We always do this at the Craps with the Crew. We always end the 2 days with just kind of a relaxing sit down roundtable talk, right, about whatever. So Craps Chat's always been, I mean, Dylan, when he created the idea for the show, it was always about like being like a sports radio call-in show. Like, we're just going to sit here, and if people call, we'll talk about what they want to talk about. If they don't call, we're just going to talk about what we want to talk about.
That's right.
And that's basically it. So we have a lot to talk about because a lot just happens. It's kind of interesting. We kind of came from that to this. And you guys are actually sitting side by side,
Well, we were saying,
hugging it out over here. I love it.
John and I argue, but I seriously love this guy. Brian and I are actually very, very, very close. We just
brother and sister
we're
arguing.
100% brother and sister, right?
Yeah.
Without the pillows.
Yeah.
You know this where I stayed. I was just over there in the corner. I had nothing to talk
Brian
about.
brought me a milkshake. Brian staying in the back is donating money to the casino. This is here. Take
I was sweating bullets. The longer they were waiting, the more I was losing.
So, any questions you all have, right? In the chat, drop a Q in front of it. And here, there's like 4 people here, right? So if you have questions, just raise your hand. Anything goes. We just thought, I think that's a good place for us to start, actually, because the cruise ship thing is interesting to me. And, you know, Garrison said it earlier, KISS, right? Keep it simple, stupid. And I think that's actually a good lesson for everybody. I jokingly said the horseman made $100. You guys were out there, you know, measuring swords and stuff, and I made $100 with a $500 average bet, right? Like at 200 on the don't, 3 come bets, and I'm getting rated, and I'm going to tie the whole time, which is your goal. Let's just tie most of the time and get the hours in. And the horseman's all about getting hours in and maybe making a little bit of a bankroll bill here, and you're here most of the time, which is kind of the goal, right? That's a great way to get rated. Janice wants to win money, right? And I think what you're saying is that, and I think there's truth in this. And I think maybe y'all can chime in here. If you have money on the table and the right person sees it on the table at the right time, they're going to give you the right number in the computer, and you're going to get that great email that says, come back for free and have all the drinks and food you want. That's what we all want with this, right? If your heart's not in the hedging, then don't hedge, right? If your heart's not in, you know, putting all of it at risk, then don't do it. And I get Brian's point. You can do this for cheap and grindy, and not worry about the winning, because the winning is the experience of all that amazing
Winning is
food.
a side benefit,
and the
John.
whole thing, right?
It really is a side benefit. Whereas Brian's trying to make this experience as affordable as possible, where I think the other side is also looking for the same thing, but they have a little bit behind them in case it doesn't go the way they plan. And they're considering that vacation. It's you know, it's this is my money to do with it what I want. Whereas Brian, this is his lifestyle.
Right.
And he's making a life out of this and benefiting from the experience. Am I correct in that statement, everyone?
Yeah,
pretty close.
Sounds pretty good. A long time ago was, and it resonates with me. Like, don't lose money on the cruise that would have paid for the next one, because it's not really a free cruise. Then you just prepaid the cruise, which is a great way of putting it. So if you're gonna play the Ryan game and you're gonna go 270, and you lose $2,700, and then you earned a free cruise, did you? Right. But if you hit that hard parlay 3 times, like somebody I
make 12,000.
and you make 12, then you can, right? Then you're good.
Did he pay for his next 3?
There's that risk reward thing, but I think what Brian is saying, consistently, you can tie to win the experience. You're tying to win the experience of a cruise, not the profit that you could make on a craps table under normal conditions. And I think is that the okay?
I mean, Ryan has won enough to buy 3 cruises, you know, and he's also probably lost enough to
buy 3 cruises. It's on the horseman.
But how did you feel in the months in between? You know, great for when you won and not. But the thing is, you're still getting free cruises, so you're still accomplishing the same goal. I jokingly said, you know, they always say, don't bet with money you're not willing to lose, or expendable income. I'm like, how much do you have to make to have expendable income? I don't know what that price is, but I don't have expendable income. So should I even be playing? So that's where it's like, well, let me hedge. That's the way I'll play. And that's the way I chose. So thanks, Joe, for kind of talking through it like that. That was good.
Yeah, I feel like, and now this is me coming from the person who doesn't play. I think Skill and Look asked, do I like the
Land
Darts? I don't. I'm not a hedge player. I don't like the hedge. We were playing bubble craps the other night at the Planet Hollywood, and literally I missed a 60 roll double ATS on the bubble craps. Same shooter, by the way. 60 rolls double ATS. I made $34. Why? Because I was playing with $150. That's all I wanted to play that night. And I was playing don't come bets. Then I play some inside place bets. Nothing like I'm normally doing. And I could have made, I don't know, out of that $100, I probably could have turned into 1,000 or more. And I didn't because I was playing a hybrid hedge, whatever you want to call it. That's just not my style. I don't get the fun out of it. I like the adrenaline. I'm an emotional player. I guess it all depends on somewhat of your personality. I'm a very emotional bettor. I'm an emotional player. I don't say wear my emotions on my sleeve, but I feel like that's the way I play. I love it. Right. I live by the adrenaline of the dice and the camaraderie, the fun. I just feel like if I'm playing all day long just to break even, daggum, I'd rather go swim at the pool with my kids and hang out with them because I'm getting offers in the mail regardless.
Yeah.
I can play 44, 64, 110 inside for 3 hours, get the thing in the mail, and actually maybe win a little bit. But in the middle of the day, I'm going on the cruise. I'm going to the show with my wife. I want to do that.
The question I would have, or maybe some of the people in the audience might have, is we understand that you get the offers by just playing rather than playing for comps, okay? But are they the same type of offers?
100%.
Meaning that, there's different levels of comp offers. You have the interior suite. You have a ocean view that has a round window. You have balconies. You have suites. You have junior suites. Are they the same type of offers that you're getting? Or is it just a free cruise? Which is what I would be questioning.
Yeah, so no, that's a great question. No, I think once you get to a certain status, I get junior suites all day long, plus free flight. I mean, I'm not just talking about just for Royal, but with both of them, right? Royal and Carnival. I get free suites, suites, if you want to call it. I get balconies. I don't think I've even seen an interior room. Maybe they're listed on the back somewhere. I don't know. But they're really, but either way, regardless of that, you could still play minimum bets and get on a cruise and have fun with your wife, with your family, whatever it is, and play with the offers.
I'll use myself as an example. I've gone on 2 cruises, and I do enjoy the cruise experience. And I actually, on my last one, won a free cruise using Brian's methodology for my next cruise, okay? And my wife also won a free cruise on the last one. Hers is significantly better offer than mine is because of her level of play.
Yeah.
Which means that I use that blue collar crap style, which is my MO, which is a very low budget play. We had 2 totally different comp offers. That's why I asked that question.
No, that's valid.
But you know what? You can combine 2 interiors to make a better.
Yeah, we could, but we're bringing our kids with us as a reward for them.
Just get an interior. Just get on the ship.
Yeah, exactly.
And Craig's go ahead, Craig.
All right, so Dice Grinders Arnell says, so what's the difference you guys find playing craps on a cruise as opposed to land-based ones?
A lot more newbies on the cruise. Like really hands are in the table, late bets.
Big buy-ins.
Really frustrating. And it can be like shoulder to shoulder 4 deep.
And a lot of people just walking up and just standing up behind you on the little, just kind of looking in.
What's that? What's that song?
And especially, and so this is I think I've said this to quite a few of y'all. When I'm at the tables, I don't promote my channel. I wear my merch, I wear that, but I don't tell them I'm a YouTuber. I teach this, I teach that, because I don't want to have to talk about it. And every person that comes up to me, what would you do here? What would you do there? I just want to have fun and just play craps and have the fun of the game more than a teaching session.
Remember hybrid though? What you said. So I was on that 60 roller with him, and I jumped in the ATS and I converted. Hybrid is only meant to keep you alive during the terrible rolls. at some point you need to convert and go. Ryan is extremely aggressive on a long roll. Like when he throws a 30 roller, he is like battle to the mouth. He's not doing his hedgy thing. So it's just a progression of your game is when to change. And we're all hybrid players, so we know when to convert. You just have to practice.
So to me, on the same question, though, the difference between land casino gambling and cruise ship gambling to me is the people. Because every cruise I've been on, both cruises I've been on, you're there for 7 days, right? You got the same dealers every day. You got the same players pretty much every day. And around the ship, you start seeing the same faces. Like, hey, and like before you know it, you got this little crew of friends that you're sort of playing with. And then my dealers, of course, you see them around the ship too. And it's like, I felt it was like Team John the whole time. like literally, like it was because everywhere you went, you're like, oh, hey, and it's the same, and we'll see you tonight. Okay, cool. And we're all there. And the dealers just are waiting for your bets. Like, if granted, they might be new, and the players might have been new. By day 3, everybody's
they know your names, they know your bets, 100%. They know your strategies.
The bartender's like, the casino's open. He's bringing 2 bullets over, and
they already know your card number. They tried to you even get
5-7-4. Yeah, that's me. And that part to me does not happen in a land-based casino. Land-based casino, it's random Freddy, random Susie. Unless it's your local, right?
And I asked this question one time where
that's a great experience too.
Would you rather have a brand new dealer that's learning with a great customer service and great attitude, or a professional fast dealer that just has a bad attitude? I think I would take the newer dealer that has a great attitude. But when it comes to answering that question, I would say yes, new dealers. A lot of ships only have 1 or 2 craps tables.
Right.
I think the people being different, when the people are different, they're there on vacation to have fun. So it's a lot of great energy there. Sometimes I feel like in land base, it's people bringing their paycheck, trying to double it, so it can be very stressful. And people, even if they're losing, they're having fun on a cruise. The other thing, and I think this is probably the biggest one for those that want to play, the casino's not open all the time. And I think you have to schedule your time in the casino just like you schedule it for excursions and dinner and all that other stuff.
And to build on that, there's only on the Carnival, there's only one craps table. Right.
Yeah.
So if that one craps table is going awful, brutally bad, and that happens, if you get those swings where it's just bad, you can't just walk away and go right to the next. On a land casino, you have 4 craps tables, or
not
walk
all.
to the next.
Not all. A lot of casinos only have 1, 2.
And
But you can walk down the street most of the time.
For sure.
But if it's going bad, that's all you get.
More in chat, Greg?
Am I good?
Okay, so
I have one. Ashish says he will donate if fans say the Seahawks suck.
Oh,
Not gonna do that.
Here he is.
How pretty ass.
All right, so
Who's so sexy?
That's so funny. That's so funny.
Thank you.
So this is an interesting thing. We had a lot of opinions on a lot of things this weekend, right? And not all opinions are horrible. Not all opinions are perfect. I talked a little bit about losing as little as possible, starting from your base and just always going up and never like regressing to your base. We've also seen starting high and coming down to a base. We've seen hedging. We've seen David saying the only way to make money is to create opportunity and destroy them to cover up all the garbage that happens. We've seen Ryan be aggressive and lose a little bit here, but I've seen him win a lot of money too. We've seen blue collar craps. All the different ways to play. And Garrison today. Same bet, you lose $3. Same bet, lose $3. Versus same bet, turn me off and let it sit and take the 100% win. All those different ways, right? Did anything, obviously you all know everything, right? We know all the different ways, but did anything you heard,
I know everything.
did anything you heard today over the weekend, and for the crowd here too, right? Go, like, did you get a little thing that makes you say, or did you get confirmation of what you already thought when you heard that stuff? 'Cause I think it's good to hear it all. You don't have to buy into it all, but did anything make you think?
Real quick, even though Ian did his dance, she still donated $20 to vet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hey, hit Gargoyle's comment real quick.
Yeah, hit that. Yeah, look at everybody look behind you.
Yeah, and I have a follow up. When it comes back, Gargoyle said he'll donate if the dog goes straight to the don't player. I'll point out that the dog just went to Jen. The dog just went to Jen.
Thank you.
And Brian first.
Yeah. Well, here's now. Maybe this didn't quite surprise me as far as this trip so far, but there's one thing that we did that I guess we think differently here than a lot of mentality is. We don't mind playing the don'ts. I say we as in some of y'all. You don't mind playing the don'ts. A lot of people have this mentality of, oh, you're playing the don'ts. You're rooting against a shooter. You're rooting against a table. It's not that way. You win the way you want to win and win the way you're willing to win, and that it's just what works out for you, right? So I don't like having this mentality of if you're playing the don'ts, and there's people who feel this way that you're betting against me or you don't trust me to roll the dice. Or I mean, people have their ways of playing. They have their ways of rolling, of winning. Sometimes it doesn't work out. You get sniped. It is what it is. But that's their way of playing. And I think I would love to find a way to cancel this culture of the don't is a bad thing.
The thing of it is, right? I think it's just like kind of in America, right? You have divisions, right? You can classify don't players, I think, into a few groups, right? You've got the guys that taught me how to play when I was 20 years old, the old farts in the corner, were around the backside of the table smoking their stogies. And I remember Dewars telling me, I told you the story before, find the guys with the black chips and ask them how they're playing. And I stood behind those guys, and that's how I started smoking, by the way, because I was sucking in all that cigar smoke. Right? And I learned how to play the don'ts, right, from watching those guys. That's what I was exposed to, and they made consistent money. Those guys aren't bothering anybody. They're just sitting back there. You have the
real quick. Gargoyle just donated $200. Meat Rolls just donated $50.
Yeah. Awesome. We're out of here, right? So those guys to me, hey, what I was gonna say is those guys they're not rooting for the 7. They're just sitting back there with the whiskey soak, and that's it, right? There are guys that I've seen, and you know them, that are like 7, 7, 7. You guys all
oh my God,
those guys, we hate those guys, right? They're just being douchebags. Let's call it space.
100%. I agree with that 100% on both sides, not just the don't side on both sides. I agree.
And then you've got us, like the people that are, I think, educated and like use a don't as the tool that it is. And sometimes it's a tool to get you somewhere. Sometimes it's a jumping off point. Sometimes it's just I just need to feel safe. And those don't players aren't rooting for a 7. They're just out there kind of doing this until something happens for them.
Secretly hoping, but I don't advertise it.
With the Horseman, I'm hoping for it early, but if I don't get it, I'm like, cool. Didn't want it anyway. Let's go, right? And I think, but it's that one group of people that give all the don't players a bad name. And they're few and far between, but boy, when they come out. Remember the guy in the cruise? Oh, that guy.
But the lightsabers are awesome.
I like what you said one time, John, and I thought it was really good. One time you said this. I like one thing you said.
Oh my God.
No, but you said we're not playing against each other. We're all playing against the casino.
Yeah.
And you know what? We're not playing against the dealers.
No.
Sometimes we might feel like it, but we're not. The dealers are on our side. If we win, they win. They know that mentality if we're tipping, right? And so I think so 2 things. One, we're all against the casino. The other thing, I've been trying to teach and train people, like their first timers and stuff, is that they should never, ever cheer for a 7. Never, ever. Now, if you go to a craps table and come out 7, everybody's like, ah! Chances are people lost money during that moment. And I think a lot of times people are so focused in, they're not seeing the whole big picture. And so if you are chanting for a 7, and somebody has their bets working on the come out, or they have come bets that are out there, or they're on the don't, there's so many people are going to lose money on a 7. And I think people don't realize that whether you want it or not, it's not chanting for the 7. The 7 is the bad number at all times. I'm trying to train and teach people. If we all realize that the 7's the bad number all the time, what happens when a come out 7 happens? You're like, get those out of the way, right? You don't want them to keep doing it. Yeah. So why are you encouraging it? That's what I always say.
I have a question.
All right, so real quick, 2 things. One, she said, is Jen the only one with hair on the couch? And he donated another $20.
One thing is for certain, this game will make you lose your hair.
Another 20. Big thing does not belong in this.
That's one thing, Sam. That's the other. From Alan Tyndale, who we all love. He said, I was just in a cruise with Princess and played multiple strats and came away with a balcony cruise, report 2 with drinks on them, and 1,500 free.
Nice.
Wow.
Alan!
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
Princess. I didn't see hardly anything at all about a daily paycheck style. Now, I know that what you're doing with the Horseman is you do that because your friends are all at the table. You got to be there for a while. But either at home or say you moved here and it wasn't a bunch of friends at the table, will you revert back to the paycheck style, do you think?
Yeah, I think to me, and so the question from Dan is, if I move to Vegas, will I do a daily paycheck for reals? Right?
Yeah.
I'll do 2 things for reals if I lived in Vegas, right? One would be the daily, the daily YOLO. 100% doing the YOLO every day. I'm going to do that until, right? And it just for funsies. But yes, I have no problem. And like I did it this morning. I walked into that casino this morning and I made $100 on the way over here. Had my oatmeal, which by the way, the oatmeal over there is where it's at. Steel cut oats with all the goodness. That was fantastic, right? Go to the table, and I did it. I did the 130, boom, boom, and done. I threw the dice till I 7 down, and I walked with $100, right? I would do that all the time. David would tell me you're a nutcase because if you try $100 a day and you win $100 100 days in a row, and then you go out and lose $10,000, you're going to be at zero again. I would absolutely do it, and I would do it the way I did it on the show, right? The day I would ratchet the bankroll up. I would do short sessions. I wouldn't put the whole thing at risk, and you win enough money to where your losses don't impact the whole bankroll. I could see myself trying, but I wouldn't try and live on it. Like Ken was saying, this is not to live on. This is can I win 100, 200, whatever dollars a day so that we can go out to eat and do some fun things when the family comes in, buy Madison tickets and that kind of stuff. That's what the idea would be, to build up a bankroll over here to do stuff with. And if I can do that every day, putting a few $100 at risk to win 100, I'm 100%. I will try it when I move here. I will absolutely try it. I won't film it because who wants to watch that?
So the secret sauce will go away when you move here.
The secret sauce is still the same thing, right? If I come in, like last night we did it. And by the way, I want you to say it out loud. How many come outs winners did I have on you last night?
It was only because I'm awesome and I had five winners on the parlay.
5 parlay. I missed the first one. I wasn't going to pass on, but you did 4.
I made 3 points, buckshot.
Yeah.
And then I had to come out 7.
Yeah. And then 11, I did, right?
Yeah.
And it was fantastic. So that's the kind of thing, to me, that is the secret sauce kind of play, right? Like a $10 pass line, 4 legs. That's a secret sauce play. 44 inside, whatever, let it run. That's the secret sauce.
While we're on this topic, before we got to move on to another question, I kind of have a question that I think for the most part we know, but I get this question all the time in chats and videos and everything is, why aren't you working on the come out? There's so many people that say you're losing the opportunity of working on the come out. I mean, I know how I feel about it, and I think most of y'all, I feel like I know how I feel. But just for like people who do say, why aren't you working the come out?
Go down the line.
Yeah. Why don't you work the come out, or do you work the come out?
Yeah, I do work to come out if I'm hedged for it, so I'm not going to lose, not going to win. I think anything that if a roll happens and the casino doesn't have to pay you, that's an advantage to them. So I could take that advantage away by working the come out. That's the way I think about it. Yeah.
I think there's nothing wrong with being off at some point. The send will come at some time. In a hot roll, it will come on the come outs, right? And, they're not going to be decreased on your rating by being off one roll. I think when else can the 7 ever come?
And you not lose everything.
And not be completely wiped out.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to say is, the idea of you get that little bit of grace period, right? So let's just say you're up there. Let's just say they've rolled for 10 rolls. They just hit the point. If you're working your bets, you're going to risk every bit of that. Why not just I can breathe for a minute, right? I can relax. I don't have to worry about stress. Let's think about it. When you're when your presses are up there, you're stressing. I mean, you really are. You're stressing about it. That gives you that little bit of grace period. And when it does, that kind of gives you your new reset. Like, okay, now he's just hit the 7. I feel like we got a little bit more juice in it. You know what I mean? That's why I don't like where he just gives me that little bit of a.
We've got Jeff joining us.
We're doing chat.
Go ahead, say hi.
Hey, a side of
Yeah.
So my answer to that is
right there.
I traditionally do not work to come out,
My goodness.
especially when I'm shooting the dice. And Jen will answer why I don't work to come out when I shoot the dice.
He'll snipe you.
I will snipe whether you're
7-Eleven.
whether you're playing the light side. I will snipe whatever.
Yeah, so true story. All right, can we go through story time? Right. So last year, this Craft with the Cure, I was at Planet Hollywood. I just had a smoker of a roll. Like I made stupid money. I'm not gonna say how much, but it was a lot of money. And Jenny asked me, "He goes, well, what was you playing?" I said, "I was playing the Warren." And she's like, "There's no way you can make money on that." I said, "Okay, watch." So we go over there. We all get on the same table at Planet Hollywood. And I said, "Watch, I'm gonna go 220 inside, working my bets, right?" And Joe says, "I got this, guys." His first roll, and he goes, "Don't worry, I got you." 527. Dang it, 220 inside, gone. You were working the don'ts. I'm not sure how much you had on there. Snipe me, snipe Jen there. Next roll, I said, "That's okay. We got this again." Still come out 220 inside. Boom, again 220. I said, "Well, I guess I'm not playing the board no more."
Oh, I think it sniped you 3
God.
times.
Maybe they did 3 times, whatever it was.
That's the exact point I would make with this. The reason why you don't work the come out 7 under this one condition. I do enough come betting that I'm used to being alive in the 7, right? If you're going to be of the mindset that I'm always going to replace my bets, the rhythm of the game, the come out 7 will destroy you because you'll catch 3-4 in a row. You can't catch 3 7s in a row during a roll. So if you're going to just keep replace, the rhythm of the game will kill you on the come out 7s. That's the reason why you don't do it. If you're just going to say, I'll work them once, and if they snipe me, okay, then I'll wait for the point, then it's like any other roll. I would agree with most people and say, yeah, it's just another roll. But if you're going to go back and back and back, you're just inviting the evil to come, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's coming.
But just so everybody knows, that roll he was talking about, he actually made all the money that I sniped and then probably double, tripled that in the positive.
It was a 28 roller.
So you helped him out.
But that was the second round around the table,
Yeah,
right?
but you why invite the 660 down? You know,
So that was just me being a little stubborn.
Jeff, how about you, man? Do you work the come outs?
I do not.
For what reason?
Just well, it's a multitude of reasons. I was trying to catch up on the conversation as I walked in the door here.
Yeah.
I was listening to Ryan, what he was saying. I don't work the come outs just simply because it gives you the opportunity to ease into the game. And I'm already got action in the game anyway because I have the pass line bet. I also have the prop action that I have covered. And I also know what I'm going to do thereafter. As you know, I'm not a strategy player. I don't play any of that crazy bull crap. I do basically some of very similar to what Ryan does. I played with him in Biloxi last year. We basically played identical. This year, playing with Jen at the Friday night game, the private game. I didn't play my normal self because I was there with a bunch of friends and just kind of eased in. Won't make any mention. Had a 35 roller. Jen, is that right?
exactly 35.
Yeah, 35 roller. The only person I saw with black chips on the table was Ryan and me, and John had a pile of green chips. I couldn't see anybody else. I couldn't see Joe's bets. But nobody else on a 35 roller made any money. I was $400 down and $1,450 up when the hand was over with. I don't play a strategy. I play a lot of what he does with his blue collar stuff, the numbers that are pressing, and so forth and so on. My game changed, as you know, John, 3 years ago. Give credit to El Toro for the betting, G for the helping with the betting, and Ed for the throwing. And the game has changed. Went from a break-even point to losing to winning very nicely. And it made the difference. I'm not here to question anybody's level of play or how they play. But in 3 years, I can tell you that this trip's been paid for last year.
Yeah. But I think I did represent Jeff on that day. So John believes you should just go at minimum. And I said, you know what? Jeff and El Toro's philosophy is go bigger, bring more money, go out bigger, regress. So I did represent that. That's really what you're a proponent of. Don't do 64 across. You're really looking more like.
And Jen and I talked because she was on the dark side, and I think she was before you, Jen, before you shot. Really, somebody sniped you off.
Rick.
Yeah, was that who it was?
Yeah, he's gone.
2 combat 7s, 2 combat 11s will hurt.
A couple points.
Yeah.
And a couple points. So I leaned over to Jen. I said, Jen, hand me $400 and I'm going to bet your bet your money. She joked with me, and lo and behold, I went on this long roll. You know, but you can't tell people bring more, win more, because that doesn't happen all the time. Right. It's a struggle, and some people can't bring more, but they want to win more. So, and that's the issue. So you start out slower with the bring more, and then you build up your.
So when you can't bring more, you got to start and build. You cannot come down if you don't have enough money
John,
to go up.
In your case, you bring 10 bullets. Let's say if you bring 1,000, you're willing to risk that 1,000.
Yep.
So instead of playing your 110, go to 220. And if you don't want to, go to 154 inside. Catch the 4 and 10 either on the hard ways or a smaller bet. Because I'm not like Ryan. He goes quarters on the 4s and 10s. I typically don't. I put whatever the table minimum is, and I just flip it. I'm Chris Dice. It's going to flip. Craig will tell you it'll flip till it hits or it doesn't hit. You know, it's like another prop bet. But if you don't have the more to bring, you can scale it up. And if you need to learn how to scale it up, I mean, it's easy. You know, I know the way that Joe's been playing here lately on his morning show. We're not the same style of play, but we have the same thought process. And I didn't always have the money to bring more. You know, my name's not Jed, so. I mean, it's just gotten to that point, and I'm very comfortable with the play. You know, when we cashed up the other night, I cashed up the other night. I mean, you guys were still playing, and I think you played for a couple more shooters. But I asked a couple people how they did.
5 PSOs after.
You should have left. Yeah.
Well, and that's what happens after a long roll. So let's not say, Jen.
Let's be lamented, right? You're with a group, you want to keep playing, it's like a thing, and then
that being said, I think in a regular normal play, I would have left right after that roll, Jeff.
For sure.
But since we had a private table, we were there as a group, that prevented me. But what I did do is I pulled back my level of play.
That's the right thing to do.
Okay. So I still continued to play. I still lost money after you had left, but I still won overall.
Right. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I played on a lot of private tables, some that are very comfortable to play on because all the players know the payments, whether it's being paid on a point or whether you're paying the box numbers. They pay backwards or different. And the way that I would specifically go, like if I knew I wanted to wait for Joe's shot, which I wanted to, but as you know, that 35 roller took a while because I reset the ATS. I reset the ATS 4 times during that hand. So it was an hour and 20 minutes, 4 stick changes.
Yeah, we have a question for Craig here.
All right, got 2 things. One, Alan just had a comment that on a cruise, he believes it's about fun and fellowship. And then he followed it up with a $50 donation.
Thanks, Alan. We miss you.
Gargoyle said he's asking for a friend. Garrison earlier said the casino plays the don't all the time. So how is it when you are playing the don'ts? You are playing against the casino.
See, so here's the thing. When I said to you, we have the dice, it's Team John, it's Team Brian, it's Team Jen. Whoever has the dice, it's the dealers and everybody else are on your team, right? The casino always is opposite of everybody. If I'm on the don't, they're playing the point. If I'm on the point, they're playing the don't. They're opposing everybody. There's no middle. They middle everything, right? So to say that the casino plays the don't is the wrong thing to say, unless everybody's on the right side. On a crapless table, the casino's playing the don't. That's where that statement is true. On a regular table, that's not a true statement. I probably should have challenged him on that. I actually was thinking about that when he said it, but that's the way to frame that. If we're all right side there on the don't, but generally speaking, somebody said, you got people are working the come outs, you got don't comes out there, you got don't pass players, and the come out 7 hurts all these people. On a crapless game, that doesn't hurt anybody. Just the come batters once in a while. Most of the time, the whole table's right side, and that's why that's a true statement. So thanks for bringing that up.
Well, and sometimes I was just recently on a cruise. A lot of people were playing the don't. This person came up and put money on the pass line. They looked at me on my don't, and they said, "How come you're playing against the table?" And I said, "What? No, I'm not. We're all playing against the casino." Yeah. That's what I said. And they go, "No, I was told that if somebody's playing the don't, they're playing against the table or against the shooter." I go, "No, but look at all the bets." And I looked, they were the only one on the pass line. And I said, with that terminology, you're playing against the table on the pass line because everybody else is on the don't. So I don't like those terminologies, playing against anybody. Like, we're all playing against the casino. 100%. And we can all win and we can all lose at the same time.
We're all playing to win.
Yeah, we're all playing to win. Yeah.
Oh, you got to remember it's a negative EV game. It doesn't matter what side you're going to play on. The house is going to win.
The edge.
Yeah.
It's up to you to have the discipline and the mindset and a lot of other things that have been discussed over the weekend that you've heard through shows throughout the years. The part about playing, the dunk, most of you know that I after post-COVID, I was pretty much a hybrid player. And all I was doing was skating along. I wasn't winning any money. My comps were okay. But, once I switched and came to the light, if you will, into the light, not the light side, it changed a lot. And Brian, like you said, it's that's a good analogy. You're playing against the table because they were that way, but it's a negative game. They don't care what side you play on.
Right.
It's all gonna work in their favor. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. The thing you have to do is have the discipline to get on, get in, get out, and move on.
Chuck,
Like
what is okay? And I like on a friend of yours that you know as a accomplished or seasoned shooter. What is your coming out action? Are you looking at 220 inside and then hit the
Are you
floor?
talking about before the point or after?
No. This is your new winning way because now you play with a surety.
If I'm playing with a group of people that I know that I have confidence in, I'm still going to qualify them. I'm not coming in like I told you, Jen. Jen said, "Oh, you're not playing your way the other night." I said, "Jen, I walk to the table. I'm doing 66 or 66 inside or 96 across or 81, whatever it was." Because I have to see how these people shoot. And what I wanted to see is I wanted to be there when Joe shot. And I didn't get there until...
You didn't miss it. You didn't miss it.
Let me see what Joe did. I got my book.
Get the book.
But...
Not to show
So Joe's had the opportunity to shoot 2 times in the last 2 days. That's it.
I have never been on a table you could shoot.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything the last 2
Real
days.
quick about Joe. So last night when Joe was playing, he started out playing the don't, and I was next to him. Joe, at any time was there anything derogatory towards your way, or did I congratulate you on? Wow, nice job, because you won profit.
Right. Now, seasoned players don't typically get negative on the don't players. I think most of us pretty much see it for what it is. I got a couple questions over here in the group. Dan, you had your hand up for a couple times here.
Okay.
Say it nice and loud for the speaker, please.
All right. So just coming down the line. All right. Is there any superstition that you constantly honor? Like Jeff said, after a hot roll, color up, go. Now, do you guys have a superstition that you will always honor?
The question is about superstitions. Do you have one that you honor, Brian?
Yeah, I have 2. I experience on cruise, if the both dice don't hit the back wall, they call it a no roll. And sometimes there'll be a no roll 9. My superstition is that the dice are going to come back as a 9 because it was supposed to be a 9. So sometimes I will hop a no roll. If it's a 9 on a no roll, I'll hop the 9. So that's a positive way to think about a superstition. The other superstition I have is if the dice are out and somebody bets, I think that's really bad. So I will turn off if I have time.
Thank you.
I'm trying to work through my superstitions. I have a lot of them because the theory is it's not really bad to be off. Like I said, it's okay, right? You're just not going to risk your money. But dice off the table, I used to turn it off. Now I'm like, just fight through it. 2 horns, I'd be off because this is all Coach Bo stuff. But the one I really do stick to is after you hit an ATS, you should be off for 2 rolls. And I've been lately just been off for 1. And so many times it's bit me on the second roll. And just going to, and it's, as soon as you turn it on, it's going to be, ugh. So, yeah, after an ATS, everyone's too excited. They've high-fived, man hug, chest bumps. Just turn off for a couple of rolls.
Thank you.
I have none other than what happened last night. Jen said, the dice came to Jen. She says, "Oh my God, I got to pee so bad." And I'm like, it's going to be a long roll.
It's going to be a good roll.
It's going to be
that roll is 16.
Will make you wait to pee. That's 100%. And that's roll like a 22 right?
How about the cocktail waitress stepping in to the rail as a literally touching
Drink lady.
Yeah, Jameson rocks, please. 7. Like
Guess who ended my long roll? Also,
we need a visual illustration of this.
Here's John.
That's so funny.
So this is John. This is the rail. Dice in hand. Cocktail waitress.
It was brutal. We tipped her a ton of dough.
I mean, come on.
Oh yeah.
But no, I don't really have any.
Drink lady.
I don't have any. I don't
And
believe
who turned off in the middle of it? Like as it was happening.
It was literally. Turn me off!
Slow motion pitch down.
Yeah.
No, turn me off! I said, you gotta be kidding me. Turn me off. And we had this awesome dealer, and she, turned off.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so funny.
But during my long roll, guess who touched me and said, Jen?
I'm just letting you know.
And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? 7.
She gave me so much grief yesterday about you can't ever hit 4 in a row. Nobody ever does it. And you blah, 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 and she did it. And I'm like, just so you know, that was the 4-leg parlay. And
Not
she,
only, yeah.
And she went, you touched me, you son of a bitch. I'm like, oh shit.
Okay, so this rolls into my superstition. I have no superstitions, and I think that's all crock of bull. The dice don't hear it. The dice don't hear the 7.
The players do.
It's not that you touched me. It's not that you're talking to me. I just think it all adds more pressure to the shooter when it's all uptight.
Would you confirm that you don't believe in negative energy?
I don't believe in negative energy. No.
You don't believe in positive
I don't
energy?
believe in positive energy. No. I think the dice are going to do what the dice are going to do. Oh gosh, I'm going to get myself into much trouble. I'm not in the right spot. No, I just don't. I think that the dice are going to do what they're going to do.
No wrong answers.
Yeah. I don't believe in superstitions at all. I don't think that's because somebody buys in at the table it messes things up. I don't think if it knocks it off the table. I think the coincidence of it happens, but because
coincidence.
I have a book.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't disagree with you more because there was so much negative energy with the way the dealers were dealing and the amount of time between rolls. A bunch of us were just like, Ian, good Lord. Like,
it was very.
Yeah.
But I left because of it.
Yeah. We had a lot of PSOs. We had a lot of interrupted rolls.
I'm about to say I don't like to say the rhythm of the dice is flow. Just stopping does aggravate the situation, but just because they stop, does that mean the 7's gonna come? I don't know. I just think it happens.
They seem to.
So I'm gonna go through my superstition by telling a brief story that happened this weekend. Okay, this actually happened yesterday. I'm about 2-3 rolls in, and I'm leaning over, and I'm setting a dice, and all the corner of my ear I hear, and he sets up, and he's very precise on every single roll. And it's I look, I didn't have to look. I know it's Brian doing a YouTube video about me throwing the dice. Okay, so my superstition, and that's the start. Okay, and I'm not blaming Brian because it's my own fault. But what that does is it throws things in my head as I'm setting up. Okay. The other thing that bothers me. Hey, Ian, say hi.
No, it wasn't.
Hi. Thank you. That's the other one. Okay. His voice carries. Any voice that carries louder than the rest of the table drives me nuts. So that is an automatic. Joe is going down to table minimum on everything.
Wow.
Okay, that is an automatic.
But for the record, the ones I was recording was not a 7. I did my video. I put the camera away, and then you rolled the 7.
But let's tie this in now. Okay, how does that affect my superstition? It puts it introduces conflict in my mind because I am so focused on the dice, and that is one of the things I've talked about multiple times on other shows as well as my show. Is when I do a show in the morning, I'm constantly doing multiple things to run that show. And normally when I'm at a craps table, I'm extremely focused. My feet are set. I focus on the table. In fact, in between bets, while everybody else is doing bets, I'm like this, leaning over the table. And every one of you guys have not this trip, but last trip, you guys saw that. And I am super, super, super focused. And I don't want anything to enter my mind because that just creates distraction for me, you know? And that's where the loud voices come in.
Quick follow-up for you, Joe.
Yes.
If you're doing your show and John comes into the chat and says, good morning.
Turn off your bets.
I do.
I turn off my bets.
Okay, thanks.
Before Jeff does his, but can I say something before you say something? So I already know Jeff. One of us buying at the table at 2 o'clock in the morning with a guy in the blue shirt.
That's not a superstition. It's just that it aggravates me when somebody buys in and doesn't make a bet. Now, granted, we set a point the next row, and the guy still didn't make a bet after buying in for $120 with 100, a 20, and 5 ones. I mean, that just
A blue shirt, make a bet.
yeah, I said a blue shirt. Well, the question that Dan asked was superstitions. Do you have any superstitions?
So many stupids.
And every one of you that you have mentioned are superstitions. That's what they are. I mean, everybody has their own quirks. But I have my own quirks, like Craig said. But Ryan just said a minute ago that the dice will do what the dice are going to do. A few minutes ago, work to come out then. If that's the case, why aren't you working to come out? That's the whole philosophy behind that. But the superstition that you talk about is that everybody has their own little individual quirks that they bother them, so forth and so on. I don't have any other than the guy that I do a lot of shows with has a lot of superstitions that we did a show called Stupid Stition, and that's G. And G, I know you're watching. I just saw in the chat. You and this don't play. I'm going to speak for Jen. You and this don't play is just the biggest superstition there ever is. I know you will walk off the table because I've seen you, but now you're into this stadium crafts thing and you don't know who's playing the don't. So explain that one. I'm done. Go ahead.
A follow-up question to Ryan from Balance Seal and Luck. Do you believe in Dion?
What about Leon? You missed Leon.
Yeah, Leon.
Oh, Leon.
There's one other.
I like to say I'm not a superstitious person, but and then I follow up with whatever superstition.
Except for this.
But I really don't like to be, but I do kind of follow the idea of the energy of the table, anything that interrupts the shooter, weird circumstances, drunk guy I don't like next to me breathing into my face with stinky breath. Those types of things that just mess with the energy, just give me a bad feeling. Little voice in my head says, turn them off, do whatever. I'll tend to follow that. And when I don't, it may be anecdotal, say what you will, but when I don't listen to that little voice, bad things happen. One of my most is my wife calling me while I'm at the table. And I will turn them off because it's usually she's oblivious to the fact that I'm at the table and she wants to chat or whatever emergency she has at the moment that's important to her. And it just takes my mind out of the scenario because now I'm thinking about all that. And so I'll turn them off just so I can go off, make the phone call back, to call her back, handle what I need to handle, come back to the table, reset, and go from there.
So let's come back across, right? Superstitions is one thing. Jeff brought it up. What's your pet peeve? It may not be a superstition. What drives you the most nuts at a table?
Pet peeve.
Pet peeves. Well, probably the overly drunk person. The person who has obviously had too much to drink. And don't get me wrong, I like to enjoy free drinks and be a little tipsy at the table too. I tend to be more relaxed and just shoot more relaxed when I am. But overdoing it is a little too much, especially if they're like the fighting drunk personality and they want to argue with you about whatever you're doing or not doing or whatever, or get into it with everybody around them. That just brings all kinds of bad energy to the table. That's probably one of my biggest pet peeves.
Before you go to the next person, we just surpassed 26,000.
Wow. Well, I've already covered my pet peeve that Ryan brought up is the buying in when the puck is on. I don't care if you buy in when the puck is off, and I don't care if it's in the middle of a short roll or a long roll, but to buy in, that's the pet peeve. What I will say about the negative energy that Ryan talked about is that we have a person that comes on the show all the time. He identifies as God Complex, a 30-year box purse. I'm a pit boss that's been there, and he will tell you that over his course of 30 years, that a positive energy table, having a lot of fun. Craig, you were there last night when the table next to us, the Crapless table was going crazy. They had a long roll on the Crapless table, and that was positive energy. Our table was like we needed to be somewhere in the back room somewhere because we weren't making any moves. You saw what the table was like, so it was like that whole time. So if you look at positive, negative energy, I don't believe in either. It's not a pet peeve, and I don't participate at a loud table and get all loud and high five and do all this stuff. But I like it. I like it when that happens.
So there were two questions. Ashish just said, was Jen constantly talking at the table this weekend? I think we all know the answer to that.
Depends on the day and the hour.
Surprisingly, when I was next to her Friday night, I was doing the talking to Jen because I hadn't seen her. I came up and gave her a hug from behind. She didn't know who it was. But no, she
We
wasn't.
didn't agree on our end of the table when Jen said something. Joe remembers that the 7 was right following right after.
I think it's when Ryan and Jen are side by side is what causes that problem. So when Ryan was at the other end of the table, I'm game for that table. I'm getting out there.
No, I think I hopped the reds, and someone blamed me. That's why.
I have 2 pet peeves. I have a lot of pet peeves. 2 that bother me at the table. One is when I'm shooting the dice and I have somebody near me that's calling the number they want me to shoot.
Oh my God.
It drives me flipping nuts because it's an automatic step. Okay.
We didn't know that. Yeah.
The second pet peeve I have is being a big person. I'm sure Jeff will attest to this pet peeve as well with me. Is when we're sitting at the table, we tend to take up 2 spots at the table. Okay. And then we have somebody that is smarter than Jen that tries to weasel in right next to us. Whether we're shooting this or not does not matter. And they weasel right in, and they're like this, taking up multiple spots. Dude, I'm standing here. You know, that is a big pet peeve. Sorry.
Real quick, Ryan, you're on notice. Your wife's in chat.
Oh,
before you make comments like, oh,
that'd be great. Old
Yes.
Making so much money.
now he can't tell us pet peeve.
No, I've got a couple things. And somebody asked earlier, and I probably gonna have a lot of people that just don't like me up here saying this. No, I don't believe in dice influence.
It does not offend any of us.
Yeah, I look at what happens with the dice when they hit the table, when they hit the back wall, and they hit the table again. I do think rhythm throwing is encouraged. I think if you just sling them like this right here, the odds of the 7 are coming is going to happen because it's the probability. I think controlled shooting is maybe a better word that I like to use versus dice influence.
Before you continue that though, this is funny coming from him because I was watching him throw the dice. He actually has a really nice controlled throw. He really does.
Well, I do think controlled is probably a better word. Like if you had the same dice set, the same motion, the probability is probably in your favor versus them scattering everywhere and spinning like a bottle top. Again,
I believe you just defined dice.
Thank you. Right? That's exactly the definition of dice.
I don't think that you can encourage the dice to be underneath the.
Right, but Jeff will be the first one to tell you we're just trying not to throw the 7. We're trying to avoid it for as long as possible.
Which everybody's trying to do. Everybody's trying to do that.
But the fallacy is that as somebody setting the dice, and I'm a rhythm roller. I'll tell you, I'm not a dice
come right back to me.
It is that I'm not trying to snipe a number. I'm not trying to hit a number. I'm trying to avoid a 7. I try every time I throw. But the problem is there's no such thing as a controlled shooter. Nobody can control the dice in any fashion to do that. And anybody that's out there, I defy them to come over here. I got $1,000 if you can sit here and hit any number I call. Anybody. Oh, I'll make it 100,000 for that matter. You can do that 3 times in a row. I'll give you $100,000. But you cannot control the dice. You can try to influence them. And Brian's terminology, rhythm roller, is probably what I like to use. John, you've heard me say it for 4 years.
100%. Yeah. Yep.
Almost 5.
I'm sorry.
Come on, Jeff.
Pet peeve number 2.
And a pet peeve is
I can use the 100,000.
Oh my God! You're telling me.
And when 5 weeks from now, when you're still trying to do that,
two really quick pet peeves. One's arguing about the $1 or $2 on that where I didn't pay this, didn't pay just on like $1 or $2. I'll give you $2.
Oh, yeah.
And I like to pass the dice. Come on, just give me the dice. Let's keep it in flow. The slow in bets really aggravates me. And you'll hear me say all the time, all right, dice up, come on. No more bets. Let's go, dice out. I'll try to encourage the stick to pass the dice. Let's go.
Yeah, my biggest pet peeve is that it's literally the things that slow the game down. Because I want a rhythmic game, right? I don't like this. Sometimes it's 30 seconds between rolls, sometimes it's 2 minutes. And what causes that, ATS, too much center action, but really it's superstitions that cause it. So you're going to wind it back because dice on the table, and then you get whose bets are on, and they're going to dump the ball. It's a whole thing. Or somebody throws in midnight, and then here comes all the freaking horn bets, and it's like, and then the guy's got to figure out who's got what bet, and it takes 45 seconds to get it all figured out. And I was like, give me the damn dice, let me throw them, right? I like that, and again, I'm very type A and I'm very OCD, I guess, but I like the rhythm of a game, and when it gets disrupted, it's like the Matrix, like the force got changed or something, and that drives me nuts. And it's not superstition. I just go, I just pull the eye roll routine. Whenever
follow up because
anything bad happens that somebody's going to turn their bets off for, I just eye roll it, and I'm like, let's not.
Follow up because we missed it earlier with superstitions, but you're talking similar to it. Is dealer or stick change considered a superstition?
Yes.
I'm going to answer for Ed Robinson, who says no, because a stick change to him means he's going on a long roll.
Yeah. He looks forward to it, yeah.
That's no superstition.
Yeah.
It can be for some.
And the thing with dice,
that's a badge of honor. I would say it's a badge of honor.
When I'm shooting and the dice go off the table, which is very rare, except for when I'm shooting straight out when you guys were there the other day, it's very rare. I don't care. I don't need the same dice. Just have the 4 dice that are left. Just push them to me, or 3 dice. Just let me go down with a roll. I don't need the same dice. It doesn't make a difference. They all weigh the same. They all look the same. They all are the same. The serial number's the same. Is that correct, David?
Let's hope so.
Yeah. There's another show.
So we're talking about pet peeves at the table. Will you tell us if you have some pet peeves at the table?
I mean, as a dealer or as a player?
Yeah, over here.
I'd like to hear the dealer.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear the dealer.
Out of range.
Yeah,
There you go, right there.
Perfect. That's it. That's good. That's good. It's just delayed.
Yeah. As a dealer, the superstitions I see the most common are obviously dice off the table, where people turn their bets off. The stick change is big. I hear that a lot. As supervisors, the big one is turning the dice. So a supervisor will commit the stick person to turn bottoms up, and they'll use different signals to have the stick person influence the dice a certain way. And I've been on a table that's been losing a shit ton of money, and that's the thing that they focus on is the dice themselves. Unless it's someone who is trying to control or dice set, and they'll just give that person a hard time, and you know what I mean. They'll just do all that, and then they'll change the pace of the game, the rhythm of the game. They feel will influence somehow what the outcome is, which is. So I was at this. Look at this. Oh God.
I can see.
I was at the Gold Coast, hour and 40-minute hand. And it was they were just sweating. All the bosses were there. It's like Alan Scano and Godfrey, and there's all these different people that played a role in that game. And they literally tried everything, moving the dice faster at one point. Where they were running over all the players and trying to stop players from betting in the first place, right? They were also trying to kick the dice. So one of them was just to kick the dice to where the person had to really lean in. We were trying not to make it easy for the shooter to actually get the dice and shoot them, so where they were kind of discombobulated a little bit, right? So they had to reach in and grab it instead of just making it easy for them. So they were just literally trying to interrupt the flow. You know what's crazy? At Binion's, not too long ago, is the first time I've ever seen it. The boss took the dice off the table and mic'd the set of dice that were literally in the middle of the roll, stopped the game, made sure that the dice were mic'd correctly, and returned the dice. Now, many years ago, what they would do is nick a die. So the very first time at the Golden Gate, we had a boss there, Sal Bruno, and he would literally take out his pocket knife, and if someone was on a hot roll, he would take one of the die and he would put a mark on it with his pocket knife. And what he was trying to say, well, we want to make sure it's our die. Bullshit. He was trying to change the outcome of the dice somehow. You know what I mean? And it was perfectly fine. It wasn't a problem. But, casinos deal with those, separately. I mean, there's a crazy amount. The worst one I ever saw was a guy with troll dolls. So he would mark up the game. The old school, the troll dolls, the hair and everything else. So he would literally bring, I don't know how many he had. He could fill up maybe 20 different troll dolls, and based on what was going on at the table, his troll dolls would make their way out onto the rack to influence the game somehow. But I've seen crazy amounts
Salt?
of superstition.
Pennies?
So if
Salt, that salt was famous. Yeah.
So if the stick is like, okay, you're gonna short the dice, so you got to lean over or flip them, whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
Is that coming from the box to do that, or the floor? And so in the back room at break, are you guys going, oh God, Fred maybe do the freaking dice thing again? And
So dealers hate that. Yeah, dealers hate the money sweating part. Like, why are you in the gambling business if you're not letting people win and gamble? Like, so when they start to sweat the game and to sweat the action, it just takes away from the fun and the engagement.
Rhythm too as a dealer.
Yeah, most casinos now, because they're so corporate, they don't sweat the game like that. But yeah, we want a smooth game, and we don't want all, like you were talking about, like all the props, like how contagious they are. We don't want to deal with that either, right? We having to figure out where they are, especially if you're new. The salt and the pennies, that used to be a thing. Pennies under the table. So when the Italians ran all the crap games in town, that was the thing. They would throw pennies under the game. So you could walk into the casino floor as a dealer, look under the table, and if there was a shit ton of pennies, you knew they were sweating the table. That table was losing money, and something was going on, and so you knew you were in for it, especially on a 25-cent game. Can you imagine sweating a 25-cent table and running the dice? And you got guys buying in for, you're working 7 stacks of checks back then, and then you got 8 people all day long, $5 buy-in, $100 buy-in, and you're just knocking it out. But anyway, yeah.
Wasn't it G who used pennies to mark his shooting location?
Yeah. Really?
The rope's like pennies under the table.
It's
more money.
This is actually a question for David from Dice Grinders Arnell. He said, for David, so are they training the dealers to mess with long rollers?
I don't think they don't train them specifically, but as a dealer, you come to learn. If you work in a property, they'll have, or certain bosses, they will have certain go-to things that they will do. So right away. I used to have this one boss, a box person. As soon as someone got 3 or 4 rolls, you know what I mean? It wasn't PSOs, nonsense. They wanted you to turn 1 die, right? And then 3 or 4 hours later, turn 2 die. They fall, and so they had this whole thing that you had to kind of feed into as a dealer. Or, Godfrey was this boxman at the Gold Coast. His whole thing was just moving the dice, so moving the dice fast. As soon as someone made a point, that next point you had to be one number ahead. So you would run over. You would just literally start this process of running over the players, and where the dealers had to constantly play catch up. And God forbid another roll was, it's funny because it's not their money. Like what the hell? Why should they even care? But definitely as dealers, no matter where you go, you'll run into bosses who sweat the game. The dice game very specifically can lose a ton of money, right? You guys have seen probably where someone.
Here's the real question, Dan. Okay, you have been a pit boss. You've played the role. What have you done?
Before you answer that,
to try to influence.
Before you answer that, there's a follow-up that write down.
Go ahead.
What does it mean when they have a bunch of suits watch a long roller?
A bunch of what? Suits. Oh, when those bosses start showing up, they're literally calculating how much their bonus has just gotten whacked. Like you would be crazy. I want to share this. It's so cool. So I happen to know a table game director at a casino on the Strip at one point, right? And we happen to have gone out to lunch, and he gets this call, and a guy wants to come in and play baccarat at 10,000 hand, right? So this guy wants to come in and play baccarat at $10,000 a hand, and you know what he does? He called the craps pit to figure out what the drop was and how much money they were, what kind of positive money they had for that day to make a decision on whether or not they were going to host this baccarat player. And I'd never seen that in real time. Like those aren't the kind of decisions I even made. You know what I mean? But he was a table game director. It was crazy because they were up 150,000 that day on the dice game or the dice pit. And so they're like, yeah, come on down, dude. We have this covered. He wasn't worried about his drop getting impacted negatively, right? All right, what was the other question?
What have you done as a...
So my thing is just to, I like to slow the game down. That's when I was a tennis player, the thing that I always found to piss off my opponent, especially if they got the rhythm going, if I was losing, I would do everything I could to slow the game down. That was my thing. Just slow it down. Just take it down. You know what I mean? And let them sweat it out, let them point out. So my thing was just to slow it down. But I hated working with people that sweat the money. Yeah, why are you in this business if you got to sweat the money? The game's going to lose. Some days you're going to lose a shit ton of money. Double bosses, they were all the way back. It was just absolutely insane. Surveillance, watching the game, calling down nonsense,
So I'd say slowing the game down has been an effective tactic the last 2 nights.
Yeah.
So we were talking earlier about superstitions, right? And dice off the table, I'm going to back away. If it's a cold table, always PSOs, I'm not going to play. The table's too hot, right? You got a story about a cold table Everybody backed off the table and didn't want to play. You want to share that real quick?
All right, I mean, dude, am I ever real quick? I got 4 minutes.
You got 4 minutes. You got 4 minutes to tell the greatest story of all time.
All right, this is this happened at Texas Station. If you guys are familiar, it used to be up on Rancho. At one point, it was built. The neighborhood was fine, but it kind of degraded over time. But this wasn't too long ago. But across the streets, it was a Budget Suites. It was kind of a weekly rental place in a bad neighborhood, and so it let's just say it attracted people who daily rental type of people. You know what I mean? Well, day to day kind of thing. So I worked on day shift, and there were these two very skinny, very toothless people who would come in on a daily basis. I don't know. You can extrapolate from there, dude. Okay. Between them, they had one tooth to share. A lot of banana eating, and I don't know what to tell you. So they would come in, and so if you're a dealer, the thing that sucks sometimes about being a dealer on a dead game is you're a captive audience for someone who wants to come and just talk, chat you up. You can't go anywhere. You're just stuck, dude. You know what I mean? So he would come in a lot and just talk to me, and then he had his girlfriend and whatever. But so they came in one day. So we had this game. It's just a cold table, really, really, really cold table, and it's about 6 or 7 grown men. I say grown men, because they all in money, ready. They were daily crap players, and the table goes cold, and no one wants to shoot, so they all step back. They all step back from the game. Because these are locals. They're there to play, for the day. They're going to wait for someone else to shoot. They just want anyone else to shoot because none of them can shoot the dice and whatever. So they all step back from the game. So up comes my couple. Damn, I don't know. Can I say meth 1 and meth 2? Can I just do that? What they're using, but let's just go with that. It makes the story easier to tell. You know what I mean? I don't know what else. If you're recovering from meth, I'm with you. I support you 100%. But anyways, these were not recovering. They were in the mix of it. Okay, so the girl comes up and the guy comes up over to me and I'm, oh my God, here he comes. And so he starts telling me about their life and day, whatever. So she has $10. She has 2 $5 checks. Meanwhile, there's all these guys that are step back. They're just step back, cold table. They don't want to play. She steps up to the game. She puts $5 on the line and $5 on the fire bet. So you guys familiar with the fire bet? So we had a fire bet, and it was the 4 to 6 point. It wasn't the 3-pointer where you get paid early and you get less on the 6 point. The 6 point paid 1,000 to 1 back then, right? And they changed it to $2.99 so you don't have to do the IRS stuff. But it was 1,000 to 1. You guys know what happens. So it's just her shooting with her $5 on the line and $5 fire bet. And guess what? She rolls all 6 points. And no one's playing and no one's betting anything. That's all the money she has. She literally just has the whole time. She never makes any other bet. She has her pass line and she's right at the end of it. She's got $10, maybe $50 on the line. She's made no other bets. She just rolled out all 6 points. They pay her. She's now getting paid $5,000 for her $5 fire bet. You know what I mean? Okay, so we'll get to the ramifications of that later. But so her all of these guys, I'm coaxing them what the hell? None of you guys? Oh no, she's never gonna roll. Look at her, dude. You know what I mean? She's not gonna roll. That she's not serious. She's a random shooter too, by the way. Which for some of them they were influencers. They didn't want to deal with that. And now comes up the guy who's just been talking the whole time. He talks more than me, by the way, just so you know. It's a lot more than me. So I know, right? Crazy. It was always so stunning. But anyway, so he's he has $7. He has $7. But it's a $5 game, but you could bet $1 on the fire bet. So he has $5 for the pass line. And he's like, well, should I put more money on the fire bet? And I'm like, dude, she just won $5,000. Take a little bit of a risk. Add some. No. $5 on the pass line, $2 on the fire bet. No one has stepped up to this cold table where this is fire bet. Guess what he rolls? He rolls the damn fire bet and gets paid $2,000. Now, what do you not give 2 meth heads in the you know what I mean? $7,000, dude. The whole time we're talking about, do you realize we gave these 2 people $7,000 to walk out
to ruin their life?
I mean, it could have gone badly. Well, we saw them 2 weeks later. They broke up while back at on the casino floor. And anyways, who knows what happened? But it was a cold table. It wasn't a cold table. Now, what's interesting is would the table have changed if would they have still rolled all 6 points if there were bets and people were doing, maybe for the absence of play, you know what I mean? But that is
quick table. You're just
it was literally 2 fire bets in like 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Rhythm rolling.
Crazy. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I get.
Yes. You have the last word. You have the last word here, Dan. By the way.
I have a question, David. Yes. You look at all these chips that are out there in the casino, on the blackjack table, on the craps table, roulette, all of that. There's all these chips in different denominations. Is the casino required to have some percentage of whatever chips they have on hand? In other words, if they got $10 million in chips, do they have to have maybe $5 million on property?
Oh, as cash?
Yeah.
Yeah, so every table, I don't know what the exact math is, in fact, but every table has to be able to pay off. So if every table loses on its own, you have to be able to cash that person out, whatever the case is. So in order to open a casino or to have a casino, you have to be able to pay all the winners. You know what I mean? So like you can't be in a position where we owe you. There's no IOUs at the casino, and you owe, and there's no check either. They have to have the cash to be able to cash you out so that you can leave. That's a gaming requirement. So if you're ever in a position where you don't have the cash, you don't have a gaming floor. You can't open those tables. Yeah.
Leon's got an announcement.
Okay.
We're passing the iPad down. What's going on here?
Read that last one.
Read the last one. It's from Skill and Luck. It says, "Thanks, David, for joining Craft Chat. You've been a guest before. We'd love to have you on again in the future. When do you and or John think Nexus is going to be finished?" What's next, David? Well, we have some tentative dates out there, don't we?
Yeah. So we applaud John now, and this Nexus thing is really fantastic, and it's our love affair with gambling. Quite honestly, it's the idea is that it's authentic and immersive. So you use it as you would if you were being an actual gambler. We want to empower you, educate you, give you tools to help you be a better gambler. That's the end. And ultimately, here comes the tightening of all the boss sphincters out there. We'll end with this one is we talk about the player union, right? We talk about empowering players, actual gamblers, and some of the videos I've done have all been about value, like the value component. Like gamblers come to Vegas, they don't get anything close to what they used to, unless you cruise, dude. If you cruise, you got, and by the way, hacks for cruising. We had a guy here, a friend of yours, that we were showing some roulette. What a fantastic hack for just having a great vacation. But here in Vegas, not so much, right? It's unfortunate that they've gone to that. They've just squeezed the player a lot. Well, the hope is we have enough people in the Nexus to kind of counter that. And parlay the relationships I have or we have with casinos that we have relationships with casinos all throughout Vegas, the country. I mean, we have this platform, and now if we get gamblers, we want to create this other relationship literally for you. Because why would you do anything else? If you can come here and get cheaper rooms, better tables, better serve, why would you do anything else? And guess what? When they see you coming and you're part of the Nexus, this player group, they got to kiss your ass a little bit. And why not? Because that's how it used to work. If you were a gambler here in Vegas, that's what the focus was. You walked up to the gate and they treated you like you were something else or whatever. You know what I mean? We want to go back to that. We want to definitely have that. But the Nexus is going to be ongoing. A blackjack will be out in about 30 days.
Yeah, that's right.
But there'll be iterations out before then. So there'll be some parts of it, but we expect the full release. We have a release party November 22nd, where we're really going to launch the Nexus, a lot of utilities. We're hoping to have maybe roulette out, but that's a bit of an ambitious project. Unfortunately, crash being the hardest, the bigger, that'll probably take the longest. But while we're doing this, we're going to be adding the community tabs. We want you to hook up with the other people that play like you, think like you, gamble like you. I have a gold group. You can reach out if you're a 1,500 plus player. October 3rd, I'm going to host a gold group, and you get dinner. And I have a casino that's going to give you a free dinner, private table, your own deal. So these are the kinds of things that we're working towards. Yeah, all part of this Nexus thing with John and our team.
Wait, yeah.
What does 1,500 plus player mean? You mean a buy-in?
Buy-in?
Yeah, $1,500 buy-in, dude. Come on down.
Come on down.
October 3rd.
Yeah.
I got dinner. And by the way, I'm gonna buy in. I'm gonna play my own money.
Oh,
And we're gonna buy in. We're gonna film it as much as possible.
doesn't mean 32 across.
October 4th, actually. The date's October 4th. But if you're not registered on the Go group, we'll just gotta send me a thing. I'll get you registered, and you can be part of that. Yeah.
So we're gonna we're past time. Imagine that we're past time with David talking.
No way.
Unbelievable, right? But it's all good. So we're gonna we will take a break in a minute, and we're gonna come back and do like the little closing ceremony thing. So stick around for that. Before we do that, though, I said Dan had the final word. I lied. Jen has the final word.
Yeah, so as some of you know, and some of you don't, my mom passed away last Sunday. It was close, like whether I would come, but I feel like I made promises to everyone. So we're gonna make a donation of $20,000, and that's really close.
The dog even was like felt it.
Yeah, so she was terrified of dogs, and then I got a service dog, and now she loves dogs. So it's no. Every year we like cry like a bunch of babies.
Lord,
oh yeah,
end the show right here.
Yeah,
can that be ended?
We're gonna be close, so we're gonna add that. I think that's gonna include cash. Yeah, does that include cash?
Yes. All right. Thanks for joining us for Craps for the Cure 2025. This year, we're again proud to partner with Veterans Moving Forward, a unique organization that's 100% focused on providing service and support dogs for U.S. veterans that are dealing with physical and mental challenges associated with their time in service. 100% of every dollar donated through Craps for the Cure goes directly to Veterans Moving Forward, and VMF puts 100% of that money directly to work in the purchasing, caring for, and training of these very special dogs that serve our highly respected U.S. veterans. Over the last 2 years, with your help, Craps for the Cure has raised enough money to purchase 2 dogs for Veterans Moving Forward. The first one, Moochie or Mooch, was purchased about 1.5 years ago and named after our good friend and fellow Craps YouTuber Chiro Moochie, who unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. Pearson was purchased this past year and named after Ed Robinson from Roll to Win Craps, from his son, who we also unfortunately lost way too early. This year, we shift our focus into funding the training and raising of these 2 pups as they prepare for their dogs is expensive and time-consuming work. They each train about 2 hours a day, 5 days a week with a certified service dog instructor. These lessons, they run about $100 an hour over the course of 2 years. If you want to make a big impact, we're happy to let you know that a few of our sponsors have really stepped up this year. Head to crapsforthecure.com and click the high impact donations link, and you'll come here to this part of our donations website. And for starters, every person that donates $1,000 will get to train for a full day with Dice Coach Bo Parker. Coach Parker is willing to donate his time, 8 hours, to the cause for everyone that steps up with that size of a donation. The folks at Casino Quest have put up a number of high impact items. Full dealer training for $500. All the classes, all the online courses they offer, full dealer training, $500. If you do 1,000, they'll let you have the full dealer training plus come in person for a private audition with David or Alex. If you really want to step up and drop 5,000, that's fantastic. They put up a full experience with training at the facility, a ride to the casino, dinner with those 2, David and Alex, and of course, gambling with them live. These larger priced sort of direct purchase items really go a long way towards chewing up some of those training costs we talked about for Mooch and Pearson. Thanks for your support of Craps for the Cure, Veterans Moving Forward, and of course, our brave servicemen and women. God bless you.
Well, look at this.
2 seconds. I'm just going to kill.
Source code.
All right. Wow. Are we there? No? All right. We're here. Wow. Jen, seriously? Wow. And Clay's here. Clay, hi.
Right. So yours,
buddy. So that's it. We did it. We did 2 days worth of amazing fundraising, and we had a couple of really big donors that came through. Obviously, one at the end here, a couple of early honors, and a few others. But you know what? All the little ones along the way. Every time we got to clap for Anonymous. Anonymous, of course, leads the charge, right? But every $5, $3, all of that stuff just adds up. And to me, it's like every time, I don't care if it's $3 or $9 or $11 or $50. Somebody pulled the trigger on their credit card. Like, let me go get that thing out again. Let me type that. Like, you thought of of Clay and Eddie. You thought of Rory. You thought of David. You thought of what we're doing here, right? And every time somebody pulls their wallet out and clicks the button, buys the thing, there's a vet in their mind. Whether it's a vet they know, a vet they don't know. We said it this morning, and I don't know if you heard what I said this morning. I think it was like the epiphany I had last night, where all the vets. I always had this massive respect for vets, and they are the find out guys, right? You're gonna F around, you're gonna find out, and the vets are the find out guys, right? And we all have them in our lives. And I think that, dogs like this, beautiful. God, just make it happen, right? I mean, this organization, you just do so much. And, and you said we lose 20. How many vets did you say we lose?
22 a day.
22 a day. 22 a day, right? Take their lives because of the horror, right? And I think when we're saving, we've got 12 dogs in process now. Right? 14, right? Just VMF. And there's other orgs that do the same sort of thing, right? We cannot help them enough. We can't thank the vets enough, right? There's no amount of thank you. There's no amount of donations, no amount of anything we can do to thank them enough. But this sort of thing is a piece of it, right? And Eddie, come on back out here again, just real quick. What do you want? Just come on here. And you said it yesterday better than anybody else could, right? About what Clayton has done for you in your life, right? And I think I want to close with your words.
Oh, well, I was in a dark place at one time, and I was talking to Dave, and my wife said that, I might have some issues, anger, started drinking, and when I met Laurie and Katie and Tom Ryan brought me on to meet them, they said, hey, you might be interested in getting a dog, that power. Nah, I'm good, I'm all right. And then once I went through the program, it literally changed my life, literally. So I have a purpose. I get up, take care of him, he takes care of me. I spoil him, he spoils me. And all you veterans out there that think you're tough guys, let me tell you, I thought I was a tough guy at one time too. And I still am for the person that's in the ARP program, I guess, or whatever. He brought life back into me. So I look forward to keep him as long as he can, and as long as he can keep me. We're gonna move forward. So every dollar, while you still can during the week, more money, because without this crew here, let me tell you, my first time, it's amazing how good and positive they are behind the scenes, trying to make it well for veterans in need. Just that we're too damn proud to come out and get help. So that's what I'm going to say.
Just thank you for sharing your story.
There's only one tier.
One vet, one dog at a time, right? That's how we get it done. So last 2 years we have raised enough money to purchase a couple of dogs that are now in training, Pearson and Mooch. This year we raised enough money, thanks to everybody, to get those dogs through training and placed in the arms of the vet. And I think it's amazing. So I think it's time. We'll do a couple of drawings here, and then we'll say our thank yous. Does that sound good?
Yeah. All
right. Can I use this? Good. So I think we only have a couple of what we're gonna do with the raffles, by the way. I gotta get back to things. Dashboard, giveaways. We're doing come on. It's not clicking. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So we have a couple of things that we're gonna wait on, right? So the absence tickets, they're gonna go. I'll draw those on Friday on my Coffee and Crap show. The platinum crap, not the plat, the Actus Power craps and the craps layouts from Gargoyle. Also, we're going to extend those out through Friday. I have a special show on Friday where we'll announce the winners of those. But in the meantime, we've got a few things that we're going to go ahead and push out today. First, we have the platinum crap super system, and we're going to select a winner on that. So we can get a little drum roll.
Can you show the camera, or should I keep it on?
Personal information. My name's ready. But you can verify this is random. I'm going to press the button that says select a winner, and it's going to go boom, select a winner, and the winner is
Clayton Jones.
Select the winner selection, and it says the winner is, come on, randomly selected winner. I got to click the button still.
Oh my.
Here it comes.
Here it comes. It is Natty Pierce Thompson. Okay, that's one. Now let's go back to how do we get back to where I was? I gotta hit back a few times, I guess. All right, now here we go.
So, does it say that, or do you need to write that down?
It'll have it in here forever. Yeah. So let's go back. So that's that one. The giveaways. I should probably do this in a different window so I don't keep going back. All right, let's do the custom cutting board. All right, this was this right here. Now this one is mine. One of those anonymous donors today was Kathy. He's like, I'm taking a cutting board home. So, but we also had two people actually buck up for $300 to buy a cutting board direct as a big donation. And we also had a bunch of folks here jump in with the on the raffle. So let's go ahead and see on the raffle who's going to get that. So this one here, select a winner. Entries are accepted for this drawing. Okay, what do I do? Once that stop. Yes. Oh, hold on. I gotta.
The suspense.
I gotta. You know what? I messed it up. Hold on.
Well, while he's doing that, I just want to say this has been a very smooth transition. Smooth. I mean, probably one of the best Craftsman curves we've done. Everything's went flowed. It's been well. All the staff that we had on. I mean, let's thank everybody for all the help and contributions they did just in this room. David, offering up his space to be able to let us do this here. That's all. Yay! There was a lot of food donations. Thank y'all so much.
You can have one too, brother.
Well, a lot of effort in making sure everything here went really, really well. So
Great camera work by Greg.
Greg's been behind the camera all weekend, making all the screen changes work and the microphones work. Ian's been doing whatever he does. Joe with all his announcements on the gives. So
Well, one last thing. If people out in YouTube land can give us some feedback,
yes,
to John, please send those in to John.
I've got
so if we do these again, and if there's a need and there's a want for us to do this again, we would love to do it if there's a want and a need. But we need feedback from people that have been on it all weekend long.
Yep. Todd Preston.
Todd Preston.
That's Steve Hawk's pro-life, by the way.
You guys show some.
Two?
Steve Hawk's pro-life is as you.
It's already high enough, right?
The last one is going to be the Dice Data Advanced Craps.
I want tickets for that.
We had, that's for Matt. We had 12 people bid on that actually, which is awesome. So we're going to select the winner on that one, and hopefully I didn't mess this one up. There, select the winner, and here we go. You want to press the button since you're here?
Yeah. Hey, let's go get him that. Who are you donating it to?
So randomly select the button that like you get.
No.
And it is. You call it out.
Jennifer.
Yeah.
Camera's not big. It's not big. I know exactly.
All right. I need the fifth. All right. So.
Oh wow.
Can you still see me, Trey? Or is it my stomach? I can see you, but
you're right behind the Craftsman logo.
Let me move out your way. Let's take spots. Go ahead.
Stand here. All right. So come on around. You
come in a little
right here.
Yeah.
Behind the curtain.
Saying thank you.
Oh.
Greg, you're first up, man. Come here. Thank you so much.
Yes, good camera work.
Yeah. We're behind the camera the entire weekend, right? Clicking buttons and making all the scene changes and playing the commercials, and 0% of this happens if you're not on that thing for 12 straight hours, 2 straight days.
Thank you.
Literally made the show go. So
I only have one thing to say. DGen, it's you next year. Not me. I was only doing it for him.
All right, grab a seat. Joe, come on up. Joe ran that chat all weekend long, right? Called out every donation, right? All the questions, kept it under control when it was a little bit ugly, right? You managed all of that. And again, it takes so much to get these things going, right? You can't manage 16,000 chats like you did. So thank you for that. That keeps things really moving, and it keeps us having things to talk about. So again, thanks for your time. Awesome. Yeah, Leon, come on out. So one of the things we struggle with every year is keeping track of the donations because they come from everywhere. And what you don't see is the website that y'all went to do your donations is kind of complicated, right? On the back end, we have to track who bought the raffle tickets and who bought the big ticket items and who made a direct donation, where the cash going, what's been in
YouTube chats.
Right. So the number that's on there, 46,300 and whatever, $62 is like to the penny what's been going on to the minute. And Leon's been on that the entire weekend. He's also been doing this all weekend.
It's cut off.
Which is like literally like, you want to know how high tech we are?
Let's do that noted.
I'm getting notes. They're like, hey, stop talking. You got
the guy from Saturday Night Live.
So Ian, what does that say at the bottom? Ian
the dealer.
You need to stop. This is all weekend long, right? This has been coming to me from Leon. And again, the little things like that keep the show going we can't do without it. And I think having that live tote board is a big deal.
Yeah.
Like that's a huge deal. That really helped out a lot.
For my friends at home, there is a spreadsheet besides John's interface, just because we had to make it complicated even more than John already made it complicated. So my friends always appreciate there's a spreadsheet. I'm an accountant by trade.
I try to make it easy like that, but
that kind of accountant.
It is hard. So hey man, thanks. All right, come on over, man.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you, content guy over here, right? So here's another thing, right? Like Ian, come on out here too. You're going to be next up, right? Because it's a lot of this stuff happens. You can stay right there. I don't want you on camera yet.
Yeah.
We can hear you though, right?
Yeah. Maybe not.
No, but a lot of the on and off camera stuff happens, but nobody's seeing it, right? So what happens every year is we come out here. I think I have a pretty good plan. And then it's there's noise and all this kind of stuff. What are you doing? Everybody shut the hell up. You're keeping the room down, running for food. Although I didn't get a milkshake. I just want to call that out. I did not.
You didn't get the milkshake?
I did not get a milkshake.
I nailed it. Hey, does anybody
You got a handshake, John?
Yeah, I did. But no, honestly, the content you put out today, right? The cruising stuff, the betting stuff, playing over here, it's invaluable stuff, right? And it's like, and honestly, the camaraderie having you here makes this thing happen. Like I need the energy. We talk about table energy. I need your energy all the time, right? And we've met now in person a few times. Actually, was in his hometown not long ago, right?
About 2 months ago.
And you're quickly becoming one of my favorite people.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here. Here's the show behind the show.
Yo,
my best right here.
we go, brother.
So Ian and I go way back. We go back a couple years now, right?
4 years.
Yeah, exactly.
And as we told the story, we met in Seattle just because I was doing the show and I had a Seahawks logo behind me. He's like, hey, are you like, so that's how we got together. But you talk about the glue that holds an organization together. This is the guy right here, right? How many phone calls, emails, what do you need? What do you need? Right? You get here and it's like, donuts don't just show up. The pizza doesn't just show up. People don't just get put in the right places in the room, right? Nothing happens, right, without an Ian right here puppet mastering the entire thing, right? So what people don't know, and they hear your voice, and we make fun of
Jen yells at me all the time,
right?
Yeah.
But honest to God, without that voice, and without it being here, and without it being constant, again, it doesn't happen, right? So you haven't been on camera at all till just now, but hug it out, man.
Yeah,
I can't do this without you. And
I don't do it.
That's why you're my sister from another mother.
Fighter, like, right, to duke it out. So I love Jen, right? So we had a little fun debate ourselves, right? And we had one last year at the Crash of the Cure, and we had one a few weeks back. Every year, right? Here's the thing, right? I say this all the time, right? You cannot move forward in anything in your life without challenge. You need somebody to challenge you. And we were making fun yesterday because we're having a debate. My wife's behind you on camera going, just get him. She's like, right? You need that in your life though, right? You don't get better. You don't progress in your thoughts or whatever, right? This doesn't happen this weekend the way that it happened if Jen didn't get on my shit last week or 2 weeks ago and say, you know what? You're doing too much. You want us to help, engage us, let us help. And you know what? I'm very, whatever you want to call it, right? And it's like, okay, yes. Controlling and all those bad things. I'm all of those things, right?
Everybody else?
And sometimes you got to get the little smack in the face from somebody who loves you and says, you're effing this up.
That was
about to find out.
Let's be honest. That was a bitch slap. That was not a little
I
tap.
can't do it, my right. Right? She's my find out girl. Right? I asked around, and you found me out, right? But you made it happen. And again, the money is awesome, right? This is better, right? This is what we needed, and there's no way this happens without Jen pushing the buttons all week and all year, actually getting it to it. So
yeah, these guys are so, I mean, when you meet Ryan, he's like the most positive person you'll ever meet. Ryan is so much fun. Yes, I give him trouble because you can't be in an echo chamber and just have people who agree with you all the time. You have to have someone who says, but what if you did this? And if you're open to it, at least listen to it, and then you can reject it. But if you're just closed-minded, you cannot learn. And it's same goes for me. Leon's super positive. Thank you for your service. Ian, I can't stare at him when I play. It's a heaven for sure. Like, he's like the best. He's the most affirming person. Like, if I feel negative or I'm having a bad day, they all remind you, have fun. Let's, we're okay. As long as we're together. Can't wait. I can't believe I won. I just get so excited to get some light in the darkness. I've heard evaluation.
Where's David? Can you take off?
It's okay. I think all your tap's gone.
Oh, can somebody grab him real quick? I want to thank David in person too. While David's coming back, Jeff, come on out here too.
Blue roller too.
There it is.
There he is. Jeff, thank you. And again, Jeff and G stepped up a huge amount of money. They got us kicked off this week, right? And the fact that you're out here to hang out with us, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. It's been way too long, and it's I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I'm so happy to have you in my life and have you here. Well, and you being here means a ton.
Wow, the height difference is crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, I'm a little.
Always been like that. Camera.
I'm like yeah.
We have pictures.
Raise it up some more.
I want to say from the bottom of my heart, I say this all the time on my show. This past year has been very difficult for myself. Most everyone in this room knows what I've been going through.
Yeah.
Between my girlfriend and I, we've both been in a health situation, and thanks to this friendship and this group in here, thank God he's allowed us to be here this weekend. I just wanted to say, from the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of my girlfriend Lydia, that we thank everyone and thank you for putting up with us. I wasn't that much involved. I was on every conference call they had. I just sat and listened.
There every time.
I just sat and listened. And I just did get a text from Ed Robinson from Roll to Win.
Yeah.
He and Tina say, God bless each and every one of you. And they are just so thankful for this group.
I'm so happy that Ed was here today. And I totally didn't I told Ed what a blessing was to have him here. And he was like, I was blessed to be there, but today didn't work out to get him back. But yeah, Ed, man, I'll tell you what, last year doesn't happen. You know what I mean? It's just, that's the whole thing. So yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. David.
Where's David?
He died. I had to blow my nose.
Wash your hands. I used to say my friend David hooked us up with a nice facility. Now I can say my boss David.
This is true, dude.
Now I just
Careful.
Now I just get to be here right now. But I said it yesterday. Please pass it along to Dennis. Right. Look at this. Right. What we've done in this room. Right. You open up the place for us every year to do this. Right. This is our 4th year. Right. Doing it with either at the mall or at the mall. Yeah. And you support what we do every year. And you didn't know me from Joe the first year, right? I mean, it's like you didn't know me at all.
You didn't know Joe until yesterday either.
I think I had to watch your channel for the first time.
Some random YouTuber. And I remember the first year we were there and we did our thing, and you and I had a conversation at the top of the staircase looking over the mall. And you were telling me about the mall plan. And we had known each other for 2 days, and there was some kind of connection. Synergy. And you're like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to change the world.
Yep.
And I think we're changing the world.
Yeah.
And I think that you helped change the world for some people this week by giving us the access to the facility for 2 days. And I can't thank you enough, man. So
thank you, David.
Corey and Eddie, come on back up one last time. I hate to keep making you guys walk around, but
yes, absolutely.
Thank you for your service too.
Yeah.
Life.
Good service.
We serve in the same.
Oh, we're going that side.
Whatever you guys can make a John. You guys can make a John sandwich with all of that. Right? And Clay's here too. Don't you, sir? Son. Thank you. Thank you both for coming. I know you come every year, and this is your first year, maybe the first of many to come.
Absolutely.
and just showing what your heart is, and what the heart of the company is, and what the heart and with these dogs, right? The best example we could ever have is to see Clayton and Andy working together here in person every year. So I can't thank you enough for letting us help you and helping us to get and us helping you get the word out. It means so much.
I have to say something.
Okay.
Year 3. Okay. Year 3. I met you guys and I fell in love with all of you in the very beginning. You are my family. I don't live here. I hardly know you, but from here. But every year I get to go to Vegas. I get to go to Craps here because you are who you are. You believe in what we do, and and that's what it takes. Whatever that's back there is blowing my mind.
Ridiculous.
So each and every one of you are great. I've made some great friendships. Long conversations with Rick this weekend. We're going to work together on some fundraising things with his boards. I'm going to talk to Jeff about some things. So not only are things happening here, but there's things happening outside of here.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks to all the donors, obviously, who put up everybody from their heart. I want to bring one last person out. And if I could bring everybody in. And Brian, Holy Roller, come with me, please. Brian, we were just
all of it.
Everybody come in. Everybody come in. And Brian, I want you front and center.
Come on, Rod. You guys paid the money.
Put you on the spot, okay? There are people in your life that are friends, right? And there's people in your life that are acquaintances. And there are people in your life that, for whatever reason, you may not know them as well as your family, but they make you a better person. And they make you want to be a better person. And that's this guy right here. We've had a couple of pretty good conversations on the phone, right? About things not Crocs related. And you're one of a select few people that I want to make sure, how do I say this right? I want to meet your expectations, right? I'm just saying it. And I do. You don't know that, but that's why I hold you in a very high regard. And I would like for you to pray us out today, if you would.
Yeah.
Before we pray him out.
Yeah.
Dan,
you just hit the goal. I'm 36, 38.
Oh my God.
Every year.
Every year.
I'm gonna give you
right? I mean,
I'm gonna kiss you. You get
So,
that little fuzzy buzzy going.
let's have
Now, great. So
let's have Brian pray us out. Yeah.
Yeah. Before we pray, talk about courage, strength, determination. All those things, man. Look at we just hit the goal.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Awesome.
Great job.
I can't even.
Good job, John.
Yeah, great job. Lord, we thank you for this time. Year after year, you would just amaze us. We thank you for life every single day. We thank you that you're always there for us. We can turn to you. And we thank you that you've given us this blessing and this opportunity that we can also turn to each other, that we have this community. And so we just pray your presence for all veterans, for all the people suffering, for all the people hurting. And we thank you for the people that have lost loved ones. And we thank you, Lord, that people don't have to suffer because of people that have been watching this, that have been giving, that they have become part of the answer, that you have blessed us to be a blessing. So thank you, Lord, that you've blessed us to bless others. And we do that in your name. And we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Brian.
Let's keep it together. Kill.
Done?
Hey, boy. Okay, if you ever need anything, call me. I will. You call me. All right. So around, whatever. Okay. Dave.
Yeah. No matter what we do, though, I'll always be